Good morning everybody and a very warm welcome to a sunny Trent Bridge and to day three's coverage of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Nottinghamshire and Essex. Day three known as moving day in the cricketing world, and Nottinghamshire will start the day with a lead of 28. They're currently on 326 for 5. That is in reply to Essex 298 that they got on day one. But let's remind you of all the action from yesterday, day two, and that's with the highlights.
Change for 5 at tea as Slater's pulled this one away short from Porter, and Ben Slater has taken the aerial route, and the first scoring shot of the day is a maximum 6 pulled away by Slater.
As Cook moves in and bowls, and 4 more edged through the slips, but it was all along the ground all the way.
Jamie Porter, fine bowler. Oh, this should have been stopped. It's going to be another 4.
Moves in now and bowls, and he's taken at first slip by Sir Alistair Cook. At this standard of level of the game, a fairly straightforward catch, about knee height.
As he comes in, right on, bustling fast medium pace, edge 4 through the gloves, I think, of Rossington. Montgomery's punched this through the offside. Lovely looking shot from Matthew Montgomery.
To Slater. And it's pulled away to the Fox Road square boundary for 4 runs. And that's nudged down, well, probably off the pad, down to the third man. We'll just see if the umpire's going to signal anything. No, there must have been a bit of bat in that first of all, and then pad.
Yeah.
So, and that brings up Ben Slater's 50.
That aeroplane away to our left, and he's nicked this one through to the keeper. And Slater goes.
That's nudged down to fine leg.
Doug Bracewell comes in, bowls the next ball, and it's played out for a quick single, which they take, and moves him onto his half century. So a half century there for Matt Montgomery.
And the batsman Clark comes down the wicket, hits Harmer hard, high and handsomely for 4 runs over long off.
As Bracewell is in and bowls clipped away by Clark, he'll get the second boundary of the over. Just wonder if not, so just sensing this might be an opportunity just to increase the tempo a little bit. Next ball is driven by Montgomery. Oh, I like that. I like that very much indeed from Matthew Montgomery. Just skipped down the track to Harmer. Joe mentioned there as Clark again continues to take the fight to Simon Harmer, lifts this down the ground, and that's gone all the way, clattering into the white bucket seats, the empty seats, just at the edge of the Smith Cooper stand, and that'll take Joe Clark to a half century.
Word, as far as I was concerned, in that was the word fourth. Out. Caught at deep-ish mid-off.
Cuts this one away, and it'll go. There's a fielder out there, but he won't stop that, so that's nice. First ball from Critchley is cut away for 4.
As in comes Bracewell again and bowls, and it's pulled away by Montgomery, and it's pulled away to the boundary, in fact. Bracewell comes in and he bowls the next delivery, goes down the leg side, wicketkeeper misses it, and it goes for 4 byes, so 4 more to the total. And in comes Critchley. That first ball, and that's being dispatched to the boundary, and in fact that takes Matthew Montgomery onto his century, a fine century of 193 deliveries. And Jamie Porter comes in and bowls a second delivery, a beautiful shot, right, perfect off drive.
Smith Cooper stand on Test match day. Next one is through to Rossington, who's taken it, and Lyndon James is walking, so there is an edge this time. And
Well, that got the treatment down to long off for 4. First one is short of a length outside the off stump. Thank you very much.
Mulaney on 27, Bracewell. Oh, he's hit him on the pad and he's got a wicket!
It worked.
So that is the end of the day. It kept
worked.
low, a real old molly grubber. You can see a smile on the face of Doug Bracewell. It scuttled along the ground. Nobody's going to play those. Almost went underground, and Stephen Mulaney's got a bad one.
So a strong day there yesterday, 4 knots with the bat, and really, well, the star of the show was Matthew Montgomery, wasn't it, really? Let's give him a little bit of a shout out. 130 not out for Matthew Montgomery. He'll start the day out there in the middle, and he'll be looking to build on that 130. It was his second first-class 100. He got his first 100 against Durham, September of last year. So good luck to Monty today. Hopefully he can build on that 130, but he did play a pivotal role in Notts 326 so far. Now, what did assistant coach Ant Boter think of the day for Notts yesterday? Well, we caught up with him last night. Let's have a listen in and hear what he had to say.
And a very good day for Notts, and a very special day for Matthew Montgomery. How do you reflect on the day as a whole?
It's a great day. I mean, you know, the message this morning was for us to really work hard and build those partnerships. It's one of those days where, you know, you can really sort of stamp your authority on the game. And it was just pleasing that, you know, Monty ended up being the player to get a real big 100. You know, but in saying that, there's obviously a lot of work to still go. And, yeah, no, it was good. It was excellent.
Let's just touch on that innings from Matthew Montgomery. I think he batted all day minus about 3 overs. What sort of powers and what does it require of him to bat for that length of time, to concentrate and focus?
I mean, one of Monty's strengths is exactly that. You know, he's got a wonderful temperament on young shoulders. He's got an extremely high ceiling. And, you know, it's just nice that he's been able to stamp his authority on the county game, really, you know, and there's going to be a lot more runs, you know, for him. But let's not forget, in this innings now, you know, it's a great opportunity for him to really, you know, almost put this game to bed, you know.
And from a coach's point of view, it's not just days like this, actually it's the whole winter where you're working with him and improving his game, obviously coming with a high potential, but that's looking even better. So how pleasing is it from your perspective for that hard work to pay off as well?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not really one for any praise as regards to that. You know, we just get the work done, really. Look, he's a wonderful kid. He just wants to grow and learn, you know. So he's an absolute coach's dream, to be fair. And as I keep saying, you know, he's at his infancy stage, you know. So, you know, there's certainly one to watch for the future.
And is there confidence and awareness about his own game as well? I think in particular about the way that he played Simon Harbour, one of the world's best spinners, really, and really thought about it, swept, used his feet, and was actually quite proactive in that style.
Yeah, look, again, you know, his biggest strength is he knows how to score runs. You know, he's actually grown up playing a lot of spin, so he is a good player of spin. He was a good hockey player, so he does sweep either side really well, and you know, he's just adapting really well. He's growing. He's working on his game all the time. He soaks up information. So, and look, let's be honest, it's been a tough start. You know, there's been a lot of pitches at this part of the start of the season where, you know, with the weather, it hasn't been great. So to get on a decent pitch, it was nice for him to actually go on and get some runs. It was 1 or 2 chances early on, but we all need a bit of luck in this game.
And it wasn't just him that scored runs today as well. There's a couple of other contributions. First of all, Ben Slater, who's had a tricky start to the season, back to opening and scoring some runs. How much good is that going to do his confidence, and how much of a platform did he set the team as well?
Yeah, I mean, Benny, I know Benny's been knocking on the door for a big innings for a while. You know, he's prepped up really well. He's hitting the ball really nicely. You know, he's had a bit of bad luck. I think dismissal at the non-striker's end, clipping his fingers, you know, just 1 or 2 really, really tough dismissals. So for him to get out the blocks back at opening was really nice, you know. You know, it's a position he's batted all his life, and, you know, obviously he dropped to 3 to accommodate Ducky. So I think he loved being back opening. And, you know, he struck the ball nicely today and played well.
Joe Clark as well, carrying on a vein of form that we've seen over the last couple of weeks.
Clark is exciting at the moment. He's turned a little bit of a corner in his red ball stuff. It's been a real challenge for him. He's had such great success in his white ball career, and he's never really had a nice block where he could work on his red ball game. So, I think this innings and the last 2 innings he's just worked quite hard and getting nice and calm and tweaked 1 or 2 little things. And working with Morsey, it's exciting because there's something there now where I think he's got a nice bit of evidence in his last few knocks to really go on. He'll be obviously a bit disappointed to get out just before tea, but he looked a real class player today.
OK, the players and the umpires are making their way onto the field now, so it's time for me to hand you over to your commentary team of Dickie Davies and Dave Bracegirdle.
Thanks very much to Aaron Lord for setting the day up. Very good morning to all of you. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Glorious, glorious morning with Nottinghamshire looking to pick up from a pretty decent second day, which has seen them overhaul the Essex first innings total of 298, and at stumps last night, Notts well poised with a 28-run advantage, still 5 wickets to go. They're a little unfortunate, or the skipper, I thought Stephen Mullaney was a little unfortunate right at the very end of the day. Got one from Doug Bracewell that just kept a whisker low and pinned him LBW. It was there or thereabouts, whether he was outside the line or not, but the umpire gave it, so Mullaney had to go. So Liam Patterson-White will be starting his innings this morning alongside certainly the star of yesterday, Matthew Montgomery, as we were hearing, those of you watching the live stream there, Ant Bota singing the praises of young Monty, who batted for all but 3 overs or so of the second day's 130 not out. Sticky start, I think, was Ant's words as he addressed the media last night. Monty was dropped on 0-4, but beyond then a terrific knock. So there'll be 1 over, one delivery left in an unfinished over from Doug Bracewell, and then we'll get the 96 overs up and underway. We are in the 99th over. This will be the final ball of the 99th over. So we'll keep an eye on that. Not too long for either side to accrue batting points. Very good morning. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Dickie Davies from BBC Essex Sport will be alongside in the next few minutes. He's just doing an update for listeners in the southeast. And we're going to get underway with Bracewell bowling to the left-handed Patterson-White. His first ball is left alone wide of the pegs, so an unfinished over completed by Doug Bracewell. That was his first wicket of the match. He's 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 53, and here at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, leading by 28 with 5 wickets in hand. So they'll be looking, I'm sure, to bat through this morning's session if they can, with Montgomery and Patterson-White at the crease. Calvin Harrison on debut to come. Then Brett Hutton, Stuart Broad and Dane Patterson as many runs as you can take for Nottinghamshire. Essex clearly will have other ideas. They'll be looking to knock over the lower order as quickly as they can. It's going to be Sam Cook. Now this is interesting because yesterday, or through the Notts innings so far, it began of course right at the end of the first day. Sam Cook threw 20 overs, got figures of 3 for 51, all 20 overs from the Pavilion end. Well, he's going to start today from the Radcliffe Road end, and they'll be bowling to Montgomery. 130 not out for Matthew Montgomery, and drops this on the leg side, takes an easy single fielded by Jamie Porter. So welcome to Trent Bridge. If you are listening to us via the BBC Sport website and app, there are pictures available via the club's live stream. Couple of ways of finding it. I think it's live.trentbridge.co.uk or trentbridge.co.uk/ live, you'll find it. There's a link also, I think, on the Essex website if you want to watch the live pictures. Probably ask you for an email address, but that's literally all you're doing. You're not signing your life away. As Cook bowls to Liam Patterson-White, he pushes this out to point, and there's no run. So two of the young guns, if you like. Liam Patterson-White, 24 now. Matthew Montgomery, start of the month, he was 23. So good to see the youngsters coming through these, and Lyndon James very much making their mark. Calvin Harrison on debut, doing next. A bit of a changing of the guard over the last 2 or 3 years. So this one goes through to the keeper. So here is an update for Radio Nottingham. Glorious morning weather-wise here. Nottinghamshire in a strong position, but they'll be looking to build as this third day gets underway against Essex. 327 for 5 they are now. We've had a single added to the overnight score. Matthew Montgomery, he scored it. He's on 131. He's been joined this morning at the crease by Liam Patterson-White. Notts lead by 29. All about building that lead as the day goes on. Essex just having an early tryout with the ball. Skipper Westley handing it to the umpires, and they've had a little look, and it's met the requirements of passing through the gauge, etc., and been handed back to Westley first, and now Cook comes into Patterson-White, who will get off the mark with a nice clip through mid-wicket, and it's going to race away, actually. Outfield always fast here at Trent Bridge. Pierce the ring and you're likely to get full reward for your shots, and Liam Patterson-White does exactly that. 331 for 5. Been a leanish start to the season for LPW. Liam Patterson-White has a first-class 100 a couple of years ago down at Taunton against Somerset. Not quite either had the opportunity or been able to get close to repeating that this season so far. As Cook bowls, and this one I think was left. It might just have been deflected down as it goes through to Rossington, but yes, Liam he managed to scrape into double figures 4 times, but not been able to go on, so he'll be looking to build as this morning goes on. Cook round the wicket. There are 2 slips. The other Cooks are Alistair at first, Simon Harmer at second, Rossington with the gloves on, and LPW blocks this one. So that's 100 overs gone in the innings, so there are 10 overs left. Right now Nottinghamshire need 19 runs for a third batting point. Obviously they need 69 runs in 10 overs for a fourth batting point, and flip it round, Essex need 1 wicket or 4 wickets for extra bowling points. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, as I say, and alongside me, just moving in, having no doubt updated the listeners down in the southeast, the voice, well, at least for this game anyway, the voice of Essex cricket. Good morning to Dickie Davis.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning, listeners and viewers. Yes, I started my report saying it's yet again another glorious day in the East Midlands. I'm becoming accustomed to it, as the next delivery is played solidly, defensively, just trickles back past the bowler.
To be fair, Dickie, I think this is the best of the 3 that we've had. I mean, yesterday we were promised rain yesterday, and thankfully it didn't materialise. But no. I think today they say 0% rain. So
yeah, they're saying the same for tomorrow.
Watch it chuck it down this afternoon. But we are expecting a nice day, which should see this game move on one way or another.
Oh, undoubtedly, yes. As Bracewell moves in again. Bowls to Montgomery, who lets that go by outside the off stump. Essex had a poor day yesterday. Poor day in the field before lunch. They bowled well, but were let down by 3 very obvious dropped chances. Then presumably a few words were spoken, or maybe they weren't necessary, and they fielded better during the rest of the day. But the bowling went off a little bit. So altogether, not one of their best days. A day they would rather forget, probably. Oh, and that's a good delivery though from Bracewell.
Yeah, nobody means to drop catches, do they, Dick? At this level, I mean, the wicket keeper Adam Rossington, and he dropped 2, and Sir Alistair Cook dropped 1. I mean, you haven't got to say anything to either of them.
No, of course not.
They both will know that it's happened, it's gone. You've got to forget about it, and you've got to be sort of on your mettle, on your guard, and hopefully you'll take the next one. You've done all the practice, you've had all the years of experience, you know what's required, and you know these things happen from time to time.
Of course they do. I just played solidly. I very much doubt if there's any county cricketer on the circuit who's been playing for 2 or 3 seasons who hasn't dropped a catch.
Well, exactly. Exactly. Even if you manage to hide yourself down a fine leg or long leg, you'll have one come towards you. We saw Slater drop one, didn't we, on the opening day down
yes,
long
down
leg.
there, yeah.
Just wondering how Notts will go. Will they try and push for 400 in the next 10 overs?
And that has gone off the edge, but then it bounced sort of just over midway between the wicket and the fielder, who was Simon Harmer. Parried it, got behind it, and then Sir Alistair did the tidying up.
I suspect not would be my view. I think they'd certainly hope to get 19 in 10 overs for that 3rd batting bonus point, but I don't think they'll take silly risks just to try and get an extra 50 in quick time, because you can very easily lose wickets, can't you? Bang,
yeah,
bang, bang.
we were sort of touching upon this yesterday, and that is a very good delivery which goes through Patterson White and into the keeper's gloves. Yeah, I mean, I always think batting bonus points, in a way, the clue is in the description. They're a bonus. First of all, play the game that you were going to play and set out to win it. And if you happen to pick up some points for runs or wickets, then that is indeed a bonus. But if getting bonus points is the be-all and end-all, then that's rather the tail wagging the dog, to my mind. Maybe I'm defending Essex, who didn't get many bonus points last year.
If you'd like to get in touch, we'd love to hear from you on the old Twittery thing @Brace Cricket. We'll give you the Dickie's email address if he doesn't mind in a moment, because Cook round the wicket and bowls, and Patterson White pushes this into the offside. BBC Essex Cricket, all, if you like, one word, lowercase. BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. Don't write War and Peace. It's been done. Just the salient points, folks. But we'd love to hear from you if email is your favourite method of communicating. I'm just wondering this morning if the fact that Bracewell got a wicket and the over was unfinished and he had to start, it might just have put Essex's plans into disarray a little bit as this is pushed into the offside, because obviously it's meant that Bracewell's going to start from the pavilion end, and clearly Cook, the pick of the bowlers yesterday, but he did all his bowling from the pavilion end, so they've got Sam Cook on, but this time from the I mean, it might work. He might, Bracewell might get 2 or 3 from that end, Cook might get 2 or 3 from this end, but you'd imagine if it had been a clean slate, they'd probably have gone Cook and Porter, wouldn't you?
I would, definitely, yes.
But Bracewell threw an over and 1 ball already. Is Sam Cook, 3 wickets to him. This one well wide of the off stump, and LPW lets it go through to the wicket keeper. 3-3-1 for 5. Notts began the morning on 326 for 5, a lead of 28, and we're in the 102nd over. So I think for Nottinghamshire it'll be all about just easing their way if they can without losing wickets up to the 350. Essex, of course, need this 6th wicket for a second bowling bonus point. Cook striving to get it past umpire Lungley, a bouncer which goes over the left shoulder of Patterson White. Tom Lungley, the former Derbyshire seamer, and Steve O'Shaughnessy are our umpires, our scorers. Roger Marshall for Nottinghamshire, and Tony Choate for Essex doing the notching. Ian Smith's in the Batman board with them, working the big screens, and Paul Harrison over in the pavilion looking after the players' welfare. I have to say I very much enjoyed watching Essex this morning. Touch on that in a second as Cook bowls and Patterson White defence. There were some routines, some innovative warm-ups, some fun being had out there that I'd not seen before. There was a little thing where they were all laid on the ground together. I took a photograph at Brace Cricket if you want to see it. Mischievously, I sort of put the Essex warm-up or something. They were all laid on the ground like they'd had a tough day, but it was just all different things. And then they had a catching routine where they were all sort of in front of each other. Innovative, if you like. I'd not seen that before, but enjoyed watching them this morning. Fun bunch as Patterson White drives this to mid-on, and there's no run. A sprawling stop from Jamie Porter. 3-3-1 for 5.
Yes, they've always, ever since I first started watching them, when my dad used to take me to watch them, they've always been quite entertaining, Essex, partly because they've been invariably been unpredictable. Consistently inconsistent is often used about them, and also they genuinely seem to get fun out of playing. And
well, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Of course it is. I mean, it's the reason originally all cricketers got into playing the game at a professional level. They started off because it was fun. Then they thought, oh, hello, I'm quite good at this. Perhaps I could earn a decent living. And indeed many of them do. And it's still Bracewell continuing.
Yes.
And it's just played out on the offside.
Yeah, some people spend their lives studying Shakespeare or Dickens or listening to classical music or whatever your thing is. But for those of us that get fun and pleasure and enjoyment out of following cricket, then obviously I'm all for it. I'm very firmly in that camp.
Yeah, and if your job is your fun as well, then
exactly.
They're lucky. Well, we are. As Bracewell moves in and bowls. Montgomery plays quietly out into the covers where it's fielded by Critchley.
Yes, I think Matthew Montgomery had fun yesterday.
He did.
Sticky first 10 minutes, but after that played some lovely shots. And as I say, his only previous first-class 100 at the end of last season, he developed into a huge one, 178. So he'll certainly be looking to put a high price on his wicket again this morning.
Yes. Bracewell moves in, bowls, and again that's played solidly defensively by Montgomery. No, I know it's very early, we've only been going 14 minutes or so, but there's no indication that Nottinghamshire particularly want to put their foot on the accelerator at this stage. They just want to accumulate some more runs. But yeah, it's I think it's fun for most of them. I do know, having spoken to, well, same as you have, hundreds of county cricketers. That's just played down to third man for a single, fielded by Jamie Porter. There are some sort of when they've been in the game some time, in their early 30s, say, they're obviously not going to play any higher than county standard. Admittedly, that's very good standard, and it becomes a bit of a routine. And there are some that I know who, just the same as people who go to an assembly line or an office for 5 days a week, it's just a way of earning a living. But I think most of them, the majority of them, still get great pleasure out of it. As Bracewell moves in. And that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
Number of people getting in touch. Keith Havers, come on Knots. Trevor Arbon, morning Dave, need to push on, get to 450 and then hopefully put the pressure on. Fantastic to see Matthew Montgomery punish Essex after those reprieves yesterday. Mike Brown was suggesting quick runs, then a declaration. Won't be seeing a declaration, Mike, I'll guarantee that.
Bracewell to Patterson White, outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Just see if I've had any emails.
Nicky had seen my photograph of all the Essex players down on the ground. Says, has somebody lost a contact lens? Kevin Marriott's on his way to the ground. Says, can't wait to get there. Hope you're here by now, Kevin. Richard Dawson, lovely weather, not a bad way to start the weekend. Very much so. Are you all right, Dickie? You're frogging the throat.
Oh, just lingering.
We are going to get a bowling change early on. So Cook's had a couple of overs from this end, and I suspect they'll revert him to the pavilion end to replace Bracewell as and when required. But Shane Snater, still wicketless, is replacing Cook. Snater's bowled all his overs from this end. Up to this point, wicketless. 19 overs, none for 53. Today might be his day, though. He might just quickly knock over 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. It's going to be bowling. In fact, we're waiting for a helmet to come out. So Adam Rossington with the helmet. Is he going to stand up to Snater? I think
Seems like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
So whether Monty's been batting outside his crease or not. Hasn't taken a fresh guard, so Rossington standing up. So here's Shane Snater, and this one past the outside edge and bursts through the gloves of Rossington and dribbles along the ground as far as Sir Alistair Cook. 3-3-2 for 5.
I've had an email from Paul who says, morning lads, from a very sunny Stevenage. Well, I suppose we have been lads. I hope you're all having a lovely day in the sun so far. Wish I was there. What do you think will be a good score target for Essex to get?
Snater bowls wide of the pegs through to the keeper. Of course, it's not going to be a target for Essex because
exactly.
They're going to be
batting last.
They're going to have a deficit. The third innings of the match, they're going to have a deficit. It's already 34 at the moment. Ralph Hyde, morning Davis. Tom Moore's still injured. Not that Joe Clark isn't doing a good job. Well, all along they've sort of said that hopefully Tom will be ready for the blast, which starts for Notts on Friday. So we'll have to see as the week goes on if he's in the squad. Snater bowls down the leg side and was off the pad. It's going to be a leg by and feet off the ground if you're superstitious. In fact, it's a bye. It wasn't a leg bye, it was a bye. So it was Rossington's pad that it brushed. 3-3-3 for 5. And Howard Lovell saw Liam Patterson-White playing for my local team, Kimberley. Good to see him fulfilling his promise. Thank you, Howell.
Thanks, Diane, for your email. I'll read that quite soon. Diana, I beg your pardon.
The Grumbler's been in touch. He's also seen my photo of Essex laid all down on the ground as Snater bowls to Patterson-White. He defends. It's 8, 9, 10. Coming, ready or not. It's like they're playing hide and seek. So very nice from the Grumbler. In fact, I'll just retweet that. Thank you very much. Lovely to hear from everybody early on this Saturday morning. If you're on your way out to play club cricket, watch club cricket, officiate at club cricket, or whatever you're doing, have a lovely Saturday. Love to hear about your cricket tales and where you're going to today, what you're looking forward to doing. As Snater bowls to Patterson-White, he's going to get a run here off the high top portion of the bat and guides this down to third man, fielded by Bracewell, and feet back on the ground. 3-3-4 for 5.
Yeah, so well, it's not really an answer to Paul's question because, as Dave says, Essex won't be in a position to chase runs. But well, it's already looking a bit tricky at best, with 5 good wickets still in hand and a deficit of 36.
Snater to bowl to Montgomery. He defends this one, and of course last weekend Essex lost their first game of the season, didn't they, at Edgbaston, with second innings batting woes. I would imagine this will be a tough task for Nottinghamshire to bowl Essex out cheaply second time around, so they will want a good first innings score here, and they're nicely poised. 3-3-4 for 5 after 104, so they need 16 from 6 overs for that extra point.
Yep, Diana says, dear Dick, it's a surprise to hear you on a Saturday when you're usually out following club cricket. Yeah, that's very true. I usually make myself unavailable on a Saturday, but circumstances changed during the latter part of the week as Bracewell bowls, and that's just played down the cover, so I hurriedly had to make arrangements to stay an extra night on a Saturday, which is expensive, particularly since Nottingham Forest are playing Arsenal with the kick-off at 5:30, so there may be many Londoners staying in London for the night or making a weekend of it.
Yes, we'll get a bit of a din this afternoon, Dickie,
yes,
as the roars from just over the Radcliffe Road behind us.
Yeah.
It's a little surreal. You can be watching a quiet passage of cricket with nearly 30,000 people roaring.
That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. And I didn't know this, but Diana says also LinkedIn, that's a sort of communication site that I'm a member of, but I don't really do much with it. It tells me to congratulate you on 30 years at the BBC. Good Lord, yes, May 1993. I'd forgotten all about that. Oh, dear oh Lord. On a 3-month trial, I remember. Yeah.
And they still haven't let you know if you've got the job or not.
No, they haven't, no. Yeah, actually, I think you're right. Nobody ever said anything. And that's just played out defensively. Yes, the sports editor at the time was a man who's gone on to greatness for ITV. He was a sports editor at BBC Essex called Mark Pugac, who's now sort of the main sports fella. He somehow becomes their main man at both rugby and football in the winter. As it's just played out on the offside, no addition to the score. So thanks, Diana, for reminding me of that. And yeah, you're right that I don't often work on a Saturday. First Saturday I've done commentary for quite a few seasons probably.
Just looking round the ground while Dickie's talking there, I can see quite a number of red Forest shirts around the ground. People that will probably spend the first half of the day here and then walk across the road this afternoon.
Yep. And that's pulled through mid-wicket for 4. It wasn't a very good delivery and it got what it deserved.
Yes, that was a slap through mid-wicket by Patterson White. Yeah, Bracewell. As I say, perhaps he wouldn't be bowling ideally for Essex, but of course he had to finish an over and got himself loose and warm and ready, and it would have been a little cruel from Tom Wesley. Right, just have that one ball and right, you're off.
Yeah, Bracewell again. Bowls outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. There's one thing that's occurred to me these last 2 days and half an hour or so. Everywhere, it's on the top left-hand corner of the scorecard. Obviously, everywhere there's an emblem. There's an emblem on the shirts. There's an emblem on your shirt. NCC, it says.
Yeah, well, it's
not NCCC.
No, it was the very first logo when it was Nottingham Cricket Club.
Oh, then right.
Which was around before the county structure, if you like. So they did this about 2 or 3 years ago. This emblem replacing the stag.
Yes.
Just a nod to the very early days of the game.
Right. Thank you.
Snater bowls. This goes through to the wicket-keeper again, Rossington, standing up 338 for 5. So Notts need 12 runs, and they've got this over and 4 more to get that third batting bonus point. 250, 300 and 350 now. And I'm sure they'll not want to miss out on that. Of course, Essex missed out on a second batting point by 2 runs. A little careless to get out for 298 as Snater bowls, and this one's eased into the offside. Nottinghamshire, the last home game, were bowled out for 249, so I think I can safely say that without any accusation of bias or whatever. Dickie was saying earlier, they are bonus points, but they are nonetheless points in the table that can very often mean the difference between a title and second and third, going down and staying up, or whatever it may be, or promotion from the second division. You need to get as many points as you can. Don't be careless with them. Snater bowls, and this one's pushed back to the Dutch international. Not sure he's represented the Netherlands for a while, but certainly does have that on his CV. 3-3-8 for 5. Montgomery has added 2 to his overnight score. He's 1-3-2. And Liam Patterson-White 9 not out. Calvin Harrison, I'd imagine, would come in next. He's on the scorecard as 8, and then Brett Hutton, Stuart Broad and Dane Patterson. Snater Bowles, firm punch up to Wesley at mid-off, and there's no run. Those bottom 3, Hutton, Broad and Patterson, sharing all the wickets on the opening day as Essex were bowled out for 298. Hutton has now got 29 wickets this season at 16 apiece, and that's after missing the first match at the Aegeus Bowl, one that Notts lost. Retrospectively, they might like to have revisited that game and included him in the starting 11, because he's been terrific every match since. Maybe the last time we'll see Stuart Broad in Nottinghamshire colours this season, this game. Snater Bowles, and again the full face of Montgomery's bat, pushing it up to Wesley, and Dane Patterson is already into the 20s, 20 wickets for the season. He's also missed a match at where did he miss? The last one here, I think, against Lancashire. 3-3-8 for 5 is the score. Patterson, in his 3rd season with Notts, more than 50 wickets each of the last 2. Snater into Montgomery, lets it pass by, through to Rossington. That was a tidy enough over from Shane Snater, who's still wicketless, but respectable figures nonetheless. 21 overs, 6 maidens, none for 54. That's the end of the 106th over. The equation for Nottinghamshire for that point is 12 runs in 4 overs for Essex. They need 1 wicket in those 4 overs for a second bowling point.
Yes, and it's been we've had best part of half an hour's play, and it's been a solid start by Nottinghamshire. Not spectacular, but just trying to. In fact, it's almost ominous they haven't. It's just from the Essex point of view, suggests they're intent on getting a really big score. Maybe only batting once, so that's the ideal situation for them. As Cook moves in from the pavilion end, bowls. Oh, and that was a good delivery. Wow, that left the batsman Patterson-White, and I don't know if we're going to get a replay of that, but it really did move away significantly. Maybe too much, or not to get the edge of the bat, but it was one heck of a delivery.
But a little bit of correspondence on a couple of subjects we've been talking about, which I'll touch on at the end of the over.
She's being bowled by Cook. Cook S. Oh, and that scuttles through. It's almost the opposite delivery. It came jagging back in and kept a little bit low, it seemed to me, as well. And the batsman goes down the wicket and does a bit of, well, very perfunctory gardening, nothing too significant. Sometimes a different batsman do different things while waiting for the bowler, especially a quick bowler, to get to the end of his mark. Some sort of pace up and down, others stand stock still. And Cook moves in, and Patterson-White advances on him slightly, just sort of shuffles pace and a half, gets to the pitch bit. No addition to the score. No addition to the score for a couple of overs now, and just don't want to get into a position where you say I need 10 runs off the 110th over or something like that, because you can get yourself into a little bit of difficulty there. Just want to get the board moving again. Yeah, we're midway through the 106th, so there's 3.5 to go.
107th,
beg your pardon. Yeah, 106.
Still 3.5 to go.
Yeah. So let's play down the offside.
Yeah, just quickly then. T, morning fellas, I love that new club crest. I can see 3 C's. I can see a white one between the 2 green ones. Yeah, well, I know a lot of people, T, have sort of tried to make it out that there is a 3rd one there, but genuinely there, and you know, I was told that originally, but there isn't. It is the old Nottingham Cricket Club crest, I understand. yeah, you can see a white one if you imagine there's a white one.
Yeah, yes. If it were a different colour, if it were yellow, maybe that would justify it a little bit more. But no. I thought at first when I saw it, well, I didn't really, but it crossed my mind. Northamptonshire County Council were major sponsors, but no. I don't think a local authority would be major sponsors of anything, really. Public money.
I've got one from Rod George as well, which I'll have a go at addressing after this delivery. Man's been put out. It's Dan Lawrence, been put out on the deep square leg boundary very deliberately. Is he going to bowl him a bouncer? I doubt it. Double
bluff. No, it's a ball of good length and draws the batsman forward, plays it immaculately.
338 for 5. So Rod says, Dave, don't know if you can confirm this or not. I thought I'd read that Trent Bridge was built in the 19th century by the owner of the Bell Inn in the Market Square. Right, Rod. William Clark, who had the Bell Inn, fairly sure. Then he found himself a nice lady friend, and her name was Mary Chapman, who ran the Trent Bridge Inn here. So William Clark, you may be aware, was an early cricketing entrepreneur as well as a very fine player. He had the All England 11, which he took all over the country, giving exhibitions and playing matches against village sides as Snater starts a new over. Montgomery cuts this to point. Anyway, he shacked up with the aforesaid Mary in the Trent Bridge Inn just behind us. And obviously was getting under her feet. She wanted to run the pub and look after the house and all the rest of it. And one day she said, look, William, you're getting under my feet. Get yourself out there. Make yourself useful. There's a meadow at the back of the pub here. Can you chop that down and do something with it? So William Clark came here. This was a meadow, Clark's Meadow. They now call it, and he cleared the meadow away, and rather than taking his England 11 all over the country playing games, he started playing cricket here as this is pushed into the offside. I'm not sure if Mary was happy or not, but certainly William was, and that was how Trent Bridge initially was laid. It was an old meadow that William Clark, no doubt with a bit of help. He had a son who became a fine cricketer who played for the Notts Club as well. But that's how it was set up, Rod. There are obviously one or two books about. I think the late great Peter Wynne Thomas wrote a book on William Clark and one or two others. But one of the early cricketing entrepreneurs, if you like, and it was he that shacked up with Mary Chapman and. Basically was told, get out of the house and do something with yourself, as we're all told. This one's cut away nicely by Monty. Matthew Montgomery, M&M, away for 4 runs, and that's just got the board moving again, short and wide from Snater. I think what have we got here? Peter Lee, I'm hoping to be with you tomorrow. The commentary's keeping me sane, and he's sent a picture of his foot, or the lower, certainly in the photo we can see the lower part of his leg in pot, Peter. So sorry you've had some sort of ailment, and hope you enjoy your day tomorrow if you come along. Snater in again to Montgomery, and again back in defensive, blocking, careful, watching mode. And there's no run. Notts need 8 runs, and we can sort of say balls now. 14 balls, 14 deliveries to get those 8 runs for that 350th run and the 3rd point. I must say, obviously we've got the Trent Bridge Inn. We sort of mention it, and other public houses are available, as they say. Down the leg side, pulled away, another boundary by Montgomery, and he's just doing the right thing here with regards to getting Notts where they want to be. Moves on to 140. We've got the Larwood and Vose, of course, sort of diagonally opposite us between the Fox Road stand and the Hound Road stand. At the back of that, the public house, named after the 2 fine servants. Dickie, I think, was talking yesterday about the bodyline tour under Jardine of 1932-33, and there's one opened, and it opened last summer, and I must say, still to my great shame, I've not been in the William Gun, which is over the road, and obviously that's named after another former Nottinghamshire or a late Nottinghamshire great player, the Gunn family. It's through to Rossington, 3:46 for 5, but that's just across the Radcliffe Road, and I must pop in there and have a look, because I understand there's a number of really lovely cricketing photographs in there as well. So I think it is nice when within the vicinity of the cricket grounds the hostelries that want to attract you in and get you custom on your way into the cricket and on your way out of the cricket, they do have some sort of tie. They're either named after a cricketer, or at least in their decoration and their decor, at least they acknowledge their association with the game. And we've got that with the Trent Bridge Inn, the Larwood and Vos, and now, as I say, the one across the road, the William Gunn, which opened last summer.
Oh, splendid. That's fascinating stuff. Thanks, Dave. As Cook moves in and bowls, and that's squirted is usually the verb used under those circumstances. Down to third man, they go through for a single. Yeah, I think you started off mentioning the bull. The bell rather, right?
The bell in, yes,
yeah,
in the Market Square. Yeah, I think William Clark had that before he sort of was seduced by the fluttering eyelashes of Mary Chapman.
Yeah, no, I do actually. I am aware of that, although I'm the man from down south, because I pick up my bus every morning outside the Bell in Angel Row, I think it's called. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and it says, much to my surprise, outside it says the Bell Inn, the oldest pub in the county. And I thought there's a lot of pubs. I thought the Old Trip to Jerusalem claims to be the oldest pub in the country. So if it's the oldest pub in the country, it must be the oldest pub in the county, surely. But anyway, they're both pretty ancient, like me, but not. Yeah. So
3 runs from 10 balls required.
Next delivery from Cook is nudged carefully down to third man, where Porter fields.
And I know you sort of poo-pooed the talk of the bonus points, Dickie, but if Notts can get this, and if Essex can't get another wicket, the bonus point situation is going to be 6-2 in Nottinghamshire's favour.
Yeah. I've never understood, well, one of umpteen things I've never understood about cricket. As I frequently say, the longer I watch it, the less I understand the game, I realise. And come back to that after this delivery. That's just played out into the covers. I'm not quite sure which came first, extension to 4-day cricket, I think it did, or bonus points. But they seem to me to pull in opposite directions. When they went from 3-day cricket to 4-day cricket, I thought that was because they wanted to encourage batsmen to play longer innings, more a la Test match, and therefore build players or batsmen of Test match potential. Come back to that. Therefore, build an innings being the phrase. That's worked away on the onside. And then, or maybe it was at the same time, bonus points come in, which seem to me trying to encourage almost the opposite, trying to go for quick runs. And I've never understood, because I'm a simple man, I think in simple ways. It seems to me as if the regulation makers, if those two aspects pull in opposite directions. Do you want us to build innings and become Test match batsmen, or do you want us to go for quick runs and become more entertaining? Well, that's played out in the covers. I've never found anybody who can come up with an answer. I don't expect there is one.
This is a good one that I've never heard before. So this is brilliant. This is the stuff I like. Josh Roberts, thank you, Josh. Interestingly, Davey says, William Clark is thought to be the only player to take a first-class hat-trick where 2 of the wickets in the hat-trick were the same player. He got the same man out at the end of the first innings and the start of the second innings. That is brilliant, Josh.
It is.
I shall have a look at that. I love that one. That's a crackerjack, that, isn't it? That's really good. Thank you, Josh.
I think it was he who alerted me to a pub in the city centre yesterday, and I did indeed. I think I texted him or emailed him in reply, and I did indeed go there and had a very pleasant pint of real ale and an excellent curry.
So this is going to be the 110th over, Dickie. Essex need a wicket, Notts need 2 runs, and everything is now thrust upon the shoulders of Jamie Porter, being brought back into the attack for the first time on day 3. His figures are 19 overs, none for 75. Go and get your first wicket, Jamie, his skipper said to him.
Of course, both things could happen.
Yep. Montgomery's on strike on 141. Decent knock. Pushes this a little push and run up to mid-on. Oh, they're going to get the 2. That's Snater. Oh, he rushed in to try and execute the run out, took his eye off the ball, missed it completely, and they hop and skip and dance their way back for a second run with Shane Snater's face probably one of huge embarrassment. You can see what he was trying to do, Dickie. Rush in, pick the ball up and try and execute the run out, but in doing so he omitted to pick the ball up.
Yeah,
they got an easy second run.
We've all done that in club cricket, and they always say keep your eye on the ball, and even at this level, just that last split second they take their eye off it.
Porter bowls. Montgomery can now defend. I don't think you sort of see sides deliberately trying to prevent the other one from getting points, if you like. I mean, he is essentially trying to safeguard his wicket and make sure he's there for a while. But if Montgomery can just block these next 4, that will deny Essex another bowling point, and then obviously that's the end of the bonus point situation, and Montgomery and Patterson-White can go about their business. Porter bowls, again nicely blocked. It seems like he's playing with a bat that's about 6 feet wide at the moment, Matthew Montgomery.
Yeah, it certainly does.
But thanks very much, folks,
and
for your correspondence this morning. There's been some top stuff, hasn't there, Dickie?
Yes. When bonus points were first introduced, I can't remember the exact allocation. In bowling points, one was for the 10th wicket, and that was very quickly changed because sides were declaring with 9 down.
Porter bowls, and there'll be a run here. Montgomery onto a gross, 144. Those of you that went to school in the same era as me, 12-12's 144, and we call that a gross.
Yep.
The one that, again, I've we brought it up, we discussed it at length over the decades. You never ever see the strip referred to as a chain, and I've always thought that was an omission from the cricket writers, because it's 22 yards, isn't it, from stump to stump, and that's a chain. But it's never referred to as such. 351 for 5. Montgomery on a gross. Patterson-White on 10. In fact, he's cut this away into the offside. That is a really good bit of fielding from Snater, redeeming himself. They did have to put the afterburners on to get home there, but he picked that one up cleanly and whipped it into Rossington's gloves. But Montgomery and Patterson-White swiftly through. 352 for 5.
Yeah, I've had an email from Michael, which I'll get to at the end of the over, which is only one delivery away, assuming it's valid.
So this is the final ball of the 110th over. 352 for 5, Montgomery, and again a little push and run up to Snater, and they're safely home. 353 for 5. So that's it, folks, for bonus points. Essex will only get 1 bowling bonus point. They only got 1 batting point, so 6-2 to Nottinghamshire in bonus points. What have you got, Dickie?
Michael emailed saying, listening yesterday, I got the impression that Essex had given up, which was sad to hear. I'm not quite sure how you got that impression, Michael, but if you did, then I don't know. Should I take some responsibility for that? I certainly didn't mean it. And even the umpire felt the same by giving the LBW at the end of the day. They're not exactly setting the world on fire this morning. Well, they didn't need to. They achieved their objective. I don't quite follow that. I mean, professional cricketers never give up. It's not what they're paid to do. They are paid.
No, I don't think they gave up yesterday at all. They kept plugging away. In fact, they got a wicket with the last ball of the day. Crikey, they've been out there for 6.5, 7 hours. So they kept going.
Yeah, they literally can't afford to give the impression that they've given up, because there are young players waiting in the wings, and this is their income, and it's a very good income now.
It was tough to get wickets yesterday, to be fair, and it will be for Nottinghamshire when they bowl again.
And that's worked away backwards, square on the onside.
Yeah, we got spin for the first time today, Dickie.
Yep. From Harmer. Yeah, players now, although we say they enjoy it, it is a job of work, and it's a very well paid job of work, even if you never make the Test team now. And so they cherish their position and don't want to see somebody take it. So they've got to. They couldn't afford to give the impression that they're not trying. And that's just played solidly. Long have gone the days. Well, players do still have benefits, which I can't understand at all. I think it's a total anachronism, and I will never contribute to a benefit now, because they're all far better paid than the average man in the street or woman in the street. And that's just played solidly back to the bowler. They were introduced when players were very poorly paid.
Well, as we've got with Luke Fletcher this year, having a testimonial year, there's a lot of good causes that he's raising money for.
Oh, well, that's a different kettle of fish, of course, yes. But which has now become almost the accepted thing. If a player is given a benefit, he does give it all to charity. I think, because he knows that he'd be the object of, well, not exactly derision, but people might raise a querulous eyebrow if somebody walked off. I mean, Cook had a benefit not so long ago, and of course he gave it all to charity. That's just played out. Good use of the feet there. Gets the pitch, the ball, plays it out to mid-off. And nor do I understand. I'm sorry, Michael, to sort of. He said even the umpire felt the same by giving the LBW at the end of the day. That one I can't fathom, to be honest. Perhaps you could explain why you felt that. It meant the umpire was losing interest in the game. Either in the opinion of the umpire it's LBW or it's not, whether it's the first ball of the day or the last ball of the day or any of the other hundreds that of old.
Yeah, I thought it was one of those. Perhaps on another day, Stephen Mullany might have got the benefit. Anyway, a couple more correspondence. Two of my regulars. Andy Eason, morning gents. Don't forget the Test match pub at Gordon Square in West Bridgeford, he says. That's one for Dickie to look out for. That's and also, he says, have Colin Munro and Shaheen Shah Afridi arrived yet for the blast? Well, there was a members forum yesterday. The same question, Andy, I understand, was put to the panel. Colin Munro has arrived, got here Thursday or Friday, and Shaheen Shah Afridi arrives on Monday. That's, as I believe, was relayed to the members yesterday as Porter starts a new over and Patterson White blocks. The lead is 57. And Morgan says, morning Dave, I got up early today, I cleaned the cars, I'm now relaxing, watching the cricket. Later I'll be watching the footy, hoping this weekend is as good as last Saturday, because I went to Wembley with Notts County and I'm still recovering. You and plenty of others, Morgan. I know it was a very, very special day for all those Magpies supporters who've had some lean times. You've had a great year, and back in the EFL, Porter bowls and this is pushed into the offside and there's no run. And just quickly, you shan't mention football too many times. Thoughts with all at Southend United, Dickie, your local club, who I understand once again they've got to answer one or two questions about their financial affairs in the not too distant future. But let's hope they come out the other side and they return to the EFL before too long.
This has gone on for years and years, and eventually Customs and Revenue get fed up, and it does seem as if they're going to fold, which is a shame. I'm not the greatest of football fans.
Porter to LPW, nicked and caught by Harmer, and Liam Patterson-White goes for 12. Fine catch by Simon Harmer. It was instinctive, it was reactive, it was productive. Good catch, and Snater rushes across to congratulate him. Jamie Porter getting his first wicket there. Liam Patterson-White has been caught at second slip by Simon Harmer, moving sharply and reactively to his left from the bowling of Jamie Porter for 12, and wouldn't you know it, just as soon as Essex can no longer get a bowling point, they do get that 6th wicket. 355 for 6. LPW batted for 51 minutes this morning, faced 39 balls, hit 2 fours. The lead is 57.
Yeah, and I can't remember who the texter was that you just read out, who referred to the Test match hotel in West Bridgeford.
Andy Eason.
Right, thanks Andy, because I had intended to go there this evening. I thought about the time I'll get away from the ground today, if I then go back into the city, is just about the time that the football, well, Nottingham Forest versus Arsenal will finish, and Nottingham City Centre might be a little bit too riotous for a man of a certain age, so I thought I'll get on the bus going the other direction and go down to West Bridgeford, because I've read about in a book of heritage pubs. I've read about this Test match hotel. Apparently, it's one of the finest displays of Art Deco to be found in the country. So I believe I'm really looking forward to that.
You're getting out and about, aren't you, Dickie? Which is good to hear.
I always do. Whenever I go to away matches, I don't just go to watch the cricket. I go to just drink in the atmosphere of the of where I'm going, and I spend a lot of time. I get up reasonably early for me and have a wander around, and until it's dark, I wander around at night as well. And last 3 evenings I've spent wandering around Nottingham. This evening I shall spend, well, certainly the first part of it in West Bridgeford. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, I shall be heading back to the mighty kingdom of Newark to see how my local club Cornton got on today. 20 or so miles away from here. New man is on debut. We wish him well. I'm sure all like-minded folk will do the same. Maybe if you're from an Essex persuasion, you'll be saying good luck, Calvin, for the rest of your career, but not necessarily today. It's Calvin Harrison on debut. Jamie Porter bowls to him. This goes through to the keeper. Made 90 for not seconds earlier in the week, and it was last weekend. 90 for not seconds, and that would have helped the leg spinner just towards his selection for this one. So he knows which end of the bat to hold, coming in at number 8. Has had a century, at least one century on this ground for Oxford University against Nottinghamshire. That was an innings that prompted Notts to take a closer look at him. Porter bowls to the right-hander, and he defends out into the offside, fielded by Critchley.
Thanks, John and Margaret. John from in sunny Suffolk, very much enjoying the commentary and the live stream. Dick, you must have had plenty of wonderful moments watching Essex. Yeah, of course I have, and I'll come back to that.
There's Jamie Porter to conclude the 112th over, bowling to Harrison. A little push to point, and there's no run. Notts lead by 57. Porter's got a wicket. 21 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 80. Nottinghamshire lead by 57. I know other versions of haricot beans in tomato sauce are available, but Dr. John says Slater 57, Clark 57. The lead is 57. Heinz Beans strikes again, he says.
Yes, indeed. And John says, what was the best ever moment? Well, I'll have to think about that one. There are just so many. I find it difficult to rank them in order. And what was the most embarrassing when you wish the microphone was switched off? Oh well, yeah, I've had very, very many of those, and that's just played out quietly into the offside, no addition to the score. And I think the most embarrassing, well, I won't tell you during this over because Harmer doesn't take long, but it wasn't when I was commentating on cricket, actually. It was one of the several other things I've done with the radio station. That's just played out. That was a super shot because there wasn't a lot of effort put into it, and it brought up Montgomery's 150, and he just stroked it out to mid-off or long-off. And I know that people who study these things, physicists would tell you it's impossible for a ball to accelerate. Once it's been hit, then the impetus is only going to wane, not to increase. But it seemed to accelerate as it made its way over the long-off boundary. So yeah, another excellent shot. Nottinghamshire playing really well, and Essex really having a struggle to keep in. And yeah, they're very much second favourites at the moment. Well, I think they were on paper coming into this. Essex it's a bit early in the season, although this is the end of the 6th game, so we're getting on for halfway through. I think Essex, there's still talk in social media that has played out backward of point. There's still talk in social media about what Essex need to do to win the championship this year. I know you have to be optimistic, but you also have to temper it with reality, and I think that's personally, I think that's fanciful. I think they ought to be looking at the lower part of the table with more concern than the top half, personally. But yeah, I may well be proved wrong, let's hope so, but I've always been very realistic and objective in my cricket commentary, not really having... Well, no, I'd like Essex to win matches. As I say, I just look at it almost, but not quite, with neutral eyes.
On the big screens, we've got one of those wagon wheels, they call it, just showing the scoring areas for Matthew Montgomery. 23 fours, 6 twos, 47 ones. No 3s or 6s, but he scored pretty much all around the wicket. Perhaps mid-on area is where he's found the fewest runs, but we heard Ant Boter on the live stream last night when he was talking to the media about Matthew Montgomery, just saying what a good player all around the wicket he is. And again, like Ben Duckett, he's another one with a schoolboy background in hockey, which helps the suppleness of the wrists as he gets this one away onto the offside to get his 152nd run. 361 for 6, Notts lead by 63, and Calvin Harrison back on strike.
We have had had a couple more emails. Chris, haven't heard from Chris for a while. Yes, he's a great stats man.
Porter to bowl to Harrison. Again, can't get his first run, steers to point.
And he tells me that bonus points in roughly the format they are now were introduced in 1968, really, at a time when the game needed brightening up. As such, they are an anachronism, in his opinion, obviously. So much of cricket is an opinion, and it should be abolished. 10 points for a win, 5 for a tie.
Porter. Bowl shot, pulled away by Harrison. A fine first scoring shot. Away, one bounce for 4, and Matthew Montgomery goes down, touches gloves with his batting partner and teammate and chum, and we've got a run now for every day of the year. 365. The lead is 67.
Yeah, Chris says, I think there's a typo here, but we'll understand. He says 10 points for a win, 5 for a tie, and 3 presumably means for a draw, and that would mean that the table would be decided on who won the most games. So thanks, Chris, very much. Good to hear from you. Long time no hear.
Nearly midday, a minute or so away from the top of the hour. There's Porter in again to Harrison, pushes this defensively back towards the bowler. 365 for 6. Porter into his 22nd over. Just picked up his first wicket of the innings. Simon Harmer bowled 19 overs, yet to get a wicket. Snater hasn't got one. Bracewell just got one at the end of the day yesterday. Sometimes that's the way it goes. Sometimes you come on and knock over the top order, and away you go. Harrison will work this to mid-wicket. We'll get a single, 366 for 6. The lead is 68, a run for every day of a leap year.
Indeed. Which is what, next year? Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes, it will be, won't it? 2024.
If they divide by 4.
Yeah.
It also means it's Olympic year, does it? Or does that knocked out of kilter
No,
by
I think
COVID?
Is it the Paris Olympics next year?
I'm not sure.
I think so. Play elsewhere going on. All 7 matches still in progress. This one's dropped on the leg side, 366 for 6. I wouldn't be at all surprised if 1 or 2 finish today. Northants 85 for 2 in their second innings. They were bowled out for 56 yesterday at the Ageas Bowl. Hassan Azad yesterday, Dickie. 2 innings, 2 dogs. Yeah, it never rains but it pours. Have we got some correspondence? I'll go through the scores when I come back. So we're doing an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second, and as we hit midday.
Yep. Oh yes, well, I'll wait till after you're done.
Well, you're all right. We've got nobody in our ears yet. You've got a couple of minutes.
No, we haven't. It's true. Although Simon Harmer gets through his overs pretty quickly, but I'll if they're short emails, I'll read them. If they're missives, I'll wait. As Harmer moves in bowls.
we have got BBC Radio Nottingham.
I'll take a break for a couple of minutes.
So just quickly, we'll squeeze in this over, the update for Radio Nottingham and the other scores elsewhere, as Harmer from the pavilion end bowls and Harrison defends. And Nottinghamshire now 366 for 6. They're building their first innings advantage over Essex, currently worth 68. Matthew Montgomery's still there on 152. Has lost a partner this morning. Liam Patterson-White out for 12. Debutant Calvin Harrison just pulled the ball away for 4 to get off the mark. His first innings for the county. Notts 366 for 6 in the Trent Bridge sunshine. So back with Harmer and back with Dickie.
Played out in the offside, more or less square with the wicket, no addition to the score of 366 for 6. A lead of 68.
Want to get that up to 3 figures, won't they?
Oh yes. Harmer in bowls, and that's just played out. Ball maybe scuttled through a little bit, kept low, but dealt with very competently by Harrison. And again, this time it's worked into a gap on the onside, down to a deepish forward square leg, where Bracewell does the fielding, or mid-wicket really.
It's an easy-paced wicket, isn't it? He had all the time in the world there. I know Harmer wasn't firing that one through, but all the time in the world just to get in position to deflect it away.
Yes.
It's going to be tough for the bowlers from here on in.
It certainly is. So John from Ingatestone, not too far from Chelmsford, says, enjoying the coverage as always, keep up the good work. Dick was recently talking about the introduction of bonus points and the change to 4-day championship cricket. Just doing a bit of research, and I'm slightly surprised to find that bonus points have been around for 56 seasons since 1968. Yes, I was surprised as well when Chris mentioned it. 4-day cricket was partially introduced from 1998 to 92. Some matches were 3-day and some were 4.
That's right, yep. There's Porter bowling to Harrison. He's on 6 and he blocks this one.
And fully introduced from 1993. Hoping for some Essex wicket taking soon. As I speak, one goes down. Yeah.
You're to blame.
Yeah.
So Division 1, Northants 85 for 2 in their second innings at the Ageas Bowl. Trail Hampshire still by 226. At Lords, Middlesex 110 for 2 in their second innings. Trail Somerset by 119. And the other Division 1 game is at the Oval, where Kent 139 for 8, leading Surrey by 53. Just 2 wickets left. Porter bowls. Nice push through the offside for 4 by Harrison. Punched it into the gap and it will speed away for 4. 371 for 6. Division 2, your matches there. Durham have just started their second innings. They have an overall lead of 175 over Gloucestershire. At Hove, that one might be done today, where Glamorgan are 140 for 3, still trailing Sussex by more than 200, and should also be done at New Road, where Worcestershire are 66 for 3, needing a further 205 to beat Leicestershire. That might be a good game, actually, if Worcestershire can just find a partnership to get them on the road. Porter into Harrison, who's on 10, clips this firmly to Shane Snater, who does a textbook long barrier to stop the ball. 371 for 6. At Brace Cricket on the old Twittery thing, and if email is your preferred method of getting in touch, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and Dickie will look after those for us. That's number 44. Porter bowls down the leg side, tickled away. That's just the sort of run you want, delivery you want on debut, one that was never going to cause you any inconvenience whatsoever. Sliding down the leg side, and he just tickled it away nice and fine for 4 more. And Harrison enjoying his debut. He's on 14.
Yes, it got what it deserved, rather. It was a poor delivery and helped on its way down to the shortish boundary.
I was just going to read another message in there, another tweet, but it was one of those ridiculous adverts. Whatever you put now, you seem to get
don't you just
adverts and all sorts of nonsense. As Porter looking for a better line, and he finds it, and Harrison defends. 375 for 6. The lead 77, with Hutton, Broad and Patterson still to come.
Yep. Anthony says, I'll tell you where he's emailing from in the at the end. I think it's a first. Bonus points are back to front, in his opinion. Bowling sides should get bonus points. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Porter, past umpire Lungley's left shoulder. Going to be another 4 to Harrison. This one he didn't know too much about. I don't think he played defensively, pushing at it. He's going to get a word in his ear from Jamie Porter. Don't think that will bother Calvin too much, but it flew quickly off the outside edge through where 3rd or 4th slip would be and raced away for 4. And Harrison on to 18. This partnership worth 24. Notts lead by 81 at 379 for 6.
I've never understood, whoever they play for, bowlers having a word with a batsman when he gets an edge for 3. Everybody's done it.
He was perhaps saying, nice shot, Calvin.
He might have done, but everybody's done it. It's all part of the game, and just get on with it. I'm surprised, because that's usually Porter's attitude.
Where's your correspondent from, anyway? I'm dying to know which part of the globe your latest correspondent is from.
Sorry, well, I'll slowly go through the email and then put you out of your misery as Harmer moves in and bowls. And that's paddled round the corner for a single as Porter's in the action again. He says bowling sides should get bonus points for restricting the opposition. If the batting side gets less than 150, the bowling side gets 1 bonus point, 2 for under 200, 3 for under 250, etc. Batting side should get bonus points for getting to 110 overs with wickets intact. That's worked away. That's a super shot through mid-wicket for 4.
That's the best shot of the morning.
Yes,
it's Calvin Harrison.
I was just drawing breath to say exactly the same thing. It was the shot of the morning. Splendidly executed. Batting side should get bonus points for getting to 110 overs with wickets intact. 9 down, they get 1 bonus point. 7 or 8 down, they get 2, etc. Yeah, interesting. I've never heard that one put forward before. And just tell you where he's from then after the next delivery, maybe. I say maybe because if a lot happens, then there's not really time. And there's an appeal for LBW, doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire. He says another one enjoying the team's commentary, this time from sunny Bangkok. Good grief. Currently coming up to 6 p.m. here, and 38 degrees in the shade. That's super shot. Rocks onto the back foot and flails it out into the covers.
My word,
he's looking promising, this young man.
Like I say, he's into this off 90 for the seconds, so He's got a little bit of confidence behind him. Never been to Bangkok. I've been to Malaysia. I've been to
Have you?
Kuala Lumpur, and I've been to Singapore. But
Oh.
I've not been to Bangkok. Everybody tells me that's the place to go.
Well, yes.
They don't play enough cricket there for me. That's probably why I've never been. But it's supposed to be a fabulous place to visit.
Played back to the bowler.
A happening city.
That's just played defensively. No addition to the squad. I don't think I've ever been. Well, I know I've never been anywhere in the east at all. I've hardly strayed out of
The
Europe.
Canvey Island ferry.
Well, yeah, Europe. I think if I looked at the calendar, looked at the map, probably the furthest east I've been is East Berlin, I should think. I don't know. That's my homework for this evening. What's the furthest east I've been? But that was really interesting though, because I was working in Amsterdam at the time, and it was during the time when the wall was up. And I thought, what should I do this weekend? I know what. I've always been interested in modernish history and the leading up to the war and everything. And so I got a train to Berlin, and then briefly went into East Berlin, which was frightening. I really breathed a sigh of relief when I got out. It was so intimidating and so threatening.
Yeah, I did it in 1989, a fortnight before the wall came down. They obviously saw me and thought, well, if that's an example of Western decadence, we'll have a bit of that. We'll knock the wall down. Doug Bracewell, who's already had a little bit of a bowl this morning. He started from the pavilion end. Yeah, it was in the forces, and it was sort of an exchange visit thingy back in 1989. Play a bit of sport as Bracewell bowls. Oh, I thought he was through the Montgomery defences there.
Yeah.
Good delivery, full pitch delivery, 153 to Montgomery. His best, well, the only other time he's in his brief and short career, the only other time he's got into three figures, he got 178. So a career best not too far away, and Nottinghamshire's lead not too far away from stretching into three figures. They're 90 in front. Next one swings away from Rossington. He's got his able deputy alongside him, Sir Alistair Cook. Doesn't do a lot of running about, does he, to be fair, Sir Alistair Cook? He's been at slip all throughout the innings.
No.
Don't very often see him doing a sprawling stop on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 388 for 6. Probably look forward to 2 or 3 weeks on the farm, with the blast occupying a lot of everybody's attention. Bracewell bowls, and this is drilled up to Wesley at mid-off, and there's no run. 117 for 3. Yes, the old checkpoint Charlie and East Berlin.
No,
the Trabant cars, the old cardboard cars.
It was fascinating, I must admit. I really enjoyed the weekend. Maybe enjoy isn't quite the word, but it was so interesting and so frightening.
Yes, Bracewell was fiddled away by Montgomery outside his off stump, gets a single. They're going to come back for 2. That's good hard running between these 2 youngsters, and the crowd appreciated, as you can hear. 390 for 6. I'll see your Bangkok, and I'll raise you North Island of New Zealand, the Wanderer. The Wanderer, says, morning from the North Island of New Zealand, Dave. Addition to the bizarre hat-tricks thread, Mervyn Hughes once took 3 wickets in 3 balls in 3 different overs for Australia versus West Indies, Perth 1988. Clipped and dropped. Montgomery has clipped this to short mid-wicket, and it's been put down. Difficult chance. Left-handed, one-handed, great attempt, but spilled. And I'm just waiting for the player to give me some sort of indication as to who it is down on the ground there.
I think it's
slowly
Harmer.
getting back to his feet.
Harmer.
It's Simon Harmer has already taken one to his left at slip. It's gone in there, short mid-wicket, and could have had Monty on 155. Third spillage of the innings for Matthew Montgomery, this time off Bracewell, who comes in again to bowl to Montgomery and gets another single, chopping it into the offside. 391 for 6. The lead is 93, and Harmer head bowed. Maybe even just a word of apology to Doug Bracewell. All part and parcel of the game, and Harmer going to try and redeem himself with the ball. 391 for 6.
Right, I've got a stack of emails piled up, but we've got 3/4 an hour before lunch. Kevin from just outside Bury St Edmunds says, lovely to see a beautiful sunny day, finally fit for cricket of all standards. I have an interesting fact for you. The Bury St Edmunds professional for this year is a 20-year-old Australian who played for Australian under-19s last year, and he's just signed a rookie contract with Tasmania. I'm just keeping half an eye on what's going on. I'll come back to that because Harmer's about to bowl. Moves in all edge through the slip. I don't think it was a chance to Sir Alistair, and it goes down for 4 runs. So while that's retrieved, although primarily seen as an opening batsman of immense talent, Indian-born, Australia-raised Nivethan Radhakrishnan is also an extremely fine spin bowler who bowls left arm slow and right arm off breaks. Yeah, no wonder he puts an exclamation mark after that. As that's very interesting. As the batsman comes down the wicket and gets to the pitch of that. Yeah, no, I find that really interesting. I might even have to come and have a look at a Bury St Edmunds match. My nearest EAPL club is probably, I don't know, Frinton or Saffron Walden. They're both a fair old trek for me, but yeah, I might well do that. Although maybe Bury itself is nearer, due north. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. I witnessed them recently and was watched as he took wickets with both arms in the same over. Incredible. I agree. Keep up the fine work. Thank you, Kevin. Well, yeah, I mean, I've never seen that. Appeal for LBW doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire. Score remains 396 for 6, a lead of 96. Now, as long as you tell the umpire, you can change your bowling style during the course of an over, can't you? Yes, sorry, Dave's deep in concentration on his contacts. That's whipped away on the onside. Yep, you have to tell the umpire, who in turn tells the batsman the style of the bowler, whether it's round the wicket, over the wicket, right arm, left arm. You don't often have to change your description of which arm it's going to be with in the course of an over. That's a sort of false start, and Harmer pulls out of his delivery stride just at the last second. Moves in again now. Take 2, and that's played back to him off the back foot. So that's really interesting, Kevin. Yeah, I find that fascinating.
Back in 2000, as a freelance journalist, cricket commentator, broadcaster, etc., I was dispatched to the county ground Chelmsford to commentate on the Coscutter under 16s World Cup semi-final between England and Pakistan, ostensibly to watch a young Nottinghamshire lad called Samit Patel playing for England. But what caught my eye, despite Samit's brilliant half-century, Alistair Cook incidentally also played in that same team, was the Pakistan spinner, can't remember his name, didn't have a long first-class career, who bowled right arm round the wicket off spin to left-handers and left arm orthodox round the wicket to right-handers.
Incredible.
397 for 6. Here's Bracewell in, bowls nice and full, clipped away again for runs. Magnificent stuff this from Calvin Harrison. Moves on to 31. Like this boy an awful lot, and that's the 400 up for Notts. 401 for 6, and the lead stretches to 103. He's played some very, very fine shots indeed, Harrison, here. He scored his 31 out of a partnership of 46. Those who are watching the live stream will have just had a glimpse of the scoreboard. 401 for 6. This morning absolutely whizzing by. 20 past 12 already.
Yes.
Thank you all so much. Dickie and I said, this morning we're a two-man band, if you can have such a thing. We're a duo. That's the word for a two-man band. We just wondered if we get a bit of correspondence to give us something to talk about. Not that the cricket hasn't been spicy enough.
No, quite.
As Bracewell bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper, but lots of different topics, lots of interesting subjects, lots of lovely friends and people out there sending some thoughts on the game and reviving one or two memories for us both today.
Yeah, Alan thanks us and asks what are our three most memorable moments over the years we both had on commentary while commentating for respective counties. And
Bracewell bowls down the leg side. Bit of a lazy flick at that one from Harrison, didn't get anything on it.
He said, you mentioned that county players are now well rewarded. What sort of average contract does an uncapped, capped and senior player attract in today's modern county game? Keep up the good work. Come on, you Reds, he says. I don't know. The last time I looked was probably several years ago, and of course inflation and one thing would have pushed it up quite considerably. So I can't honestly say, but it's
punched into the offside.
Yep, sorry. It's not sort of secret. If you Google it, you can, or other search engines available.
I would think, depending on your seniority and what have you, somewhere between 30 and 50,000.
It varies a lot.
They are now obviously 12-month contracts. Back in the day, it was you sort of engaged from sort of April to September, weren't you? At one stage, and a lot of people famously had to go off and get work during the winter as this has eased into the offside. I think of all the different jobs that they get, was it Ed Giddins and Nadeem Shahid who used to play sell Christmas trees?
Yes,
that's
right.
That's the one that's often churned out.
Fairly seasonal work.
Yeah. Warren Roads, afternoon everybody from Abu Dhabi. Currently 43 degrees here, so not cricketing weather. How about giving batting bonus points for the number of boundaries? Just a thought. All a little bit difficult, but I like your thinking. Enjoy Abu Dhabi. Oh, he's bowled him. Harrison goes. Bracewell with a full pitch delivery has knocked back middle and off, and Calvin Harrison's fun ends on 31, his shirt number. 401 for 7, and Bracewell gets a second wicket, and a little bit of joy for the visitors. Harrison bowled by Doug Bracewell for 31, faced 36 balls at the crease for half an hour. It's 7 sparkling fours, and Nottinghamshire 401 for 7. Like the cut of his jib, we'll see more of Calvin Harrison, of that I'm certain.
Yeah, right, well, thanks for Alan for that email. I'll come back to you about the personal moments there, because I was asked that earlier in the day, and I'd rather give a considered answer than just a sort of bland, top of my head answer. So I'll think about that. Come back. Martin, we've got stacks of emails. Says Nottinghamshire member here, didn't get any chance to say how much I've enjoyed. Oh, well, thank you. You enjoyed my visit. Then came the above news. The friendly, compassionate chat, it's just the sort of thing that you enjoy with friends, particularly at County Championship. Thank you. No, thanks, Martin. I appreciate your comment very much. Well, yeah, when you've been doing this a few years, I think I said on Thursday, you look forward to seeing people that, maybe not for a year or two, and I can't deny it's a fun job. And we enjoy it, and I hope that comes across. Well, I think it does. We enjoy watching cricket. We enjoy nattering to each other, sometimes teasing a bit. I'm sure there isn't really a train strike tomorrow, and so it's great fun. But I'm so glad you appreciate it, Martin, and that's really kind of you to say so.
New man is Brett Hutton out there. It's the end of the over, so Harmer's going to be bowling, Dickie. So it's your over, 401 for 7.
As Harmer moves in and bowls, and that's paddled round well, no, it's not round the corner. It's too short mid-wicket, and no addition to the score. 1, 2, 3, 4 more lined up.
Don't burn yourself out, we've got all day.
Well, yeah, but we can't be assured that they're the same emailers are going to be listening all day. They have got other things in their lives, I'm sure. You know the garden needs doing, don't you? Oh, yeah, but I'm just watching the cricket. Oh, well, you can listen to it on your radio and take it into the garden. It's not quite the same. As Harmer. I know my wife is an avid gardener, and at the moment, at this very moment, she's probably doing gardening in her mother-in-law's. No, not her mother-in-law's, in her mother's garden, and she will probably have the listening to the commentary. So she was not surprisingly, she was very understanding about me staying for an extra two days up here. Now then, was that?
I think so.
Yeah.
I know what you're going to say. I think it was a drop.
This time it's Lawrence who's dropped one. A difficult one. In fact, maybe if he hadn't got a hand to it, we might not have even realised it was a chance, because he moved a long way to his right, or his hand did, but couldn't hang on. So, yeah, Lawrence joins the dropped catch brigade. There are now, 1, 2, 3, 4 members of it, one of whom has dropped 2. As Harmer moves in and bowls, and that's worked away to mid-wicket for no score. Right down, Andy, entitled Essex Prospects. I love the commentary, especially last night's discussion about Canby Island. My son and I I'm not sure he means Canby Island or the football club. My son and I used to go and watch.
Oh, sorry, Dickie. I just thought we were going to into a replay on the screen. I was going to have another look at that. That's why I tapped you just to see it. But
was it or not? No.
We didn't see the replay.
No.
It wasn't a replay.
It's probably been done to death, he says. But I agree about Essex prospects this season. I think they will finish mid-table, because there are at least 2 far weaker teams in Kent and Northants. Yeah, I would go along with that. I think if they finish 5th or 6th, then
Bracewell bowls to Montgomery, going to get another run. His 163rd, 403 for 7. The lead is 105.
In my objective opinion, if Essex finish 5th or 6th in the Division 1 of the Championship, then that will be a true reflection of their relative ability. It'll be more or less what they what they've earned, because they're not, to my mind, they're not one of the very best sides in the division. They're not one of 2 of the very worst, and middle table safety is probably will probably be a true reflection.
Bracewell into Brett Hutton, pushes this up to mid-off. There's no run.
I now anticipate some emails saying I'm being negative. I'm not being negative, I'm being realistic. I've watched enough county cricket and Essex playing county cricket and their relative strengths and weaknesses compared with other counties to form that opinion.
I've never heard a coach say over a 14 or 16 match season, well, we didn't deserve to finish there. They tend to be fairly philosophical. Where you finish at the end of a 5-6 month season is probably where you deserve to be.
Exactly.
Bracewell comes in again to Brett Hutton, who blocks this one.
Another eccentricity of cricket fans I've noticed, and of course we were unlucky. We lost 5 days through rain or something like that. The assumption is always that your team would have gone on to win those games, but just the law of averages tells you that in fact your team is just as likely to have gone on to lose that match as win it. Sometimes you're saved by the rain.
And I think everybody's in the same boat. This one's run down to third man. Seemed to be I think we've lost the effects microphone.
Yes, that's what I thought. It suddenly went a bit dead.
I think the trouble is there we are. I'd put my foot on the wire.
Good kick on the wire.
Yeah, and kicked it back in. 406 for 7. Brett Hutton is off the mark. 30 years of age now. Brett Hutton. He's only played against Essex once before. That was at Chelmsford in 2021 when he got a 5. Got 4 wickets here on the opening day. So only the second time he's played against Essex. Full toss, and that's going to be pinged away into the boundary boards in front of the Smith Cooper stand for 4 by Montgomery, and he's on to 167. My word, he timed that one sweetly. It was a low leg side full toss, which those of you watching the live stream will see again, clipped away for 4. Should say thank you to today's camera operators. They've been flipped and switched around during the course of the 3 days. We've got Stan Spence and Jono out there today working the screens as Montgomery drives this to mid-on, and as ever Kirsty and Aaron looking after all the production side of things and the graphics and the replays. Yes. And basically keeping us all in order and keeping us on air. 410 for 7.
Yes, I'd like to endorse that. I got here very early. Well, I don't mean crack of dawn, but I mean earlier than I would normally expect to this morning. So it was the first opportunity I had to wander around the pavilion end of the ground, and I saw this gantry.
Bracewell bowls again to Montgomery, runs it down to third man, on to 168, 411 for 7. The lead is 113 at the end of the 122nd over.
So I saw this gantry, and they were just setting up, so I ventured up there. You have to ignore a sign which says executive members only. I've learnt to ignore such signs, and if I'm asked what am I doing here, just apologise very politely and leave. It's usually people usually phrase it in a different way. They say, "Can I help you?" They don't actually mean "Can I help you?" They mean "Clear off." But anyway, so I got there, and then I thought, "Oh, I wonder how they get up to that gantry. I'd like to see what their view is from up there." And then I saw, I assume it was a member of their production team, as that's just played out to mid-off, coming down this perilous-looking ladder, although it did have a sort of ring of metal protective girders.
There's a reverse sweep from Matthew Montgomery. May well be updating BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second.
So when I saw the means of access, I thought I won't bother. Probably health and safety would bar me from going up there anyway, but I won't even give it a try.
Here's Harmer from the pavilion end, bowling. Houghton defends. I think we're doing an update for Radio Nottingham, Dick, in just a second. 412 for 7. Houghton on strike. Next ball is whacked away by Houghton, who steps forward towards Harmer. He's got hold of that one. And 6 to the longest boundary on the ground over deep mid-wicket. And Brett Houghton goes from 1 to 7 with a mighty, mighty blow. 418 for 7. Yeah, Nottinghamshire still batting here, and that lead is 120 runs, largely through the help of Matthew Montgomery and friends. Montgomery's still there. He's on 169, has been put down for the third time in his innings. Remember, yesterday he was dropped on 0-4. It's a difficult one from Simon Harmer today when he was on 155. Likes to bat big, does young Monty, and he's well on his way to passing his career best of 178. He's 169 not out. Just been joined by Brett Houghton, who's with his second scoring shot has heaved that one away for a big 6 over deep mid-wicket. Notts have lost a couple of wickets this morning. Liam Patterson-White for 12, and then Calvin Harrison on debut played some glorious shots in his 31, 7 boundaries in that. He's just been yorked by Doug Bracewell. Nottinghamshire lead by 120. They're 418 for 7.
Yep, thanks Andy for your email. He then goes on to query the team selection, as a lot of people have, and basically thinks that if Essex are out of the hunt for being champions, which many people think they are, then why not give a chance to the likes of Walter Ferozi and Rymel? Yeah, Josh Rymel playing for Frinton, I think, this year. So, yeah, thanks very much for that. I'm sorry to paraphrase it, Andy, but I've got a lot to get through.
There's Doug Bracewell bowling to Montgomery. 169 pushes this up to mid-off. Still coming in, Madam Speaker. Hello, madam.
Hey.
Great commentary today. Loving the sun today. Shame Stephen Mullaney was overlooked for the test. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, Madam Speaker. Or is that Mrs. Mullaney? I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, Stephen did skipper the Lions 4 or 5 years ago, but I think that's as far as his international career is likely to go. 418 for 7. Kev Tilston, Thursday, my greatest ever day following sport, says Kevin. I know where this is going. I got home from watching Notts run through the Essex batsmen, then went to Sheffield to witness the greatest ever comeback. Yeah, Kevin's a Wednesday fan. Of course, they were 4-0 down from the first leg and overturned that against Peterborough on Thursday night. Glad to have you with us, Kevin. I hope you're all enjoying the commentary and the coverage wherever you are and enjoying your weekend as Bracewell bowls again to young Monty. A little push and run up to Snater, who has hit the stumps at the... No, he hasn't hit the stumps. He must have hit Rossington's pads. I thought he'd thrown down the stumps at the far end, but Brett Hutton would have been home anyway. Montgomery on to 170, 419 for 7.
Tom emails saying enjoying the live stream and the commentary. Oh, excuse me. From out in Zaragoza, or is it Zaragoza? I want to know where that is. It sounds sort of
Spanish, yeah. Yes. Real Zaragoza.
Yes, of course it is. Great to see some more Notts batsmen scoring runs with Duckett having a well-earned rest. Harrison has really livened things up recently. Looking forward to seeing the bowlers having another go later on. Keep up the good work.
Hutton's on strike. Bracewell bowls to Brett Hutton. He's cut this down to third man for a single. 420 for 7. Very capable player, Brett Hutton. His best this season is only 28. I'd be staggered if he doesn't beat that during the course of the season. Whether he does it today or not, I think will depend on how he goes, how he approaches this. It seems to be see ball, hit ball at the moment for Brett, who's gone to 8 with 2 singles and a 6. Montgomery on strike again, and lets this go through to Adam Rossington. 420 for 7. Notts lead by 122, and I think the crux of the whole third day's play really is going to be when Notts are eventually dismissed and what they can do with the second near ball against that strong Essex top order.
Paul emails, really enjoying the live cricket commentary from Houston in Texas.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yes,
here's Bracewell in to bowl, nicely timed and played by Montgomery to mid-wicket. Snater's after it. Couple of runs at least. Yeah, they've just come back for a couple. Exciting times for the Houston Texans in the NFL with a couple of good first round picks there. That will all be lost on you, Dick. I don't think you're an NFL man, are you?
No,
422 for 7.
I'm not actually, but I'm quite a Texas fan, because when I was in my mid-20s I lived and worked in Dallas for a year or so.
Did you, by Jove?
And went to see I think it was a baseball game at the Astrodome in Houston. I wonder if the Astrodome still exists, but that was several years ago. And but yeah, I had a great time in Dallas, and all round the area. God, I've got some tales there, some good, some bad. As a former Notts member, when I lived in the old country, I find the live stream one of the few good things that COVID brought us. That's just played out into the covers. I think we were doing live stream before.
Well, Notts started in 2013.
Oh, right.
It has been around a little bit, yes.
A great way to start the day. Thanks to you and Dave for your witty commentary. Well, yeah, why not? It's
out. Hutton has chipped this.
Chipped it out to a bit of an anticlimactic way of getting out, because he's played some splendid shots, and then Brett Hutton, not least the big 6 a little while ago, and then he just sort of spooned that to
Shane Snater at mid-wicket.
Snater at mid-wicket. He's out for 8. Yeah, so it's pretty clear now that they are trying to put their foot in the accelerator, maybe with a view to declaring at lunchtime. don't know why.
They won't. They won't declare.
You don't think
they
so?
won't declare? They won't declare. You take that from me. They won't.
Yeah, right. That's it.
They
that's
won't.
gospel.
They won't. They won't declare.
Not sure if you're
Stuart Broad will come out and see ball, hit ball, and Dane Patterson will be exactly the same. They won't declare. 4:22 for 8. Huge as ever. Welcome for Stuart Broad as he makes his way out onto the Trent Bridge turf. 259th first-class match for Stuart Broad, and of course earlier in the contest on the first day got his 200th wicket for Nottinghamshire. Of course, many more, approaching 700, isn't it, for England, or 600 for England, and plenty for Leicestershire as well. He's well into the 920s. First-class wickets, but what can he do with the bat? One first-class 100, and of course that came in a test match for England against Pakistan at Lords in 2010. I'd love to see the day where he got 100 for Notts, but I don't think this will be it. Just
as I left the ground yesterday, I saw Stuart Broad leaving the ground and walking towards the city centre with Sir Alistair Cook. So, I mean, they're adversaries in this match, but I mean they know each other very, very well, and you know, Broad would have played under Cook's captaincy, so the two of them decided, presumably, to go for a meal in the city somewhere. So, yeah. As Harmer moves in, bowls to the left-handed Broad, who just plays defensively. So thanks, Paul. I'm not sure I finished. Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, as that's allowed to go by way outside the off stump. Yeah, well, you thanks for his witty commentary. Well, I was inclined to think, you know, this is sport, it's cricket, it's not a matter of life and death. It's not like reporting on the front line at Ukraine or something, or other battlefields. It's sport, it's meant to be fun. That's pushed out on the offside. And no addition to the score of 4:22 for 8, a rather intimidating 124-run lead. There's so much turn there that it was taken by Sir Alistair Cook. I can talking of sort of sport and how I like to take it, and many players do, and not so maybe not so many nowadays. The great Keith Fletcher,
whose birthday it is today.
Yeah, that was a Freudian error, because happy birthday Keith. I didn't mean Keith Fletcher, but yeah, while you remind me, happy birthday the president now of Essex Cricket Club, the great Keith Miller, probably arguably one of the greatest all-rounders the Australians have ever had, and he'd had one heck of a life, and he'd flown fighter jets in the war, and when he was asked about pressure in sport, he said, "What pressure's that?" He said, "It's nothing compared with some aspects of real life." He said, when you're flying at 10,000 feet and you see in a mirror, you see a Messerschmitt coming on you from behind, then that's real pressure. And yeah, you know what he means. I paraphrase because it was a little bit more Australian language than that. We're going to see Critchley into the attack.
Yeah, Matt Critchley, the leg spinner, coming on at 4:22 for 8. Couple of things just to pick up on that. It's also Derek Murray's birthday, 80 years of age today, as Critchley bowls to Montgomery, takes a single, brings Broad on to strike. Derek Murray, you will remember as the wicket-keeper for the West Indies, that great West Indies side of the 70s. He did play for Nottinghamshire between 1963 and 66, then went on and played for Warwickshire for a number of years, but he was here at Trent Bridge for 3 years. 4:23 for 8. So Keith Fletcher 79 today, Derek Murray 80 today, and I don't know if I'm giving Dickie some information he didn't know, or he did know, but Keith Miller, who he's just mentioned, played one game of first-class cricket for an English county.
No, I didn't.
He played for Nottinghamshire against Cambridge University and scored a century. It brought record crowds, people coming. He was in the country, and they were able to get him registered to play a first-class match against the students, and he treated the crowd to a century. Round the wicket comes Critchley, and it's defended. Pushed into the offside. See if we can just find the relevant info in just a second.
He formed part of the fearsome opening attack with Ray Lindwall.
Round the wicket to Broad, and a little push and run here from the England quick. Gets off the mark. 424 for 8. The lead is 126. Critchley got a wicket yesterday. Joe Clark fancied taking him on and hit it to Porter. This is nice. Reverse sweep for 4. Montgomery's run. Broad hasn't. He's stood where he is at the non-striker's end because he knew that was 4 from the moment it left the bat. Superbly dispatched. Now Montgomery has gone on to 177. Notts have only had one previous century so far this season. Ben Duckett scoring 177, the same score at Lords against Middlesex. So he's one away from being the Nottinghamshire highest scorer of the season. He's one away from equalling his career best that he got against Durham last year. And he will cut this to backward point, no run. Trying to do 25 things at once here when quite simply I'm somebody who can only do, well, I struggle even to do one thing at once. I'll find Keith Miller in just a second. Critchley bowls and Montgomery defends. It's the end of the over. 126 overs have now gone in the innings. The lead is 130 at 428 for 8.
Right, so try and squeeze these in before lunch. Colin says, "Hi guys, Colin here, loving listening to your commentary. Going back to earlier conversation, the old trip to Jerusalem is the oldest inn in the country, not pub," he puts, "and was the last stop on the way to the Crusades." Indeed. Come on, Essex. It's sort of in the walls of the castle, which I believe has been closed, but I also understand it opens in May, because I researched it and I thought, it's a shame if it were open this month. I might try and get there, but it opens next month apparently, as Harmer moves in and bowls another very wide delivery. In fact, I hesitated because I was quite surprised it wasn't called as wide. It started wide and turned even wider still and wider. Shall thy bounds be set? As that's just played defensively. Unbelievable how, whether you're into religion or not, you remember words of hymns that you sung at school decades later. As that's just played defensively, a ball of good length.
I might just be able to get the ding dong merrily on high, but that's about it.
Ding dong. Who was it who used to say that? Let's push down the outfit.
What was that one that used to go on? Oh,
glory. Yeah.
Hosanna in excelsis. Anyway, other hymns are available, sung by proper singers.
We'll have to pay performing rights on that. And that's just played down into the Ding Dong Merrily on High. That's a carol, isn't it? Played into the slips.
June 1959 at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire versus Cambridge University is what I've been looking for.
And that's just played down the offside end of the over. Nowadays, we were talking yesterday about, or maybe the day before, about first class and what's first class and what's not. Games against the universities are now not first class. I mean, Oxford and Cambridge were.
Well, this one was in June 59, and K.R. Miller 102 not out, and his only appearance for Nottinghamshire.
Yes, I mean the universities used to be a source of, numerous international cricketers, Atherton, Pringle, all sorts of. Once you start the list, it goes on and on and on. But nowadays, for various reasons, quality of university cricket. It's nothing like what it was.
It's Critchley, spin from both ends. Critchley bowls, and now then they're appealing and given. And Montgomery goes for 177, just shy of his career best. Same score that Duckett got at Lords. Gets a handshake from one or two of the Essex players as he goes. Matthew Montgomery given out, LBW, to Matt Critchley for a brilliant 177. Forget the early drops. He's been at the crease for 470 minutes, faced 318 balls, hit 26 fours, and that, Matthew Montgomery, is simply a brilliant innings. And he gets the ovation that he deserves. Look, Dickie, they're all standing all around Trent Bridge.
Yeah, quite right too.
Every single spectator has got to his feet, or his or her feet, and applauding Matthew Montgomery off, which is nice to see. That's a terrific knock.
Yeah, quite rightly too. It deserved that acclaim, and it doesn't matter the fact he was dropped. Lots of all the greatest batsmen have made big scores, and having been dropped, it's all part of the game.
Oh, and I tell you what, well, those of you looking at the live stream, you can have a look and make your own mind up.
Well, I won't. Yeah. I've never, in these 30 years I've been doing it, I've never ever passed judgment on umpires.
That's what I say. You can have a look and make your own mind up, but
I've always. No, I don't think. Personally, I don't think it's part of my job. The men in white coats out there make the decisions, and I played enough club cricket in a different era when I was taught that what they say is gospel, and that's it. Just accept it. You get as many good ones as you get bad ones over a career, and it swings and roundabouts, and it all evens itself out by the time you reach the great cricket pitch in the sky. Nottinghamshire 4:28 for 9, and about 9 minutes before the luncheon interval.
Well, you say that, Dickie, but of course if they're 9 down,
yes, of course.
We'll go on, but with Dane Patterson out there, full and straight generally tends to do the trick.
Right.
So can Critchley find one that's full and straight?
Thanks, James, for your email. I'll try and get this in before lunchtime.
Might not be too far away. Critchley to Patterson, 5 balls left in this over, and Dane Patterson has had a huge mo at this and missed it.
I see what you mean. He's James is a first-time listener from West Cork in Ireland. Well, we're certainly coming in from hither and thither and yon.
Critchley bowls. Nice from Patterson.
Although originally hailing from Chelmsford and a long-time Essex follower.
Been a morning of South African-born personnel. And Dane Patterson, the latest, has a heave at that one. We had Simon Harmer. Montgomery was born in South Africa. Calvin Harrison was born in South Africa. 4:28 for 9. The lead is 130. Can Notts eke out a few more, or will Patterson miss one of these? Oh, we're not going to get a leg by. There's 1 ball left in the over now, and Broad sends him back, or tells him to stay there. 1 ball left in the 128th over. Be another update for Radio Nottingham in a second. They've got a bit of sport. Nottingham Forest women playing Watford women, 1 o'clock kick-off, so we'll have a little update for them as this one spins away from Patterson. So now Stuart Broad, can he leave a 1 or 2 out towards that short boundary? We'll have to see. 4:28 for 9. So Montgomery out for 177. Yes, end of a marathon, Jake, just a minute or 2 ago. Matthew Montgomery left the field to a standing ovation pretty much from everybody inside Trent Bridge, out for 177 yesterday morning. Came to the crease, he was dropped on 0, he was dropped on 4, and almost unblemished from then. A terrific knock from Montgomery, giving out LBW to Matt Critchley. It means Notts are 9 down, 428 for 9 at the moment with the last pair, Broad and Patterson together. Notts lead by 130. You fancy it might just be see ball, hit ball here from Stuart Broad, and lunch will be not too far away. Notts 4:28 for 9, leading by 130.
Harm applying his trade from the pavilion end. Bowls short of a length, and I think he got a top edge, and it bounced. Don't know. Difficult to see from the as it's all obscured by the personnel involved. And Harmer moves in again and bowls, and a big heave and a miss. Should have finished up in the halfway to West Bridgeford if that had made contact. Rossington took the bails off and then has to rebuild the castle. Not Nottingham Castle, the wicket. That's whipped away quite pleasantly through the leg side. Well, not through the leg side, but down to deep mid-wicket. James says West Cork is a beautiful part of the world, although not quite as warm as Abu Dhabi or Bangkok. No. Yes, I had a holiday in Cork some time ago. Wonderful place. And what's the port? What was the place that is pronounced nothing like it looks? Pronounced Cove and looks like Cobb H. But yeah, and hoping to get back over to Essex later in the year to see some games. Harmer moves in over the wicket to Patterson, who goes on the back foot, and
Cobb H, well known for in this city by Nottingham Forest fans, because that's who they signed Roy Keane from back in the day, Cobra Ramblers.
Oh right.
This isn't great radio. I'm just going to show Dickie and then I'll retweet it at Brace Cricket. But T says here in Dickie talking about the old trip. Back in 1960, my mum painted or did a painting of the old trip.
Yes.
And he sent it through, so I've retweeted that. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you very much.
So Dickie's seen that one. John Pearce says, Dave, I have had a look at the replay, and the ball definitely wasn't going on to hit the stumps, and Monty's got a very poor decision there. Thanks for that, John. You've had a look.
Look in the paper tomorrow, as they always say.
Yeah.
And when you've got 170 to your name and you're just going for quick runs, you're not going to lose any sleep over that, I'm sure. Might lose some sleep with the excitement of getting 177. And James finishes up, loving the commentary and keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
There's Critchley round the wicket to Broad, clips it behind square. Dane Patterson from the non-striker's end runs 8, 10, 12 yards down and then holds his bat up as if to say no. Well, Broad wasn't going anywhere. It was only Patterson doing the running. This could be carnage one way or another. There's a short leg in, there's no slip. Broad will push it into the gap, and he's set off like Usain Bolt out of the traps for his first run, but there's no chance of two, and they only get a single. Dan Lawrence comes in from the fence. Essex respectful of Stuart Broad because they pushed 6 or 7 fielders out into different postcodes guarding the boundary edge, but they come back in for Dane Patterson, who can give it a wallop. He's generally 6 or out, Patterson. Critchley bowls to him, and he's played a more defensive, assured push into the offside to Snater, but it was in his arc, and if he can swing, he will swing mightily hard. 430 for 9 goes to again chop it into the offside, and Snater again fields.
I know it's considered poor thing to do, but my phone will ring very shortly because they'll want a 1 o'clock
Critchley
update.
bowls. Patterson drives this down the ground to Bracewell. Will get off the mark with a single. He'll be pleased about that. 431 for 9. Of course, we are 3 minutes away from 1 o'clock, and so I was just alluding to, if we're 9 wickets down at 1 o'clock, we will go on for a wee while until this last wicket goes. Anything up to half an hour can be allocated. Critchley round the wicket to Broad, and he punches this down to long on. Will take a single. 432 for 9. Nottinghamshire. Broad will keep strike. That's a little odd really from Essex, pushing them all out. Last ball of the over, giving Broad the single almost there. The lead 1-3-4. So this morning, Nottinghamshire beginning or resuming on 326 for 5. They lost Liam Patterson-White, caught Harmer at slip, fine catch, instinctive catch to his left from the bowling of Jamie Porter for 12. That was 355 for 6. Calvin Harrison on debut, played some nice shots before being bowled by Doug Bracewell for 31. That was 401 for 7. Brett Hutton, single, 6. Single, out for 8, caught Snater bowled Hutton, chipping to mid-on, and Broad has got hold of this one, and that will be 6 into the Smith Cooper stand. Gave that plenty of loft, plenty of club by Broad, strong man, halfway up the Smith Cooper stand. Broad on to 10. Matthew Montgomery was the one other wicket we didn't mention. LBW Matt Critchley for 177, 428 for 9. It's now 438 for 9, so they've added 10 and the lead is 140. Harmer won't want to bowl there to Stuart Broad. Slip and a leg slip. Bowls again to Broad, a wide of the off stump through to Rossington. Doesn't have to be chasing after every delivery. He knows as and when the wicket falls, he'll be able to put his feet up for 40 minutes or get a bit of lunch. And he's had a mo at that one, missed it. Goes through to Rossington. Harmer 1 for 96. This is his 28th over. Next ball pushed back to the bowler. I was just looking on my scorecard which wicket he got and couldn't see the name of Harmer, but I'd written Brett Hutton caught Snater, bowled Hutton was Harmer. You're an idiot, Bracegirdle. Broad's got hold of this, hits it out onto the leg side, will go for 4, and that's Harmer's century. He's 1 for 100 now. The lead is 144, 442 for 9 Nottinghamshire. This is a healthy lead. Essex 298 knots, 442 for 9 by quite some distance. Their highest score of the season. Broad has another heave at that one, misses it. Might well have been better advised or guided just to push a single and keep the strike. Does mean that Dane Patterson will be on strike, and we're at 101, 1301 actually it says on the scoreboard, so we should be going for lunch, but for the fact that Notts are 9 down. Critchley's got a couple of wickets, 10 overs, 2 for 33, and is going to continue with his leg spin. Critchley has dismissed Joe Clark for 57 yesterday and Matthew Montgomery for 177 today, so I think that can be considered a couple of the big wickets. He bowls to Dane Patterson, drops it on the leg side. There's only Nick Brown there. Broad wanted a single, Patterson didn't. 442 for 9. Critchley, leg spinner, bowl slam down the ground and will be caught by Wesley, and that is it. Patterson can't believe it. He's absolutely middled that, but he's hit it straight to Wesley. So a third wicket for Critchley, and Stuart Broad remains 14 not out. Patterson caught Wesley, bowled by Critchley, and an innings that lasted for 131.2 overs finally comes to an end. 442 all out. The lead is 144, and that will be lunch at Trent Bridge on day 3. Critchley 3 for 33. He'll take that, thank you very much. 3 for 33, but it's going to be over to the Essex top order to try and eat away some of this deficit. Nottinghamshire have had a pretty decent morning. They batted for the 2 hours. That would have been the goal, I'm pretty sure. Patterson last out, caught Wesley, bowled Critchley. Many thanks everybody for being with us this morning. If you're off out now to club cricket or family barbecue or heaven knows what else you're going to do, people going to work and all the rest of it and can't join us, well, enjoy the rest of your weekend. But otherwise, if you are able to come back and share in the remainder of day 3 with us, we'll be back on air in 40 minutes time. I'll hope you'll join us then for the start of the Essex second innings. Notts all out for 442. Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody. Just as the umpires, Tom Lungley and Steve O'Shaughnessy, lead the players back out to the middle. Essex will be starting their second innings in a moment or two's time, trailing by 144. That deficit due to Nottinghamshire going on and advancing their first innings score to 442 all out this morning. We had a minute or two's extra of the morning session, with Nottinghamshire 9 down before Dane Patterson was last out. But the standout innings in that Nottinghamshire score was by Matthew Montgomery, eventually out for 177. So Essex, a bit of work to do with the bat. Going to be Alistair Cook and Nick Brown to open the innings. Looks very much as if Stuart Broad's going to bowl the first over as well. Broad dismissed Nick Brown fairly early on in the piece. In the first innings, got Brown out for 11. Alistair Cook went on to top score for Essex in that first innings, making 72. Just about getting ourselves ready. It's as if Broad's going to start with 3 slips. Hutton at first, Calvin Harrison at second, and the run machine that is Matthew Montgomery at third slip. Rest of the field on the leg side, fairly standard, long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, and 3 up, saving 1 on the offside, backward point, extra cover and mid-off. As Broad then round the wicket to get us underway, bowls to Nick Brown, who clips this to mid-on, and there's no run. So we're away. 63 overs remain in the day. So you'd imagine if Essex don't encounter too many difficulties, lose too many wickets, they should be up to. It's hard to tell what sort of rate you'd go along, but if it's a similar sort of scoring rate to the first day, should be 220, 230 by stumps, but a lot can happen between now and then. Depends on how the wickets go down, if indeed they do go down, as Brown plays this second ball out to Ben Slater at backward point. This morning Nottinghamshire losing their last 5 wickets for the addition of a further 116 runs. Matt Critchley finishing with 3 for 33 for the visitors. Bonus point situation weighs heavily in Nottinghamshire's favour, 6-2. That's Broad. Third ball of the innings, round the wicket. Bowls worked onto the leg side. William Patterson-White makes a routine stop, and there's no run. Essex, who operated with the 2 spinners in tandem for a while, Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley, ended the Nottinghamshire first innings with an over rate of +5, so that will serve them in good stead. Not likely to encounter any problems there with the over rate in this match, because you will be docked points for every over you are behind the rate, but well in front. Nottinghamshire a +2 at the moment. Here's Broad in again to Nick Brown. That's a no ball, defended by Brown, but a couple of runs to the total, so Essex up and running. Broad overstepping. Imagine it will be Brett Hutton to share the bowling duties to begin with. He's at first slip now, just loosening up. Dane Patterson the other option, but he generally prefers to come on as first change. Just let a little bit of that lacquer work away off one side of the ball at least. Headbanded Broad round the wicket, in again to Brown. He's deflected this down to a Seabermead at long leg, and Nick Brown is away. A single, 3 without loss. Very pleasant conditions. Imagine we're in the high teens out there. Hardly a breath of wind, the Nottinghamshire flag above the pavilion barely rippling. So Sir Alistair Cook to face his old mucker Stuart Broad for the first time in this innings, and Broad, quickish delivery just outside the off stump. Cook has nothing to do with it and lets the ball go through into the gloves of Joe Clark, and it remains 3 without loss. Today Liam Patterson wide out for 12, Calvin Harrison 31, Brett Hutton 8, and Dane Patterson 1, Stuart Broad 14 not out, but the standout contribution, as I say, the 177 from Montgomery. Here's Broad in again, bowls down the leg side. Oh, that's eluded Joe Clark. That's gone away for 4 somethings. I think there'll be byes, they will indeed. Not easy for Clark. Broad bowling round the wicket and angled across Alistair Cook down his leg side. It was always going, veering away and away and away from Clark, and flung himself to his right. Might just have got the tip of his glove on it, but 4 byes, so 7 runs on the board, 6 of them extras in that first over, and Essex up and running here at Trent Bridge. Pleasant enough start, as I'm rejoined by Dickie Davis for the afternoon session.
Yep, good afternoon, Dave. Good afternoon, listeners and viewers. Sorry, I was second finishing my lunch. How the players get through it in 40 minutes, I don't know, but maybe they don't have to queue up. As the next second over of the innings commences, it's being bowled by Brett Hutton. No addition to the score. They probably don't have steak pie and chips and spotted dick and custard either.
Is that what you managed to
I managed to squeeze that in.
Extract from your meals voucher today?
Yes.
As long as they're looking after you.
Oh, they always do.
Keeping the wool from the door.
Too true. And that's solidly played by Brown. They go through for a single. Straight driven, just to the offside of straight. Throw comes in, hits the stumps, and there was an appeal, as it invariably is when a good throw hits the stumps, but Brown was never in any real danger of regaining his ground. Or gaining his ground rather than regaining it. It only went for a single. So Brett Hutton to Sir Alistair Cook. Is Brett Hutton one of the Hutton dynasty?
I'm sure within his own family they assess it as such. He's not from any renowned Hutton cricketing
right.
stable. This one's played on the leg side now, run.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh yes, I'm sure within his family he's held in the utmost regard, but obviously I meant the more famous, the Hutton family. As Brett Hutton moves in again and bowls. That's just played quietly and securely by Alistair Cook. Just see if we've had any more emails in. Probably not, because other people like to have lunches, not just me. No, don't think so. No, but we're open for business again. As next delivery. Oh, that gets the better of Cook. Goes right through him. Yeah, my email address is, or for these purposes anyway, BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. BBC Essex Cricket, all one string of however many characters that is. 3, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. And that goes through to the wicketkeeper as well.
Had a result in first one of the this round of matches in Division 1 at the Oval. Champion Surrey have easily defeated Kent by 10 wickets. Surrey set to score 58, while openers Rory Burns and Dominic Sibley, both of course recent England Test openers, but not in the frame at the moment. They knocked them off 58 without loss, so Surrey strengthening their grip at the top. Kent down amongst the dead men at the moment, them and Northants. Early season struggles. Here comes Broad from the pavilion end, round the wicket. Bowls now, and Brown on the bounce drives it back to Broad. At the Ageas Bowl at lunch, Hampshire 367, Northants 56, and following on 143 for 5. So Northants trail Hampshire by 168, and at Lords, Middlesex in their second innings are 141 for 6. They trail Somerset by 88. You'd imagine there's a possibility that both those two could finish this afternoon. Give you the Division 2 updates in a second. 8 without losses, Broad bowls wide of the pegs. At Bristol, Durham in their second innings are 101 without loss. Openers Alex Lees and Michael Jones put a century on there, 101 without loss. That means Durham lead Gloucestershire by 254. At Hove, Glamorgan are 236 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing Sussex by 122. Marnus Labuschagne is 61 not out. Kieran Carlson, it's not Kieran Carlson because he's a Glamorgan player. He's defended. Oh, it is. They're playing Glamorgan, you fool. He's 51 not out. So Labuschagne and Carlson both with half centuries to the name, but Glamorgan still trails Sussex by 122. And the one other game in this round of Division 2 matches at New Road, where Worcestershire are 128 for 3. Now this is the fourth innings of the match. They need a further 143 to beat Leicestershire. Half century unbeaten there for Adam Hose, former Somerset and Warwickshire player. Like Adam Hose, born on the Isle of Wight. Nick Brown defends this one. This afternoon we'll see the start of the Blast. Yes folks, it's here. There's going to be a double header at Edgbaston between firstly Derbyshire and Lancashire. Not sure what tempted Derbyshire to give up home advantage for their first match, but Derbyshire and Lancashire, and then followed by Birmingham Bears versus Yorkshire. So two matches there involving 4 of the other sides in the North Group. 2:30 start for a Charlotte Edwards Cup match at Beckenham between South East Stars and the Blaze. Grace Ballinger will be playing in that one. She'll be with us tomorrow. Update for BBC Radio Nottingham coming. Where Essex are now batting in their second innings. Jake just started. We're into the third over. Stuart Broad bowling it. Essex 8 without loss. They began this innings 144 runs adrift of Nottinghamshire, who achieved their first objective, I think, to bat through the morning session. Overnight they were 286 for 5. Got up to 442, a lead of 144, as I say. Standing ovation for Matthew Montgomery when he was 9th out for 177. Terrific knock from young Montgomery. So Notts very much in the box seat. It's going to be tough for Stuart Broad and co to take these Essex wickets this afternoon and tomorrow, but Notts very much on top here. Essex still trailing by 136 at 8 without loss. Here comes Broad in again, bowls, and Nick Brown defends. Just a little push into the offside, and Broad with a maiden. He's 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3. Lovely sunshine, pleasant day. A few wispy, high light cotton wool clouds, but very pleasant conditions, and no rain forecast.
So Brett Hutton to continue. Sorry if you can hear the sports news in the background as Hutton moves in and bowls, and that's worked away on the leg side for 2, and it's just sort of jabbed off about knee height when the bat and ball collided with each other or made contact, and so Cook is underway. 2 to Brown, 2 to Cook. 6 extras. And the score is 10 without loss. Still trailing by 134. Essex's first target, albeit very modest, will be to get to that 134. It is. It shouldn't be beyond them by any means on a seemingly good batting track still. One thing that struck me when Dave was doing the results, or the scores rather, which is a bit of one of my stable full of hobby horses, is a lot of games are going to be over today, depriving spectators of a weekend, a Sunday of cricket in good weather, which seems a shame. We also mentioned this morning how at one stage, that's just played out defensively, at one stage there was a combination of 3 and 4 day cricket. I think there's a case to be said, since all the sides that a team plays twice, you could play one of them over 4 days and one of them over 3 days, and that would be equal for both of them, and that would free up it would free up some days, both from the players' point of view, and more importantly it wouldn't mean that we have to have August, which is virtually totally monopolised by the 100 competition, and the 50 over competition is shunted in as a sort of support act to that in August, when the schools are on holiday, a lot of people are on holiday, the weather is often at its best. It seems ludicrous to me and to very many cricket supporters that there's not more county cricket, championship cricket to watch in August. So a combination of 3 and 4 day, bring that back, and I think that could be a solution, if not to all of cricket's problems, take a heck of a lot to solve all the multifarious problems in cricket at the moment, but it would, I think it would be a step in the right direction. Of course it's also bizarre that you play some counties twice and some only once anyway. I mean, that's the luck of the draw. Since Surrey, well, I was going to say considered, pretty obviously, you know, the side to beat, the both on paper and on grass, they're very, very strong. It's to Essex's fortune, and therefore by implication to the other counties' misfortune, that Essex only plays Surrey once. So yeah, the whole thing is a bit of a mishmash. And I mean, it's basically when I first started watching county cricket with my dad, they didn't play everybody twice, but it didn't matter so much then because there wasn't money involved, there wasn't promotion, you just you know, played what matches you could. I think they played 28 in a season when I first started watching, and then there were 17 counties. So yeah, but I say it didn't matter in the least. Nobody turned a hair. Oh, we've only played them once and them twice, because
there's Broad from the pavilion end, bowls to Alistair Cook, eases us into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, coincidentally, Notts only play Surrey once, but the flip side of that is they only play Northants once, and they look to be the whipping boys. They managed to beat them by an innings last weekend and won't get the opportunity to host them here this year, whereas the sides I think that play Northants twice might look at that as possibly an opportunity to pick up a couple of wins.
Well, maybe one counteracts the other in a way, I suppose it could be argued, but that's a purely fortune. It's not.
Cook has 3. Broad bowls to him. He's going to get more runs here. He might even get a boundary here, Alistair Cook. It's running down towards third man. Calvin Harrison is quick, puts the dive in, drags it back inside the rope. Nice clean bit of fielding from Harrison, and dragged it back. Ben Slater had run down to the rope with him, and it's Slater who fires in the return. Good work between the pair of them, and Cook and Brown run 3. Alistair Cook on to 6 now, and Essex are 14 without loss beginning the second innings here. 144 behind. You're listening to BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex Sport, and those of you also very welcome that are following on the live stream provided by Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. Hope you're enjoying the pictures and the coverage as Broad bowls again down the leg side, taken by sprawling Joe Clark. I'll be pleased to get his gloves on that one. In the previous Broad over one, just slipped down that leg side and went away for 4 byes.
I mentioned in passing, or more than in passing, that the whole of August seems to be monopolised by the 100. If rumours and reports from fairly reputable cricket journalists are to be believed, the 100 is having a struggle to justify its existence financially, so maybe that doesn't have the long-term future that the ACB hoped it would.
2 slips, Broad bowling, and Brown just wristily works it out onto the leg side. Matthew Montgomery's been dispatched out there. He was at slip for the first over, but now they've sent him out as protection on that leg side fence. So just Brett Hutton and Calvin Harrison at slip.
And if the longer term future of the 100 is threatened, there'll be a lot of people, a lot of genuine cricket lovers who won't shed too many tears over that, but that's a whole proverbial can of worms in itself.
Here comes Broad in again to Cook. Slower ball because it bounced, did a bit of a Barnes Wallace in front of Joe Clark. 80th anniversary since famous Dam Busters raid that was celebrated this week. The Lancaster Bombers flying around earlier in the week, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, setting off from Scampton, a little bit of a fly round Lincolnshire, and not too far from the Kingdom of Newark there. We all had a look. 15 without loss at the end of that over. The third over from Broad. 3 overs none for 7. Brett Hutton 2 overs none for 4. 15 without loss.
Yes, that film, The Dam Busters, must have been broadcast on television, I'd have thought, more times. I expect there are websites that would tell us, or people who study these things. Dam Busters has probably appeared on television more times than any other film, I should think. And that's just played solidly. Quite a bit of criticism angled at it now that it rather romanticised the whole mission, but then that could be said of most war films, I think.
Well, I do love to see the old black and white films, and they always say
yes,
the current generation doesn't want to watch black and white things, but as you say, that things like that will be shown from time to time, but you don't see the Laurel and Hardys and the Marx Brothers and things, which I'd love to see.
That's allowed to go by outside the off stump.
It always used to be a staple of Christmas morning, or certainly the Christmas school holidays. You could see a bit of the old black and white silent comedies in the Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin and Laurel and Hardy and all that. So very rarely see them nowadays. Marx Brothers, I used to love watching the Marx Brothers films.
As Brett Hutton moves in, an elegant looking shot, but then you could say that of most that Alistair Cook plays. Yeah, there's an interesting TV channel called Talking Pictures, which is probably designed for
you don't tend to get the blockbusters on there, though. They're all films that nobody's ever heard of, and,
that's right.
And certainly won't want to watch twice, but they do serve a purpose now and again.
Yes.
Get 1 or 2 Norman Wisdoms on there now and again that I'd forgotten about.
And that's whipped away by Cook for a single down to deep backward square leg. Fielding, I was going to say fielding in the sunshine, which is true, but on the other hand, it's not unique. Everybody is fielding in the sunshine. Almost everybody watching is in the sunshine, apart from when they're over on the stand on the west side of the ground.
Yes, do have a look now and again. A rainy old winter's day, you might get a Charlie Drake and Arthur Askey, a W.C. Fields or a Will Hay or something like that film.
Yeah. As Hutton moves in, bowls. Not timed at all well, chopped hard into the ground by Cook, looking to hit it away across that short boundary to his offside, bearing in mind that he's left-handed. The bowling's from the Radcliffe Road end, the end from which we're commentating, and have been for a number of years. Not for always. I remember the conversation from the other end when I first came up here. That's just played solidly and defensively.
End of the over. Noisy old exhaust or motorbike or whatever it was that's just gone
Yes.
past the ground.
I just bought it, showing off.
Mm.
Look what I've got, or hear what I've got. Yes, wonderful. Now shut up.
16 without loss. Quiet start here. That's a fabulous picture on the live stream of just the massed ranks, the spectators, the paying public here in the middle tier of the Radcliffe Road stand. We will lose a few later on. There's quite a few in their Nottingham Forest gear and their paraphernalia around the ground. They'll be crossing the road this afternoon, but not for a bit. It's 5:30 kick-off. Nottingham Forest playing Arsenal behind us later on. Nice looking clip by Nick Brown onto the leg side. Out to Montgomery in a single take, and 17 without loss. Nick Brown probably in need of a run or two. He'd like to, I'm sure he'd like to compile a big score here. Missed out in the first innings, made just 11, pinned LBW by Broad. A couple of low scores at Edgbaston last week for Nick Brown. Mentioned in the first innings, I know he's on Whittam's books as their professional this year when he's not required. Another slowish ball by Broad. He's done Alistair Cook for the second time.
Yep. As I say, these two were going off, heading into town last night, presumably for something to eat. I wonder whether they talk about cricket or whether they're, keen, loyal servants of the game as they are. I wonder whether they're, they just want to switch off and talk about something else. We'll never know. It's none of our business.
What we do know is Broad's desperate to try and get Cook out here. This has worked away on the leg side. One or two just wondering if Stuart Broad, as we've often seen on Forest match days, will be revved up to bustle out aside so he can get off and watch his beloved football team over the road. 18 without loss. He did it against Somerset. First home match of the season here. That was a 4:30 kick-off on a Sunday, and he had Somerset done and dusted by 3:30.
Well, he's going to polish off Essex twice in about 3 hours if he's going to watch it today.
18 without loss. Here he comes. And Bowles, nice looking drive. There's going to be runs here for Brown. Dane Patterson is after it. I think it's going to be another 3. Patterson should drag it back. He does. Good work by the South African international. 3 more to Nick Brown. He's gone ahead of Nick Cook. Brown on to 8, Cook 7. Essex 21 without loss, but they're still 123 behind.
Yep.
Going to take well into the final session, you'd imagine, to wipe out the deficit. Notts will be hoping to at least have created a pathway into the middle order by then. Broad continuing around the wicket attack to the left-handers. Oh, no, that one has got past Alistair Cook. May have kept a whisker low. Cook was perhaps expecting a slower ball again, but Broad firing it in. Yeah.
We've speaking of Stuart Broad, we mentioned several hostelries over the last few days. Is it so that it's true that Stuart Broad is co-owner of a pub?
Yes, he and Harry Gurney.
Right, thank you.
Have been in business for a few years. Broad round the wicket bowls. This goes through to the keeper. They had one that they gave the lease up on, or they didn't extend the lease. They've taken on another one, and unfortunately, then there was a fire, so that's been closed for a while.
Dear.
Essex 21 without loss. Steve Williams, afternoon gents. Dave, would you please tell Dickie how much you enjoy listening to him? Great soothing tone.
Tell my wife that, will you?
But then he comes back and says it's a top combination with yourself, Dave. Thank you, Steve. Thanks very much. And
yeah, thanks, Steve, very much. We've had a couple of emails in, or
Hutton bowling a defensive tap onto the leg side there, no run.
Sherry or Cherie, whose email address is Cosmic Nana. I'm a native Texas grandmother of 8 who's only been following cricket for about 5 years. Well, that's a lot longer than most Texans. I started learning about the game because I wanted to understand all the references to it. This is going to be fascinating. As Brett Hutton moves in, that's played back from square on the offside. As I wanted to understand all references to it in British TV shows and movies. Now it is my favourite sport, and I watch as many matches as I can. Test cricket is my preferred format by far. Oh, fantastic, Sherry, fantastic. Just wanted to say this. England, thank you for this fantastic sport. We're grateful for it, cherish it, and preserve it. That's a wonderful email. Thank you so much. As that's nudged down backward of square on the offside, and they go through for a single. It's really, with this version of cricket, is really unlike any American sport, isn't it? I mean, baseball is much quicker, and well, that's the only one that's even vaguely closely allied. Well, baseball, softball. But
I don't know. I daren't comment because I might offend a few. But you say baseball's quicker. I don't know all this business about strikes and balls and walk to first base and all the rest of it. Don't follow it.
No, I'm not saying I understand it in the least, but well, I mean, I understand it vaguely, which is more than I do with American football. But
oh, now then, I'm comfortable there.
But they don't even have to have the ball to be tackled, do they?
Well, you can block. You can block. Stop one of the defensive linemen getting to your quarterback.
And also American sport can't, as Brett Hutton moves in, that's bowled, works away on the onside, can't cope with the concept of a match in which neither side wins, can it? They can't get their heads round a drawn game, whatever it is. So does that mean American football matches never end all square? Do they play extra time till somebody scores?
They'll play 15 minutes, and if there's no score, then you will have a tie.
Oh, you can.
Doesn't happen very often. Very rarely happens.
That's short of a length. Tempting to play it square on the offside, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper.
It's end of the over from Hutton. Not a deal happening for Nottinghamshire. 8 overs, 22 runs, no LBW shouts, no edges. It's going to be a tough old day, I think, for the Notts attack. We might see a little bit more of certainly Liam Patterson-White in this innings. Only bowled 8 overs, none for 31. Calvin Harrison, 3 overs, none for 8. We're going to get a change straight away with Dane Patterson coming into the attack. So Stuart Broad just bowled the 4 overs, none for 12.
See, one of the many things I love about this game of cricket is that, 1 minute Stuart Broad is bowling his heart out at Alistair Cook. Then Cook gets down the other end. It's the end of the over, and there's Cook and Broad in perfectly amiable, amicable conversation.
Patterson bowls to Nick Brown, tall left-hander, guides this down to long leg, where Ben Martindale is doing the fielding on as a sub. I'm not sure who's popped off the field. Seba Mead was down there, so maybe he's just come on. Didn't see Haas pop off, but as ever no, Seba Mead is at mid-on, so who's missing? Where's the skipper? Can't see Stephen Mullaney. Can't see Mullaney. There's Patterson round the wicket. Struck Cook on the pad, and then Cook goes down 3 paces and is immediately sent back by Nick Brown as Liam Patterson-White does the fielding. And of course, with Mullaney off the field, Seba Mead, who's the vice captain, will be in charge, and as such, he's brought himself up from long leg to mid-on, just so he's sort of closer to the main participants, closer to the action, can have a word with the bowlers. Patterson again round the wicket, bowls LBW shout, a huge shout from Patterson, but the umpire, who is Tom Longley now, the umpires of course have changed ends, after each side has had their first innings. The umpires swap over. Umpire Lungley says not out. 23 without loss. So just keep an eye on that in case Stephen Mullaney's off the field for any length of time. But it's young Martindale on it. Long leg. Next ball again into the pad, but once more I think it was drifting down. And a leg bye is taken. Essex continue to have all 10 wickets in hand. Tony T. Afternoon, Dave. Watch the baseball on BT Sports sometimes. In terms of pace of game, I'd liken it more to a T20 fixture. All right. I don't have the old BT, and I don't watch baseball, Tony. So I'll take your word for it, as the next one is in and bowls and pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run now. Don't do the baseball, the ice hockey, the NBA, but the NFL. I'm all over that. 24 without loss. Patterson coming to the end of his first over, just one single taken from it. Up to this point, Nick Brown is on strike on 10. See Stephen Mullaney on the boundary edge on the screen, so he's going to come back on in a second. Patterson is in, and Brown defence, and Mullaney back on the field. It was only just a one-over effort. Is Ben Martindale going to go off, or is somebody else going to just have a little comfort break? Looks like Martindale's staying, and who's that just going to nip off the field at the far end? It's Matthew Montgomery. I think if anybody deserves a sit down over his after his efforts and toil of the last couple of days, it's Matthew Montgomery, but he's just nipped off for a comfort break. Let's see where Martindale ends up going to. Looks as if he's going to backward point. He is.
Wearing 99.
No, that's a Mead.
Oh, that's a Mead, is it?
Yeah.
Beg your pardon. As Brett Hutton moves in bowls.
Yeah, the sub's gone to backward point. Number 12, Ben Martindale.
Oh, yes.
Yes, Mead doesn't often get close to the action these days. He likes to protect those fingers. If you do see them, they'll be all taped up, lots of sticking plaster on all his digits, but it's fairly close in there on the leg side, catching position.
As Hutton moves in again, right arm round the wicket, bowls to Cook. Cook just plays it out to Hamid, wearing 99. I've got a few players wear 99. I don't know if it's sort of subliminal advertising for ice cream, or maybe they get a few quid from the manufacturers. But
they sell red balloons.
Yes, that's right. You mentioned ice hockey, that you one of the sports you know nothing about. Yeah, well, there are very few I do know anything about, and that's just nudged down to third man for one and only one. I mean, Nottingham is a great centre for ice hockey, isn't it? The Panthers.
Yep.
One of the top sides, I believe. Where is the ice rink? Well, I suppose it's all. Is it sort of?
It's the arena, the big arena. I'm sure as you've wandered past, you've either walked
it's near
past
the,
it
it's
or
near the
seen
centre,
it.
is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Northants again spiralling towards a heavy defeat. They are now 8 down at the Ageas Bowl, 158 for 8. Hampshire have just taken 3 wickets in the space of a couple of overs.
It's just worked away on the offside, no addition to the score.
The second time in the match, save Zabe is the only one sort of holding up Hampshire, but I think leaders Surrey have won. Warwickshire not playing in this round of matches, and Hampshire they're also, it looks as if they're going to win. So then you get down to the sides just behind them, and that's Nottinghamshire and Essex.
As Hutton moves in, bowls, and that's just worked away on the onside, no addition to the score. Yep, ice hockey, very briefly, in what can laughably call my career, I also did a bit of ice hockey coverage for. There was a team that was formed and sort of disappeared quite quickly called London Knights, who were based in the Docklands of London, and we followed those for a little bit, but I couldn't get on with trying to commentate on it because it's too quick. I couldn't follow the puck. I kept thinking there'd be can we have some slow motion replays? That's outside the off stump. But it was quite good fun, a good spectacle. But no, I don't think I could ever really get into it because it all happens too quickly. End of the over. 25 no wicket. I remember going to Nottingham Ice Rink. It probably wouldn't have been in the arena. I'm going back many years to when I was in my early 20s.
Yeah, the old ice stadium where Torval and Dean went to skate.
Yes, I remember I had a girlfriend who was at Nottingham University, and I used to come up for the odd weekend. And one Saturday morning, she said, "Let's go to the ice rink." Oh.
There's Patterson round the wicket now. Bowls to Sir Alistair Cook into the pads.
I don't think I'd ever put a pair of ice skates on before. And she said, "Oh, it'll be fun." She was totally overlooking the fact that we had rather a heavy night in the hostelries of Nottingham the evening before.
Well, speaking of the hostelries the evening before, Brian says hello to Dave and to Dickie, enjoying the commentary, especially the info reference your guest visiting our local hostelries this week.
Oh, yes.
Good weather, good luck to Forest versus Arsenal. This one through to the keeper later, and to Forest women against Watford. They're playing right now, the Nottingham Forest women playing Watford for a chance to win promotion. 25 without loss. Cook has 8, Brown has 10. Thank you very much, Brian.
Yep, thanks, Brian.
Lovely conditions out there. Trent Bridge bathed in sunshine. Looks picture perfect. Good crowd in, enjoying their weekend cricket. And Dane Patterson, well, he can nearly pull a fetlock or something like that, because he was in his delivery stride as Alistair Cook backed away. Can't see any obvious signs of people moving about or what disturbed him, but something did. And the former England skipper backed away just as Patterson was about to bowl to him. I'm actually surprised he didn't release the ball there. So Patterson has to do it again. But he was just about preparing to leap, wasn't he, Patterson?
Yes, he was.
He'd come herring in, but something has put off the great man. Next ball, punch to mid-off, no run. Broad doing the fielding.
No, my experience at the old Nottingham Ice Rink wasn't a happy one at all, through no fault of Nottingham Ice Rink, I must admit, but I was absolutely useless. And being a Saturday morning, it wasn't helped by the fact that every time I fell over and found myself sitting in half an inch of freezing cold water, little tots of 4 or 5 who'd probably been skating from the day they moved on to solids came scooting up and saying, "Can I help you, mister?"
And was that the end of the relationship? We're dying to know, as Patterson bowls Cook again, eases it into the offside.
It was the end of my relationship with skating, but not with the lady concerned. No, that dwindled on for a couple more years before she found something better, which wasn't difficult.
Liam Patterson-White just turning his arm over, whether Mulaney's had a quiet word with his spinner remains to be seen. Patterson, well, 10 deliveries now, only gone for 1 run. Probes away in and around that off stump. Comes in and bowls, and Cook off a leading edge. He's going to get a couple of runs square of the wicket on the offside. Chased down by Slater. There's 2 to Cook. Pint for the marker. Cook 10, Brown 10, 27 without loss.
Yep, good throw there from deep on the boundary. Had an email from John in Mentmore in Buckinghamshire. I've played golf on Mentmore Golf Course, golf club. Far too difficult and posh for me. The 100 is not cricket, he says. It's a gimmick, and the sooner it's tossed into the dustbin of history, the better. Thank you for your opinion.
Patterson bowls, and then very, very quickly, split millisecond after releasing the ball, he has to then thrust his arm down to his right to stop it, because it was a strong old drive. Pictures on the live stream there of the football crowd making their way towards the City ground. Liam Patterson-White's going to come into the attack. So we're going to get Pato and Pato bowling in tandem at the moment. The spinner going to bowl from this end of the ground.
So, I mean, I've never been to a Premiership game of football, probably never will, but what do they do for 3 hours? Just go to the bar?
Well, I would imagine they'll be...
Are the bars open within the grounds?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but there are behind us, as we've already mentioned, a few hostelries
Yes.
There'll be plenty going into the club shop to buy their merchandise, and of course, I'm not sure what time the gates open for a 5:30 kick-off, but you'll hear all about it later, Dickie, that's for certain.
No doubt.
You'll hear the din.
As change of bowling sees Patterson White come into the attack. But I suppose there'll be a fair number of Arsenal supporters. I mean, from St Pancras, as I know from recent experience, it's just under 2 hours on the train, and St Pancras isn't that far from Arsenal, so they've probably got a lot of fans around there. It's just played solidly, defensively, trickles back to the bowler.
So you're suggesting all Arsenal fans come from North London?
No, I suppose that's very naive in itself, isn't it? It's like saying Manchester United fans come from Manchester. That's just played rather elegantly and stroked out into the covers for 4 runs by Nick Brown.
Some support. There's I don't know, Arsenal fans. There's a decent number of Essex fans here.
Yes, a few more came up today because it's weekend and a couple of days off work. So hope they're enjoying themselves. They didn't look too happy at lunchtime, but gosh, the sun's shining. There are worse things.
They enjoyed that shot. 1 or 2 shouting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm always happy to admit I don't know much about professional football, but I know that fans don't necessarily live anywhere near. You know, I believe Manchester United have more fans in Italy than they do in Great Britain. And that's worked away. I remember when I worked for Southend Council, my boss was a devoted Manchester United fan. I said, how many games of as long as you've been supporting them, do you think you've been and watched then? Hundreds? He said, oh no, I've never been to see them live. So I found that difficult to comprehend, but then that's probably my weakness, not his. That's the last delivery just played out on the onside, no addition to the score. 31 without loss.
Yes, it's going to be tough going for Nottinghamshire's bowlers here, and Essex have got a platform, they've got a start. They've seen off 12 overs of the new ball. They've seen off Broad's initial salvo, the same with Brett Hutton. They have got a combination of swing from Dane Patterson from the pavilion end, spin from Liam Patterson-White from this end of the ground. But
yeah,
it's been a fairly comfortable opening, 3/4 of an hour or so for Cook and Brown. Here's Patterson into Alistair Cook, drops this on the leg side, fielded by LPW, and there's no run.
Well, if somebody walked into the ground now, not a fan of either team, and they didn't know what the scores were, they didn't look at the scoreboard, they just look around and they'd say, well, that looks a pretty good batting track.
Yep.
And the sun's shining from a blue sky, looks like perfect batting conditions to me.
Very much so. Opportunity to really fill their boots this afternoon. There's Patterson bowling to Alistair Cook, and he's going to get 1 here, dropping it on the leg side. Kept on banging away on the first day, didn't he, about the fact that Cook had never had a century on this ground, and
no,
he was going to come back to haunt me, but Notts eventually got him for 72. Of course, the same still applies. Might have to keep banging on about that.
Oh. Sorry, just in passing, I won't make a big deal of it, but it's interesting to me anyway that Bentmore Golf Club is no more, consigned to the dustbin of history, says John. Well, I'm astonished, it seemed.
Patterson round the wicket, bowls. Brown lets it go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, seemed in fine fettle when I played there. Maybe I hacked up the course so much it was we fell into disrepair.
One result, as we've already mentioned, Surrey beating Kent by 10 wickets. There'll be another one anytime soon, because Northampton are now 9 down at the Ageas Bowl. They're still 1 million behind Hampshire. They're going to lose by an innings and 1 million as Patterson bowls, as they did. This is pushed back to the bowler, as they did last Saturday against Notts. Notts made 255 and won by an innings. A couple of very, very poor weeks for Northamptonshire. Saib's there on 52, not out. He's the only one getting runs as he did in the first innings, but they are down to number 11, and that fearsome Hampshire attack, even with Kyle Abbott not playing this week, is about to pull off another victory. Brown on 14, on strike. Pushes it on the onside. Patterson White takes the sting out of it, parrying it up to Mulaney at mid-on, and there's no wicket. Worcestershire still inching towards what might be seen as an improbable win if they were to defeat Leicestershire. Just say that by the fact that Worcestershire bowled out for 83. Worcestershire need 105 more to win. Adam Hose is 83 not out in that one, as we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra here to Trent Bridge in the bright sunshine of Nottingham, with Dane Patterson bowling to Nick Brown. He eases this onto the offside, and there's no run. Essex had 32 without loss in their second innings. They trail Notts by 112. This morning, Nottinghamshire in their first innings, they batted as would have been their aim from the start of play at 11 o'clock through to the stroke of lunch at 1 o'clock when they lost their last wicket. Very much the star of the Nottinghamshire innings, the youngster, 23 years of age, Matthew Montgomery. He scored his maiden century last year. This year, today, he went on and was dismissed for 177. He was 9th out. Terrific knock from Montgomery, who was dropped on 0 and 4 at the start of the day's play yesterday, and my word, did he make Essex pay. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Here's Dickie Davis.
And Patterson White moves in, bowls, left arm over the wicket, and it's just played by Sir Alistair Cook quietly down to mid-on, where it's fielded by one Stuart Broad in a sun hat, which is not inappropriate this afternoon, a glorious afternoon in the East Midlands. And that's played out to mid-on. No further addition to the score of 32 without loss, so Essex still trail by 112. And welcome to new listeners from via 5 Live. And that's just pushed out the offside. Not only does it open up the number of listeners by hundreds or thousands or millions or trillions or whatever it is, but the potential emailers as well. Our email address, or my email address, is bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. We've been discussing all manner of things today, most of which are cricket related, but not all, as is the custom sometimes. That's just worked away on the onside, no addition to the score. And next delivery comes in, and Alistair Cook goes on the back foot and allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Joe Clark. Amongst the many things we've been talking about over the last day and a half, 2.5 days, is that quite surprisingly, the 72 that Cook got in the first innings of this match was the highest score he'd ever made at Trent Bridge. Presumably, Dave, that statistic includes test matches.
Yes. Yeah. It's his highest against Notts. I think he's had a 79 here for England, but certainly never scored a century in a first-class match at Trent Bridge, Cook. So I mentioned it a time or two on the first day, and was nearly made to regret it. But as you say, he fell for 72. End of the over 32 without loss. This is going to be tough going, I think, for Nottinghamshire's attack. Going to be hard to get wickets. The first time we've played on this strip here at Trent Bridge this year, and the groundsman Steve Burks was telling me they only played on it once last year, and that was a match that ended in a draw, with Middlesex batting through the 4th day and only losing 1 wicket from the start of the last day until stumps, as Dane Patterson, the South African, bowls to Nick Brown, the tall left-handed opening partner of Cook, and he guides this into the offside. If you've not followed this game too closely, Ben Duckett is not playing in this game. The left-hander, Nottinghamshire's leading run scorer so far this season. He's played in all the matches so far, but named in the England Test squad for the forthcoming match against Ireland. He's sitting this one out. Luke Fletcher's sitting this one out with an ankle niggle. Here comes Patterson. Again round the wicket. Bowles. Nice looking shot by Nick Brown, threading this through the offside to the furthest point on the outfield. That's in front of the Hound Road stand. Stuart Broad jogging after it. He is playing, of course. And it will be 4 to Brown. This morning we had a little bit of fun with Stuart Broad at the crease. He heaved one big 6 into the stand on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. Might have been eyeing up a few more, but last man Dane Patterson came and went for just 1, as is often the way. Brett Hutton also hit a big 6 this morning. He went drop 1, 6, 1 out. So a brief stay in the middle for Brett Hutton. Don't think too much could have happened to the ball there. It didn't clatter into any concrete or fences, or was stopped by an unruly spectator, but Stuart Broad's fetched the ball back, thrown it to the skipper Stephen Mullaney, who's handed it to the umpire, and maybe not sort of trying it on a little bit here, but the umpires are having none of it, and they've lobbed it back to Mullaney.
Yeah, it's only 14.02 overs old. It should have should send it back. If it did need to be replaced, it contravenes the Sale of Goods Act, surely, not fit for purpose.
There's Patterson round the wicket. Oh, bouncer. Patterson, what's the phrase? He got his dander up at being caressed away for 4 so elegantly by Brown. He gave him a bouncer back. At second slip for Nottinghamshire, Calvin Harrison, perhaps a relatively new name to some cricket watchers. He has played white ball cricket for Notts and indeed in the 100 over the last couple of years, but this is his first class debut for Nottinghamshire. He made 31 this morning, 7 boundaries, and to be fair, some of the most sparkling shots of the innings. Really impressed, but out for 31. This one is actually fielded by Harrison as it jags back, strikes Nick Brown, maybe in the chest somewhere, or the stomach, but he's made a strong stuff, is Nick Brown, and just goes down and gives the track a bit of a prod. 36 without loss, Essex, with still plenty to wipe off before they are back in front. They're 108 behind. Missed out on a batting point in the first innings, dismissed for 298. That's an inside edge onto the boot, and also with the ball this morning at the end of the 110th over, Notts were only 5 wickets down, and then wouldn't you know it, Essex got a wicket straight after, when it didn't really count for much except for the breaking of a partnership. So Notts ahead 6-2 in bonus points on this game.
And Essex have brought a lot of this upon themselves, it has to be said. They haven't fielded well. They've dropped 5 catches, I think we worked out.
Patterson bowls, and it's a strangled appeal both from bowler and from those behind the wicket, but he's probing away, he's asking questions there, Dane Patterson. He overpitched one that was caressed away for 4 by Nick Brown, but he's just nagging away wicket to wicket, and as we often see with Dane Patterson, he will then just produce one either just to nip away and catch the edge, or one to come back and deceive the batter. Been a very consistent bowler for Notts. This is his 3rd year with the county. Essex 36 without loss here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex Sport, 5 Sports Extra, and all our friends and viewers watching the live stream coverage as well. Here's Liam Patterson-White and here's Dickie.
Left arm over the wicket to Alistair Cook, who thrusts front foot at it and goes through to the wicket keeper, it being the ball. And Patterson-White again, just an economy of run up, I think is the usual description. It's another way of saying he doesn't really run up, he just sort of walks in a couple of paces and then swings the arm over. That's just played out on the offside, no addition to the score. And next delivery. Comes in again, just pushed out on the offside. Fielded by Hamid.
Let's go through one or two scores just as 5 Sports Extra listeners came to us and mentioned Adam Hose. He's just been dismissed for 84 in that match at Worcester, where Worcestershire won 67 for 4, needing 100 more.
Oh, and Cook goes on the back foot, trying to play it through the covers and fails to get the bat to ball. Goes through to Joe Clark, who, unsurprisingly, is quite excited by that one. And the next one is, well, there again, that wasn't played with total authority by Cook, looking to push it out off the front foot through the covers. Got a thick inside half of the bat on it, and it finished up trickling out on the onside. So Patterson White bowling well, coming towards the end of his third over, and indeed now completes his over, which have conceded only 2 maidens, no wicket for 4 runs. You mentioned in passing, I can't remember what it was, apropos of something or other. Oh, junior cricket, I think. One Samit Patel. Is he still on the books in any form of the game?
Yes, he'll be.
Oh, good.
He'll be back out there doing his stuff when the blast starts for Notts Outlaws on Friday. Notts beginning their campaign with a North Group game here against local rivals Derbyshire. One score I didn't give after I'd gone through all the others was at Hove, where Sussex playing Glamorgan. Glamorgan second innings 299 for 3. That fine partnership still ongoing. Patterson round the wicket, bowls to Nick Brown, has just tickled this down to long leg, 37 without loss. Marnus Labuschagne 79 not out, Kieran Carlson 95 not out, and Glamorgan in their second innings a 299 for 3, still trailing Sussex by 59, but with rather more hope than it seemed they might have at this stage of the match. All the scores and all the relevant bits and pieces and the live text coverage on the BBC Sport cricket page for you to follow. 37 without loss. Blue skies, sunshine, Trent Bridge bathed in glorious conditions as Sir Alistair Cook caresses this through the offside, and Broad this time really going through the gears, gave it everything Broad, and he's slid by the rope and deflected it over the boundary rope for 4, hence the groan that you might have been able to pick up on our FX microphone. He actually got there, did the hard work.
Yes.
It just seemed as if he was sliding inches from the rope, made contact with the ball. Instead of scooping it back, he scooped it over the rope, and it's gone for 4. And Broad, as ever, with a long chase, then has to go and retrieve his white floppy sun hat, which always seems to blow off when he's running. Good shot from Cook. Because there are both Cooks playing in this game, of course. A Cook, it says on the board. 15 beside his name. Patterson bowls to A Cook, who steers this to Ben Slater at backward point. No run. 41 without loss, and Essex have all but got this deficit to double digits. Dickie, they only trail by 103 now.
Well, all but, yes, but it's still a long way to go.
Yeah.
They're still very much chasing the game.
Yes, you'd imagine it would take until the middle part of the final session of the day to overhaul that. Next one is typically driven by Cook up to Broad at mid-off, and there's no run. I'm not sure if Stuart's dad here, Chris, is here today. Now the president of Nottinghamshire, the former England and Nottinghamshire opener, Chris Broad, club president, been on the ground the first couple of days, but imagine he'll be here watching on.
And briefly worked for BBC London, I'm pretty sure, in the dim and distant days.
Match referee, of course, for the ICC for many years. Next one is edged and dropped by Harrison. A second slip. It was a top edge, so it was always rising, and Harrison, who's a really good catcher, normally leapt, got both hands to it, has to go down as a catch.
Oh, yes.
We've seen easier, we've seen harder put down in this match, but that one has been spilled by Calvin Harrison, who gets a hug and an embrace from Brett Hutton, his slip colleague. They took a single to Alistair Cook on 15 was dropped as we lose the listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Next ball on its way, pushed into the offside. They just flit in and out the games, don't they? Where
Yes.
Kevin Howells goes, nobody knows. They came and they went. It's 42 without loss. But Cook on 15, dropped by Calvin Harrison. Difficult one, but he got both hands to it. So one of those, isn't it? On another day it might have stuck, and Cook would be already back in the dressing room, just starting to... I was going to say unbuckle the pads. You don't unbuckle pads anymore.
No,
do
you don't.
Just whip off the Velcro.
You unvelcro them, yes. Other hook and eye gadgets available, I'm sure. So Patterson White to continue from the Radcliffe Road end, moves in, bowls, and Cook just plays that out on the onside. No addition to the score of 42 without loss. And the next delivery, again, Cook rocks onto the back foot, looking to pick up runs on the offside, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. No addition to the score of 42 without loss, of which Alistair Cook has contributed 16, to which he's contributed 16. And that's just played defensively. Again, it trickles out to Harrison at short mid-wicket. It's a more conventional mid-wicket, almost behind him, but obviously not quite obscuring his vision. That is played out into the covers for a couple of runs, maybe a few more. In fact, maybe the full range. Yes, it indeed crossed the boundary for 4 runs. Is there a slight slope down this end, or did it just appear to accelerate?
I think it just appeared.
Yeah.
It's a very fast outfield.
Yes.
Always has been. You beat the
Yeah.
you beat the field, thread it through, and away it goes.
Yeah, I never thought that was going to be 4 until it did. Patterson White moves in again and bowls. That's played down to Brawl at mid-on.
As predicted, Northants are all out. Hampshire had defeated Northants by an innings and 135.
Yeah, by about 2:45 on the second day. Tough luck, supporters. And that's worked away. Backward of square on the onside.
So just a quick look at the table right now. Here it's 47 without loss. Surrey top, played 6, 104 points. They won earlier. Joint second now. Warwickshire not playing this round of matches. They're in blast action later. Warwickshire played 5, 79 points. Level with Hampshire, played 6, 79 points. Fourth going into this game, Nottinghamshire, 57 points. Essex 53 points. Fifth. But any points added in this game haven't been added on there yet. But sorry, with a handsome lead at the top of the table. Dane Patterson in to bowl to Cook, who was dropped in Patterson's last over, drills this out as far as Hamid, and there's no run.
So I'll just remind you of the email address, because there's been a distinct dearth since lunch, but yeah, maybe people have got other things to do in the afternoon. And BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com.
Here comes Dane Patterson. And once more, Cook happy to defend. We'll have Grace Ballinger with us tomorrow. We assume, I think we're fairly safe, I think, in assuming we will have a 4th day, but Grace will be with us, who plays for the Blaze. She's got a wicket, so we'll have something to chat about tomorrow. She's playing for the Blaze down in the Charlotte Edwards Cup at Beckenham. I've never been to Beckenham, Dickie. They're playing the South East Stars. South East Stars are 27 for 3 in the 4th over, and Grace has got one of the wickets. As Cook drives through the offside, Hamid's after it. I don't think he'll stop that. Lovely looking shot, and it's Tash Farrant, LBW to Grace Ballinger. Wickets also for Kirsty Gordon and Nat Sivabrunt in that one. 27 for 3, the Stars.
Yes, it's quite a pleasant ground, Beckenham. I've covered quite a few games there. Obviously, Essex plays Surrey in one version or another, more often than Nottinghamshire are going to. But it's a ground that really needs good weather, and certainly not windy weather. It's a vast open expanse, and when the wind whips across there, boy, do you know it.
Patterson bowls down the leg side, taken by Cook. Kieran Carlson of Glamorgan has got his century now. He's 102 not out. Marnus Labuschagne with him on 80 not out. Glamorgan 307 for 3, still 50 behind Sussex. And the blast, as I say, has started. Derbyshire, don't know what they've been promised or given or what have you to move a home game to Edgbaston, but Derbyshire playing Lancashire at Edgbaston, and Derbyshire at the start of the blast are 29 for 1 in the 5th over. Patterson bowls to Cook, and he defends. So Derbyshire will be here on Friday evening. Their side, incidentally, contains Hyder Ali, Pakistani, Lewis Rees, Wayne Madsen, Leos Deploy, Anuj Dal, formerly of this parish, Nyron Donald, who has moved from Hampshire, Matty McKeon, and Zach Chappell, former Notts player, Mark Watt, George Scrimshaw, and Zaman Khan. So I would imagine many of those names will be here at Trent Bridge on Friday evening. The blast has started. 51 without loss. Patterson going over the wicket now, bowls to Cook, just dinks it onto the leg side. There was a run there,
yes,
all day, every day of the week, month, year, decade, millennium, but they said no,
yes,
inexplicably.
Very strange. It looks a bit like you get at the end of an innings when you're trying to protect the number 11, and yeah, very, very, very odd. Bit of misjudgment there.
It was good from Liam Patterson-White because he moved quickly to the ball and would have obviously given the impression that he was going to field it and prevent them from or deter them from taking a run, and he did just that.
Yep, certainly did. So, I think we have an email. We do, from Dan, entitled 100. Which means he's either strongly in favour or strongly against. There's nobody who's sort of indifferent about the 100 competition, even if, like me, they sit on the fence and don't let it be known which they think. But that's just played out back to the bowler, more or less, by Alistair Brown. Nick Brown. And that's just played defensively by Brown, but it trickles off the edge of the bat for a single down to third man. Sorry, that noise was me scraping the side of the paper cup against the microphone by accident. It made a noise that wasn't very pleasant. Apologies. And that's worked away on the onside, no addition to the score. So let's see if Dan is for or against.
He might be congratulating Matthew Montgomery on his fine 100.
Yes, it could be. I think he'd have done that sooner rather than an hour or two after the event.
Or commenting on Simon Harmer going for 100.
Yes. And that's just played solidly defensively by Cook. Well, one thing's for sure, we'll find out at the end of the over, because there's not much time when slow bowlers are operating. Patterson-White moves in, an attempt to sweep that through the onside. fails to make contact. End of the over. 52 without loss. I haven't heard much of your discussion of the 100. Well, there hasn't been much, to be honest. It's such a thorny issue, and my motto is anything for a quiet life. I haven't heard much of your discussion of the 100, and here's my tuppence for what it's worth. There are 4 things I like about the competition. Better equality between the men's and women's games. A real effort to get youngsters into stadiums. A focus on putting on entertainment events, including music, food, etc., and not just sporting events. Some matches are shown on terrestrial television. What I don't understand is why the ECB couldn't have achieved the above by investing the same time and money in our domestic T20 competition. That is so well put, Dan. Change of bowling at the far end. I'll just read a bit more. The fact that new T20 leagues continue to spring up around the world, with no one else buying into the 100 format, says a lot. Yeah, and I think you say a lot in that. There's one more paragraph which I'll come back to because it's very interesting and very well expressed as well, if I might say so without sounding patronising. And yeah,
going to be Lyndon James to bowl. 12 overs, none for 51 in the first innings for Lyndon. He'll be bowling to Brown to start with on 20. 52 without loss. This Essex opening duo going along nicely. Lyndon James bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Brown, who takes his top hand off the bat handle as he pushes it to Patterson White, who, as ever, begins polishing the ball. So Stephen Mullaney going through his rotations, his different bowlers. Began with Broad and Hutton. We've had Dane Patterson, we've had Liam Patterson-White. Now Lyndon James comes in again well wide of the off stump. Saw both Mullaney and Harrison also have a bowl in the first innings. So plenty of options at his disposal. Might need them all. Dane Patterson, good to see, signing a few autographs on the boundary edge there, away to our right in front of the Smith Cooper stand. A couple of youngsters getting the signature of the South African. Always happy to oblige. There's Lyndon James, and again wide of the off stump. I think most of the Notts lads are very, very good at that sort of thing. I don't recall anybody, to be honest. There we are again, Pato signing a few more on the live stream. Don't recall being in the company of any of them that have ever turned down a request for an autograph or a photograph after play or before play. I think probably the same with cricketers up and down all the other 17 counties. James bowls drilled back to him by Nick Brown. And there's no run. Notts made 442, Essex 298 on the first day. So Notts with a healthy enough advantage, but this wicket getting easier and easier, and you fancy slower and slower, and really is going to be a case of trying to induce a mistake or a false shot. Remaining patient, just trying to winkle out the batters. There's James. In again, nice looking drive by Brown. Up to mid-off. Broad shies at the non-striker's end. I think he was shying at the stumps rather than Alistair Cook. Doesn't hit either. And there's no run.
Yes, you mentioned autograph collecting. I think that's the way a lot of children get into cricket. I know it's into county cricket. I know it's the way I did. Admittedly, as I said yesterday, I was born into a cricketing family, but yeah, 6 hours is a lot for a young lad or a young girl to concentrate on.
James bowls wide of the pegs and through, nestling into the gloves of Joe Clark. End of Lyndon James opening over. It was a maiden, so a decent start for him, something to build on. Mullaney and co arresting any Essex momentum, at least in that over, but desperate for a breakthrough here. 52 without loss. Essex, they had the one big partnership, didn't they, in the first innings. That was 135 for the second wicket between Westley and Cook. But this one proving troublesome in the second innings.
So Patterson White to continue. Yes, I'll also continue my theme on autograph hunting or collecting. Yep, in those days, which is quite a few decades ago, well, probably not so much now because of the fiendish selfie has come into it now. Of course, selfies were never heard of when I was growing up and first watching cricket. So the attraction was collecting the autographs, and you'd wait for hours hoping to see the players. And there were some counties that were always good at. They had reputations that were always, oh, they're good signers, or they won't sign, or they might sign at the end of the match or at the end of the day. And they all had their different characteristics. For some reason, as Patterson White moves in and bowls, and that's just played out on the offside. Glamorgan, I remember always as being very good signers, to such an extent that, oh no, I've got him, when they visited year after year. And others, one of the most difficult was Essex, actually, even though it was the home county, they were very reluctant to sign, particularly the likes of, some of the greats who played for Essex over the years. Excuse me. Patterson White moves in and bowls. And in those days, you get a player to sign, and as a little lad, you looked up to these players as heroes. It's only later on you realise they're not heroes at all. They just happen to be good at hitting a bat with a ball or bowling a ball, and they're just as subject to the normal frailties of life that we all are. In some respects more so. That's just played out on the onside. But I can't remember what we thought of Nottinghamshire as signers. I don't think they often came down to Southend in those days. No, certainly Somerset were good with signers. Oh yes, yeah. 52 for no wicket. Essex still 92 in arrears.
Yes, we're going to be on course at the moment for a prompt 20-4 tea, which is almost unheard of. We've only got 9 overs to go before the tea break, or 20-4, whichever's the latter, so we're very much on course. There is Lyndon James, bowls to Brown, just flails this up to mid-off, didn't properly get a decent connection on the ball, dribbles its way up to Broad at mid-off, there's no run. 52 without loss. James yet to go for a run. Looks a belter of a wicket out there for batting, does this, Jake, because Essex have started nicely in their second innings. They're 52 without loss. Stephen Mullaney going through his rotations, using his different bowlers. Not a lot for Brett Hutton or Stuart Broad with the new ball. Dane Patterson has come and gone, and now Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White bowling. But Nick Brown and Alistair Cook, these two left-handed openers, have so far managed to rebuff Nottinghamshire's attempt to dismiss them. Another drive here from Brown goes up to mid-off. There's one opportunity that's come along and gone down. Alistair Cook on 15. He had a real go at Dane Patterson. It was a top edge that flew very quickly through second slip. Calvin Harrison leapt. He got both hands to it. Would have been a miraculous catch had he got there, but at least having got his hands to it, would have hoped to have hung on, but that went to ground. Earlier in the day, Nottinghamshire advanced their first innings score to 442 with Matt Montgomery out for 177. So that first innings lead for Notts was 144. It's now a lead of 92 because the visitors are 52 without loss. Not a deal has happened in the last couple of deliveries. Lyndon James bowled 10 deliveries now without going for a run. There is Lyndon James bowling to Nick Brown, leaves it alone, goes through to Joe Clark, just the one slip. Brett Hutton think Notts have already realised that it's going to be the patience game here.
Yes, certainly. Thanks, Russell, for your email, which I shall read out pretty soon.
James to conclude this, the 23rd over of the innings. Bowls to Brown, clips it up to Mulaney at mid-on. Another maiden for Lyndon James. Right on the money here, 52 without loss.
Yep, Russell says... oh, excuse me, need another drink of water. Following on from your conversation this morning, as far as I'm aware, the daughter of a past Notts cricketer, Carlton Forbes, is the manager of the Test Match Hotel in West Bridgford. There's even, he thinks, a guest ale named after him that they serve. He hopes I enjoy the experience when or if I go there. Well, I probably will. Yep.
I didn't know that. You'll have to ask that, Dickie.
Oh, I will.
Cha-Cha Forbes, Carlton Forbes, sadly no longer with us.
So what's the daughter's name? I can't just say, hello, are you Carlton Forbes' daughter? What's her first name? Do you know?
Well,
Russell's now moved away from Carlton in Nottingham to Doncaster in Yorkshire. So thanks, Russell. Yeah, I can see no reason why I won't go there this evening. I certainly don't particularly want to go into the city centre on an evening like this when I suppose whether Nottinghamshire Forest win or lose, it's going to be a bit hectic in there, or draw. That's just nudged out for a single by Alistair Cook. I can't imagine football fans going to the sort of pub I went to last night, the Keen's Head in the old Lace Market. That was very much for sort of more mature clientele. I don't mean in personality, I mean in age. There's plenty of mature people who are mature in age who aren't particularly mature in personality, and maybe I'm one of them. It's just played solidly, defensively, trickles back to the bowler.
If they sell a glass of something cool and refreshing, they'll be in there.
But presumably there are hostelries in Nottingham that are known as football pubs where Notts fans, or Nottingham Forest fans, always congregate. But I wouldn't know what they are. Maybe they're, as Dave suggests, maybe anywhere that's prepared to serve lager or whatever, or shots or whatever it is that people drink nowadays. Essex 55 without loss, Brown 22, Cook 26. As Patterson White moves in, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and it's studied defence. Brown smothers the ball, and it's that time of day and time of match when not a lot is happening out there. The sun's shining, it's after lunch, there's a certain sort of melancholy atmosphere about the place, languid and almost soporific. So that's the end of the over, and end of the 24th over, and Essex have found their way to 55 for no wicket, so that's what, about 2.5 an over, something like that. No, not even that, 2 1/4 an over. With Brown 22, Cook 26, and still, I suppose the most important figure is the one along the bottom of the scoreboard, which says they're 89 in arrears. But even that is only that's not a. It's nice to get in the black again out of the red, but it's really only when they begin to try and get back into this game.
James to bowl to Alistair Cook. Next result you'd imagine will come at Lords, where Middlesex have lost their 9th wicket. They still trail Somerset by 13, but just only 1 wicket left now as James is in. Alistair Cook just checks his drive, punches it back to Lyndon James, and there's no run. 1 slip, Brett Houghton, Liam Patterson White at point. There's protection out on the offside fence with Ben Slater. Calvin Harrison in at short extra cover, Stuart Broad at mid-off. They're the 5 fielders on the offside, 2 out, and 2 others on the leg side. This is punched out as far as Slater. There'll be a single, first run off Lyndon James. Also got Matthew Montgomery in at shortish mid-wicket catching, and Mulaney was the other one I didn't mention, who was at mid-on. 56 without loss. So they change ends, and Nick Brown back to face Lyndon James. Cook has 27, Brown 22. There comes James. In bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Well, this afternoon, certainly the attendance in here is going to be swelled by a couple of hundred for a wee while, as this goes through to the keeper, because over in the Derek Randall suite, I know there's 200 that are booked in for sort of, they do a bit of a package, the hospitality at the cricket ground, and then they all go over to the football. They can come in here, and there's usually a guest speaker or two, somebody connected with the football club. I think it's Julian Bennett, the former defender, who's the sort of guest host today. They'll go in there and have a little bit of tiffin and a drink or two, and then go over to the match, as this is pushed on the offside. 56 without loss. You can see numbers building in there now through the windows. You can see a lot of red shirts in there. Some, of course, will be paying attention to the cricket, but many won't, which is just a little bit of a shame. 56 without loss, and we will get a few departures the closer they get to kick off.
And where is this, the Derek Randall? Oh, over there. Thank you.
Through to the keeper. Yeah, that stand over there, the double-decker stand.
Yep.
You can see all the windows at the back of the
Yes,
lower
yes, yes.
tier. Well, that's
Yep.
a hospitality area. There's 200 in there this afternoon enjoying sort of a bit of a package. Come along and enjoy the hospitality here before walking over the road for the match. 56 without loss. Cook 27, Brown 22. We've had 25 overs in the innings. We are very much on course for a tea a little well, tea won't be earlier, but more overs than are required.
Yes, well, we'll still play till 6 o'clock though, won't we?
We'll play till 6 o'clock, yeah. But tea will be at 20 to 4, but we might only have 31 overs in the final session.
Yep. It's still Patterson White to continue from this, the Radcliffe Road end, and he moves in, bowls left arm over the wicket, and Cook plays it out on the offside. We had an email from John. Great show, Dick and Dave. I fully agree with Dan regarding the 100, that is. ECB seem very out of touch. Surprised the 100 is not played with a football or a baseball bat, he says. Patterson White moves in and bowls, and played out backward of square on the offside, and it crosses the boundary for 4 at about 45 degrees, maybe not quite, maybe nearer square than 45 degrees, but it was well away from the range or the compass of the fielder nearby.
Somerset have won. They've beaten Middlesex by an innings and 13 runs at Lords. A win for Somerset. Craig Overton 5 for 46 in the second innings. The chief destroyer. Middlesex slumping to a home defeat.
As that's played out on the offside, they go through for another run. Well, that'll please Anthony Gibson, our colleague from reports on Somerset for BBC local radio. John continued. No, I can't. It's just not time. I'll wait till the end of the over. First responsibility, as we're reminded by our lords and masters, is describe every ball. You can banter away as much as you like, but describe every ball that's just played out on the onside. No addition to the score, which is fair enough. Everybody wants to know the score. They don't want to listen to the banter. Don't know why. As that's just played defensively. Trickles out on the onside.
This will be a great effort if they can get through from lunch to tea without losing a wicket.
Well, it will. A while to go. I just played it on the offside. No addition to score. End of the over. John continues. I guess the ECB should focus on the 20 over or 60 over games, as well as making the county championship a proper league with home and away fixtures. I wonder if that 60 is a typo for 50. I mean, haven't been any 60 over games for ages. The knockout competition was played over 60 overs. In fact, when it started, I remember for a season or two it was played over 65, which was impractical because it started at the crack of dawn almost, and whoever won the toss and fielded could often have the opposition in deep mess by midday.
Here comes Lyndon James from the pavilion here at Trent Bridge, bowling to Nick Brown, pushes it into the offside. This is the standout game in Division 1 right now, the most important game in Division 1. Conversely, it's also the lowest ranked game in Division 1. It's the only game in Division 1. Hampshire have defeated Northants by an innings, Somerset have defeated Middlesex by an innings, and Surrey have defeated Kent by 10 wickets. So the only Division 1 game left in this round is here at Trent Bridge as James bowls, and it goes through to the keeper. And the 3 Division 2 games, you'd imagine there might be results in all of those later on.
I think that says so much about the modern game. I think it's very sad that so many games are finishing in 3 days. As soon as the sun comes out, and
well, last weekend every single game went to the Sunday. It's one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, but some of those may have been weather interrupted. But
next ball is punched into the offside by Brown.
One of my hobby horses is that batsmen generally in all 18 counties, I know you shouldn't compare with the past, but when you're trying to play 4-day cricket, perhaps it's worthy to do so. Then, because of the glut of 1-day cricket at all versions, it gets subliminally sewn in the mind, and so few batsmen now are capable of building an innings. Even the phrase is anathema to them.
It's all.
Oh, that's a loud
delivery. Given! Lyndon James gets the breakthrough. Nick Brown, for the second time in the match, is out LBW. Kicks away in frustration at the loose soil by the crease, but he's got to go. And the breakthrough comes the way of Nottinghamshire's Lyndon James, with Nick Brown out LBW for 27. Lyndon James' first wicket of the match. Essex still 82 behind. He was at the crease for an hour and a half. Nick Brown faced 78 deliveries, hit 3 fours, but now has to go. Caught, I think, on the back foot. It may have been click, it may have been front pad, back pad, but I think it was the back pad. The umpire had a good look at it. Round the wicket he bowled, and it looked a reasonable shout, and certainly in the opinion of umpire Longley, worth raising the finger. Applause for Nick Brown, and he's got to go. And Nottinghamshire, I think, will have needed that lift. Essex, conversely, will be hoping that Wesley and Cook together can do what they did in the first innings.
Yes, just to continue my point, with which you can either agree or disagree. Obviously, you all have the right to appeal. I'm no authority. I only have an opinion, the same as everybody else. I never set myself up as being in any way an expert on the subject. So do email us. I think the fact that the vast majority in this round of 4-day matches have ended not much more than halfway through the 3rd day, and it's not fair on the paying customers who keep the game alive, the membership. Beautiful weekend, full of sunny weather, and I seriously think it brings back a point I mentioned earlier this morning, I think before lunch. Why not bring back some 3-day cricket, since so many batsmen, or put it the other way, since so few batsmen seem to be capable of playing 4-day cricket. They just can't build innings, which is understandable. It's not really a criticism. It's a result of so much one-day cricket. It's almost sewn into their mind, you know, I mustn't play out of maiden over, that's a sin. Keep the scoreboard going, keep the scoreboard going. So, yeah, poor old spectators, the one who is in many respects the most important person involved with all forms of cricket, and in many respects the one who's last considered by the powers that be.
Wesley is the new man, made 66 in the first innings, sharing in that three-figure partnership with Sir Alistair Cook, right-hander, of course. So, different field setting, still the one slip. Brett Hutton, 2 catching short mid-wickets put in by Stephen Mullaney as Lyndon James is in. Bowls the first delivery to Tom Wesley, pushed back by the Essex skipper, and there's no run. Essex still 82 runs adrift. They will have been desperately hoping for a solid foundation at the start of this second innings, and Cook and Brown have given them that at least. 62 for the first wicket.
Yeah.
Here comes James in. Bowls. Wesley clips this down the ground, and Stuart Broad couldn't pick it up cleanly. Wesley through for a single. Tom Wesley, by the way, was Lyndon James' maiden first-class wicket on his Nottinghamshire debut back in 2018. Followed it up with Murali Vijay and Dan Lawrence. Applause for Lyndon. He's bowled very nicely here. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2, and deserves his success. Essex 63 for 1. Wesley stealing the strike from the last ball of the over.
Getting back to the email from John, he signs himself Dr. John, Dr. John, Dr. John. Doctor of what? Medicine? Doctor of philosophy? Anyway, he finishes, makes one question: who's in charge at the ECB, and how have they made such a poor decision? Questions that many ask, and to which there appears to be no answer. Keep up the good work, both of you. The Nottingham County Cricket Club and Notts County Football Club support are now in what should be known as the South Midlands, but is now the ignored west of East Anglia. Yes, I know the area you mean. And it's going to be Patterson White to continue his 9th over of the innings. From the Radcliffe Road end, moves in, left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Tom Wesley, who gets the pitch of the ball and just plays it out calmly. No addition to the score of 63 for 1, still 81 in arrears. And that's played very, very solidly with a apparently impregnable defence, but there's no such thing. The best batsmen in the world ever have had their defence penetrated. And that's pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score. Again, Wesley goes solidly forward, correctly forward. Interesting. I shall read this first of all off air. I've sometimes landed myself in hot water reading verbatim, not having read it through first. So I've got a feeling this might be a sting in the tail here. Yes, I think you're probably right, Colin. As that's worked away down to fine leg and just crosses the boundary. Yeah, in fact, on reflection, you are correct, Colin. Thank you for your email from, doesn't say, from iPhone. 67 for 1 on a warm day in the East Midlands. End of the over. Essex 67 for 1, Wesley 5, Cook 28.
Still going to be Lyndon James. Christian's been in touch, spending my time on all fours changing car tyres today. I really hope for a Notts wicket, and there it came with the last tyre. Thanks for the commentary from your faithful listener from Austria. Cheers, Christian. Thank you, Christian. Over there in Austria, 67 for 1. There comes the fair-haired James. Bowles, nice punch by Sir Alistair Cook into the offside. Slater will field. And got to it quickly and got the ball in the air just as quickly, and that deterred any stealing of a second run. Good fielding by Slater. So that gets Cook down to the non-striker's end, and Notts can focus their attention on the new arrival, Tom Wesley, who just clipped one away from Patterson White down the leg side at the end of the last over to get his first boundary. Again, Notts employing those two catching short mid-wickets. James Bowles, and Wesley pushes it back to the bowler. Call it the wall, don't they, when they put a couple of fielders in there. 68 for 1. We'll take tea at 20 to 4.
Another quarter of an hour, all but a minute.
James bowls to Wesley, digs out a ball of Yorker length. Fielded by Joe Clark, who then underarms it all the way up to Stuart Broad at mid-on. Just had a 4-over burst from Broad. Start of the Essex innings, straight after lunch. Fancy we might see a little more of Stuart Broad after tea. There's a word with Lyndon James. Both former Oakham school pupils, Broad and James. Bowls down the leg side, tickled away for another 4 by Tom Wesley. So he's on to 9, and 8 of his runs have been courtesy of leg side deflections to the boundary rope. 72 for 1, exactly halfway to wiping out their deficit. 72 for 1 Essex, their 72 runs adrift still here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex Sport, and on the live stream. Lots of encouragement out there. Yeah, lots of shouting, lots of applauding. James in again, bowls, and Wesley clips it to mid-wicket. Patterson White, so he does the fielding, really stops the ball and immediately starts working on it again. He's one of 2 catching in that short mid-wicket position. Calvin Harrison alongside him. Harrison, difficult chance, but he put Cook down on 15. Top edge off Dane Patterson at second slip, and the fielder was able to parry with both hands high above his head. Oof. Wesley digs this one out. Another good Yorker from Lyndon James. Really good delivery to end the 29th over, and nicely played in the end from Wesley. 72 for 1.
So it looks as if it's still going to be, or is it going to be Patterson White?
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, this will be his 10th over. 10th on the trot, I think.
Cameraman on the boundary edge there, you can see on the live stream, just looking for those key moments. They have such big lenses on those cameras, Dick, they can zoom right in and
yes,
practically see the
left arm over the wicket. Patterson White moves in, bowls, and Cook just plays that quietly out into mid-on or mid-wicket area.
Can see the wings on a fly, can't they, from some distance with those big lenses.
And again, Patterson White just Oh, a loud appeal for LBW, and a fairly animated appeal as well. Doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire. 72 for 1.
Interesting to see that one again. Kept a fraction low, I think, but fancy Patterson White thought he'd got his man then. Cook survives.
And again, just a few walking paces. Then breaks into his delivery stride, and Cook comes forward, gets to the pitch of the ball, and just pushes it back to the bowler. Still 72 behind at 72 for 1. So they're halfway to wiping out the arrears, but as I say, that's only, part of the story. A much bigger story indeed. It's only chapter 1. That's just played out to mid-wicket, no addition to the score. And again, Cook's been doing this sort of thing for a while now, and is pretty experienced at it. Just pushing it forward, getting to the pitch of the ball. It's served him well over the years. About to get another update, it being 3:30. Should get through this over. There's only one delivery. And it is played by Cook down to, well, a fortunate 1 and only 1, down to fine leg.
Where Nottinghamshire are coming so close, you fancy, to getting rid of Alistair Cook. He was dropped on 50, and there's just been a huge LBW shout. Liam Patterson-White thought he'd got his man on 28, and now this one's been nicked, this latest delivery, and I fancy this might have been half a chance for Stephen Mullaney at slips, and not just trying to undo the really gnarled old veteran Alistair Cook. The match situation, Essex beginning their second innings after lunch, 144 behind. Notts did get the 1 wicket fairly recently. Nick Brown, the opener, LBW to Lyndon James for 27. Tom Wesley fresh at the crease, but it's Cook they want out. He's on 30. Essex 73 for 1, and we'll go to tea in about 10 minutes time. Yes, it did look there as if Stephen Mullaney just getting his fingertips to that latest nick by Cook. There's Lyndon James. Bowls driven away by the opener for another run. Cook on to 31, 74 for 1. As we close in on the tea break, it would under normal circumstances be taken at the end of this over, unheard of really, to get to a position where we've only got 32 overs left in the day and still not reached tea. This goes through to the wicket keeper, and of course this morning Essex bowled Harmer and Critchley in tandem. Yes, just seeing that replay there on the live stream. Very difficult chance for Stephen Mullaney, but sometimes it's the very difficult ones that you've got to take to get rid of the great players. 74 for 1. Essex trail by 70. A good spell this from James, and his 6th over, 1 for 8. Bowls to Wesley, drives through the offside for 4. It's up in the air for a while. Dane Patterson flung himself to his left. I wasn't entirely sure if it was a bump ball out into the offside or it was in the air all the way, but Patterson, even with the dive full length, couldn't get there. 4 runs, and Wesley getting his 3rd boundary. 78 for 1. First little bit of noise coming from behind us at the City Ground. Whether no, it's a little early yet, but some of the spectators starting their songs. We're in the 31st over. Lyndon James won't be thankful for that. The ball thrown to him was a little off target, so he's got to wander off 10 or 15 more paces to fetch the ball back. Essex 78 for 1. James to Wesley. Bowls a delivery which is just clipped gently onto the leg side, fielded by Patterson White. Twice in recent overs Lyndon James has come close to yorking Tom Wesley, but both times Wesley equal to the task, jabbing the bat down on it, keeping him out, keeping him at bay. .78 for 1. Next delivery on its way now, bouncer over the head of Tom Wesley. All called as a no ball by umpire Longley, and it's 80 for 1. At Hove, Marnus Labuschagne has now reached his 100. That's sizable partnership. Kieran Carlson 121, Marnus Labuschagne 110 not out. Glamorgan trails Sussex now by only 2. Next ball on its way here, and he's gone for the pull there. Wesley missed it by many a mile as it goes through to Joe Clark. Those of you that follow the fortunes of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and in particular the Blaze, South East Stars 124 for 5 after 17, just the 1 wicket for Grace so far. Grace Ballinger will be with us tomorrow. And in the Blast, Derbyshire 120 for 4 in the 15th over against Lancashire. That match being played at Edgbaston, part of a double header. The Bears against Yorkshire to follow. James in again, edged wide along the ground, scuttles away for 4 past the diving Hutton. Wesley having a little bit of fortune there. It wasn't a chance, as I say, but it was a false shot, and another boundary to Tom Wesley, who's gone to 17. This partnership worth 22. Essex trail by 60 now at 84 for 1.
And still it looks as if Patterson White is to continue from this, the Radcliffe Road end. I'll just quickly read an email from John's. I read out an email a little while ago. He signed himself Dr. John, and I wondered what the doctor meant. He says, it might well be designated thus because of the fame of the American composer, singer, pianist and band leader Dr. John Rebenak, the Night Tripper. If you can recall a band called Redbone, you'll know about the Witch Queen of New Orleans. Well, Dr. John had a biggish hit with the same lady, Marie Laveau, very hot on Voodoo. Nice commentary, he says, keep it up. Yeah, well, thank you for that. I'm all the wiser now. That was all. It all went right over my head. But thank you very, very much. So we don't think he was a John. It was a reference to somebody called Doc John, a composer, singer, pianist and band leader.
Yeah, remember the song, The Witch Queen of New Orleans?
Unless you sing it to me, Dave, yeah. I won't remember it.
If I sing it to you, you certainly won't recognise it.
And, next ball of the over, just played out. No score, as it was the first. And Patterson White moves in again. An economy of effort bowls. And Cook has picked up a run here and walks through a single. It's that sort of afternoon. Why break into a trot when you don't need to? Conserve the energy. One more run goes onto the scoreboard.
Yes, Essex not in a rush. 2.7 and over they're going along at.
No.
85 runs added since lunch. Crucially for them, just the 1 wicket to fall, that of Nick Brown for 27.
Needless to say, it's a wonderful scoreboard here. It tells you everything you could need to know. Even the time, 15:38. A minute or two 2 minutes to tea. Well, since it now says 15:39, 1 minute to tea. That's just played out on the offside by the right-handed Tom Wesley. And inevitably, well, no, not inevitably, but unsurprisingly, pulling round the wicket, left arm round to the right-handed Tom Wesley, who goes forward with studied defence. A couple more emails, but I regret we're not going to get them in before tea, but as soon as, one of the first things I shall do after tea is make sure I read these. I always say, if you've taken the time, trouble and effort to send us an email, the least we can do is respond accordingly. And we're very grateful to you. That's pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score. And it is tea. There would just seem to be that little hiatus for a second as to sort of, is it 15:40 or not? Well, the scoreboard says it is. Don't know if that's the one they go by, but anyway, whether it is or not, tea is taken with Essex still 59 runs behind at 85 for 1. Wesley not out 17, Cook not out 32, and the man out, Nick Brown, bowl LBW to Lyndon James for 27 when the score was 62.
Thank you, Dickie. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back when the players return in 20 minutes' time. Look forward to you joining us then.
The blast at Trent Bridge is so much more than cricket. But what is it? It's not about laws. It's about high scores. Stumps uprooted. The tunes. The roars. Forget the history. We make the history. It's not about afternoon tea. That's a bit of me. So forget the jargon, follow the marching, rumbling, beating heart of a city as it crosses the bridge from the old to the bold. Because we're not gentlemen, you see. We're outlaws. The blast at Trent Bridge, more than a game.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge in time for the tea interval. The players just returning to the middle after their 20-minute interlude. Essex will be resuming on 85-1 with Tom Westley and Alistair Cook at the crease. Decent session that afternoon, 1-4 Essex. At lunch they were beginning again their second innings, 144 behind. They lost Nick Brown, LBW, to Lyndon James for 27. Took Notts 27 overs to get that breakthrough. 62 runs by then were on the board. But the old adage, one wicket brings two, didn't apply in this case because Tom Westley settled nicely into his work, and as in the first innings, just providing a very stubborn opponent, and alongside Alistair Cook just strengthening the Essex position. This second wicket partnership looks troublesome, not surprisingly turning to their kingpin, spearhead of their attack, Stuart Broad. Just bowled 4 overs at the start of the innings, none for 12, and he'll be bowling from the pavilion end with Cook on strike on 32. Gave a couple of half sniffs really to Nottinghamshire on 15. He nicked one off Patterson that went high to Calvin Harrison at second slip. His hands, he got both hands to it, but it went so quickly and he was leaping, couldn't hang on. And then on 28, another slip opportunity went begging. Liam Patterson-White, the spinner, Cook nicking it, and Mullaney at slip just got a hand to it. Here's Broad then from the pavilion end, round the wicket to the lefty. This goes through to the wicket keeper, and it remains 85-1. Should be just about bang on time for our finish at 6 o'clock. Just got 31 overs to get in between 4 and 6. Not should be able to manage that. Ball returned to Cook. To Broad, I beg your pardon. Comes into Cook. A little push and run into... Oh, I was going to say a push and run. He did push it and he did run, but Tom Westley having nothing to do with it. Sends him back with Ben Slater closing in on the ball. And there's no run. A wedding ceremony going on downstairs. An update for BBC Radio Nottingham in second. Mr. and Mrs. Horton, congratulations to them, and they're on the ground. All the messages up on the big screen. Broad with ball in hand. Yes, we just started again after tea. 2 balls bowled. Brought in now to bowl the third ball of the session, and Sir Alistair Cook, his old England skipper, of course, great pal, eases this to backward point. Cook has given 2 half chances. Notts have really got to take any offerings that are going. This looks a wicket that it's going to prove really, really difficult for Notts to bowl Essex out. Certainly cheaply second time around. Essex are 85-1. The match situation has them 59 behind today. There was a terrific end and a terrific ovation to the innings of Matthew Montgomery, who was eventually 9th out for 177 and was applauded by an appreciative crowd, all getting to their feet to send him off. That was just before lunch. Notts bowled out for 4-4-2, and then when Essex began again, Lyndon James dismissed Nick Brown. But Westley and Cook together, Essex take a single there. They're 86-1. That's a deficit of 58. Update there for BBC Radio Nottingham. They're just starting their second match day programme of the day at lunchtime. Nottingham Forest Women. That was an important promotion playoff match that Nottingham Forest Women lost. I'll put a picture on at tea time of everybody out on the outfield. Sarah Gosling's come. Maybe look very carefully at your photo, Dave. 2 figures in red at the bottom right hand corner. That's me and Marky. Next ball on its way, and off an outside edge here. Westley is going to get 4 runs. Wasn't meaning to play it there. He's been driving crisply in the V, but this one has gone for 4 wide of Patterson at deep backward point. That's me and Marky in your photograph, Mark Goslin. We're all ready for Forest. She says there's plenty in the ground with red on. And they'll be, I'm sure, making the short journey across the road behind us in the next hour or so. Kick-off there's at 5:30 behind us. Broad in again to Westley, clips this one up to mid-on, no run. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, Dickie Davis alongside me, 90 for 1, and I think Notts, they're going to continue with spin from one end with Liam Patterson-White bowling.
Yeah, he's having a long spell. This will be his 12th over. And where did we get with the emails? Yeah, there are 3 lined up. One from Chris. Following on from my earlier email, read the abolition of bonus points. I cannot see why the following can't be implemented in the Championship. I'll tell you of Chris's master plan after, well, during this over or maybe at the end of it, with an economy of run-up and approach to the wicket. Patterson-White bowls, and that's just played calmly and serenely and apparently untroubled by Sir Alistair Cook. Moves in again. Played out into the covers this time. Liam Patterson-White, born in Sunderland on the 8th of November 1998. Bowls. Trickles out to mid-off. Well, no, short extra cover, really. In fact, it was short extra cover. Solidly forward from Cook. Plays the ball back to the bowler. Cook will probably need every bit of his vast experience, because although it's a good batting track, there's some very good bowlers that he's going to be, or has been and will continue to be up against. Nudged down backward of square on the leg side for an ambled single. Still called a run, not an amble. 91 for 1. More significantly, 53 runs in arrears. Left arm round the wicket now. Patterson will be bowling. And this time it's Westley who comes forward solidly and massively, smothering any spin, and it trickles out on the offside, on the onside. No addition to the score of 91 for 1 at the end of that over, with Westley on 21 not out and Cook on 34 not out.
Mark the Mod says, afternoon everybody, back in the room after a day selling my wares at Stamford Record Fair. Lucky folks getting married during a game. We got wed in the Pavilion Derek Randall Suite 6 years ago in November. Hoping Essex hang on so I can get a few hours there tomorrow. Did you have scones for tea? I didn't, but Dickie's ploughing on manfully.
Yes, it's certainly a man-sized, sort of Desperate Dan-sized scone, I must admit.
It's Broad from the pavilion end. Headband on, or is it a bandana? We had all that nonsense on the first day
yes.
as Cook clips this out onto the deep square boundary. Single taken by Alistair Cook, who made 72 in the first innings, 35 second time around, and power to add.
Yeah, the bandana discussion was up with there's no such thing as a seagull discussion. Ornithologically, there's probably not. For the normal mortals, then there are. Not only are there, but you love them or you loathe them. I love them.
A little bit of a plan being implemented here. The two men catching at short mid-wicket, just being carefully positioned by bowler and skipper. Brought in to bowl to Wesley. Oh, that's an absolute snorter, and it was really good wicket keeping by Joe Clark, because it seared away from the right-handed Wesley. It appeared as if it was going on course towards Brett Hutton at first slip, then it went the other way, so Clark had to just quickly adjust and ended up sharply moving in the other direction to his left to get both gloves and take the ball cleanly. But that was one that whistled past the bat of Wesley and very nearly whistled past Joe Clark, but for very alert and astute wicket keeping. Here's Broad again. He'll be fired up. Comes in, bowls clip to Liam Patterson-White, one of the two standing there fairly close in on the leg side. No run, 92 for 1.
To be more specific, Chris's email says his proposal for the championship: 2 groups of 9 teams playing each other twice, 1 4-day and 1 3-day. Well, yeah, this is what I was suggesting before tea. Now it gets more complicated. Each side's first 4 and last 4 matches to be 4-day games.
Broad to bowl. Past umpire Longley, bowls by Wesley. There's no run. Clark goes and retrieves the ball. 92 for 1 it remains.
And the middle 8 to be 3-day games played in the June to August period. Each of them to be played with 111 overs per day, 37 overs per session. Some of these can be played at outgrounds. 111 overs per day. That'll go down well with the players, wouldn't it? Oh dear.
Fanciful. It'll never happen. Broad bowls again wide of the mark, and Wesley can leave this one alone. He looked really good in this game, Tom Wesley. He had that brief flirtation at the highest level with England, 5 test matches, top score of 59. Sometimes players take a little bit of a time to readapt and readjust when they're thrust back into the everyday business of county championship cricket, but Wesley's adapted well. He's taken on the captaincy. He's looked really, really good in this match this week. Broad bowls to him again and past the outside edge through to the keeper. Nearly saw him off there, nearly got an assist. 92 for 1.
Yeah, thanks Chris for that. Yes, and I don't know if this is implied in your email, but my suggestion was that when they play each other side twice, one of them should be 4, one of them 3, so that that appears to be equal. 111 overs per day. Well, I don't know about that, although of course they used to bowl that and a lot more. Famously, when Essex were hit all around South Church Park in Southend in 1948 for 720 in a day by the Australians, still a world record, although Essex did bowl them out in that day, but it was slightly expensive, 720. There are numerous statistics given about that as Patterson-White moves in and bowls down to short leg. One of the lesser, but to my mind, a statistic which ought to be vaunted just as highly, as the next delivery comes in. Oh, and there's a loud appeal for LBW. That doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire either. And who is Steve O'Shaughnessy. Wesley 21, Cook still there on 35, and Cook goes for the sweep, doesn't pull it off, and it finishes up bouncing out down to third man. Yeah, in those days, 1948 and for many years afterwards, first class cricket consisted of 3 2-hour sessions. Overs didn't come into it. You could bowl, well, not literally as many or as few as you liked in that time, but it was strictly time-based. That's just attempt to play it out in the covers. Patterson-White bowling really well here because he's giving plenty of food for thought to Sir Alistair Cook. Plenty of food for thought. As he moves in now and bowls, and Cook nudges that into the onside, and they go through for a comfortable single. And come back to that final statistic, which I find almost as impressive as The Australian's getting 720 in a day, in 6 hours. 120 an hour. And that gets the better of Wesley as well. It gets through him. Playing off the back foot, or playing end of a very good over, 93 for 1. Essex trailed by 51. Was in those 6 hours, Essex bowled 123 overs, a rate of 20.5 overs per hour. That is prodigious. If you ask any cricketers to do that now, they'd be onto the PCA and saying they were being exploited by their employer. 20.5 hours overs per hour for 6 hours while the ball was being dispatched all over the place. They must have almost been trotting from end to end.
There's Stuart Broad. Bowls. Cook takes the single on the leg side, just went deep in his crease, just forced it out, plenty of space out there on that leg side, takes a single. Charlotte Edwards Cup match today at Beckenham, South East Stars 160 for 8, just 1 wicket for Grace Ballinger, who's going to be with us tomorrow. The Blaze in reply, good start, 28 without loss after 3 in the Blast match. The Blast starting today, Derbyshire playing Lancashire. Derbyshire 179 for 5, Wayne Madsen 50, former Notts man Luke Wood with 3 wickets. Lancashire have just started, they're already 18 without loss in the second over. That's hit him on the pad, asking here, and it's gone for 4 leg byes. Just wonder, it's not given, it's 4 leg byes, but I think it was one of those that Stuart Broad might have reviewed had such a thing been possible in this form of the game. Wesley just wandering across his crease there, ball thudding into the pad. Chance to see it again. But, the umpire said nothing doing. Stuart Broad thought he'd got his man. That's Essex on to 98 for 1, 46 behind. All the Division 1 games apart from this one have finished. It's Broad bowls. Wesley will get a single here, running it down to Patterson at third man. In case you didn't hear earlier, Hampshire defeating Northants by an innings, Somerset defeating Middlesex by an innings, and Surrey defeating Kent by 10 wickets. So they were 3 wallopings for the victorious side. Gloucestershire 11 for 2, needing 415 to beat Durham. Well, they're in trouble there. Glamorgan 376 for 3, leading Sussex by 13 centuries for Kieran Carlson and Marnus Labuschagne. And at New Road at Tea, Worcestershire 201 for 5, needs 70 more to defeat Leicestershire. All the scores on the BBC Sports website, on the cricket page. Follow your favourites and stick with us for the commentary and the pictures. 99 for 1 as this one's chopped away behind square by Cook. That'll take Essex into 3 figures. 100 up, 100 for 1. Remember in the first innings they were 150 for 1, and then
yes,
could only double that for the loss of the last 9 wickets. The last 4 wickets going down for just 10, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, something pretty ridiculous.
100 for 1 Essex.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, the last 4 going for 10.
So just 44 runs between the two sides. Been a little bit of encouragement for Nottinghamshire with 1 or 2 LBW shouts. This one just off target from Stuart Broad. Well taken by Joe Clark. Wonderful sky, clear blue sky over Trent Bridge. Just see in the distance, few wispy white clouds, but nothing that you're going to get excited about. Lovely day. Shadow of the floodlight away to our right between the William Clark and the Smith Cooper stand, just starting to encroach onto the square. That's Broad in again to Wesley, and the Essex skipper punches it back to Broad. End of the 37th over. Essex 100 for 1. Alistair Cook has 38. Wesley 22, and this pair have added 38.
Earlier in the day there was mention, somebody recommended to me the test match hotel rather, in West Bridgeford, which allegedly is run by a lady who's the daughter of a former Nottinghamshire player. Apparently her name is Sophie Forbes Clifton. Wow, that's impressive. Sounds like the name of an actress. Starring Sophie Forbes Clifton. As Patterson White moves in, bowls. It's just played solidly defensively, back just about, got enough legs on it to reach the bowler as it trickles down 22 yards.
Great character, Carlton Forbes.
Was he? Bowler?
Yes, yeah. You remember him, surely.
Well, no, I don't think so.
Late 60s, early 70s, when Sobers was here, big chum of Sir Garfield.
Oh, right. I met Garfield Sobers about, I don't know, the years slipped by, maybe 10 years ago. He was at a do in Essex. As the next delivery is played forward, and or rather the next delivery is delivered and it's the batsman who plays forward. He was doing something at a place called South Woodham Ferrers Cricket Club in Essex, not too far from Chelmsford. But then not many places in Essex are too far from Chelmsford because it's slap bang in the middle of the county. That's played out into the covers by Wesley. No further addition to the score. 101 for 1. Patterson White moves in again around the wicket. Past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and it's met with the full blade of the bat, and it trickles out on the onside. And yes, Garfield Sobers couldn't have been more charming, and I said, can I ask you for a short interview, please, for local radio? He said, of course, by all means. We sat down, and at the end of the over, just played back to the bowler, no addition to the score. And we had a very pleasant 10-minute interview and chatted about all sorts of things. And then he said, who did you say that was going to use by? I said BBC local radio. He said, what station? I said, BBC Essex. And he said, do not use it. I will have nothing to do with the BBC. They've let down West Indies cricket badly over the years. He didn't elaborate on that, but obviously at some stage in history the BBC had put the West Indies Cricket Board's nose out of joint in some way. You don't know anything about it, Dave?
No, he's always been fine with me.
Oh, he was fine with me, as I say. It was
Absolutely fine.
lovely. Couldn't have been more fine. It wasn't me he was moaning about. He was moaning about the BBC.
Broad to continue. Just had 4 overs in his first spell. This is his 4th over this particular spell. None for 21. Broad to Cook. Good 7 or 8 inches outside this off stump here. It goes through again to Joe Clark. And there's no run. I understand he's not been too well recently. So G, hope he's back on the golf course soon, if he's not already back out there. Sure he'll be at least itching to get onto the Westmoreland course tomorrow, if he possibly can. 101 for 1. Broad bowls. Cook again, keeps it out, clips it on the leg side, fielded by Asiba Mead. And there's no run. Lean time of it in this game for the Bolton-born opener, Asiba Mead. Made just 13. 97 in the last home match here against Lancashire a couple of weeks ago. Played terrifically well. He's in a catching position here, watching on as Broad comes in. Bowls Cook elegantly through the offside, but out as far as Slater. And he'll ping in a good strong return. 102 for 1. Cook on to 40, Wesley on to 22.
Thanks, Ed, for your email. Of course, bearing in mind that some of these came in before tea, so they're not entirely current, but that's not the emailer's fault, entirely mine. Unless he got an inside edge on that, it looks as if Cook got away with one there to Patterson White. Well, you win some, you lose some. They all balance themselves out, as I say. It's nothing to get too excited about. Makes up for a few dodgy LBW decisions earlier in the season, precisely.
Stuart Broad in to Wesley down the leg side, and again Joe Clark's not been able to take it cleanly. I'll scamper through for a bye. Tough old game for Joe Clark, this one, but likewise I think he's hung on to whatever's been nicked, whereas Adam Rossington, he spilled a couple and they proved to be very, very expensive indeed.
Yes.
With Montgomery getting lives on Norton 4 due to the generosity of the Essex glove man. Visitors trail by 41. Hutton, the sole slipper. Cook clips it out as far as Hamid. And there's no run.
Yes, this is a business of LBWs and caught behinds. As I say, I have a very phlegmatic, philosophical attitude to it. I mean, cricketers only seem to remember the bad decisions. They never remember that for every bad decision they had, they also had some very good ones. They think, I got away with that. I got an edge to that, and the keeper didn't give it out. And it all irons itself out. Move on. There's more important things in life.
103 for 1. Broad in to bowl, cut away by Cook. Again out to Slater. We'll get a single. 104 for 1.
Ed continues, a lot of Essex fans exasperated by the team structure. Obviously the plan was to have a batting all-rounder as the fourth seamer, so why has Walter not had a look in with that role? A number of times I've heard the words Paul Walter muttered over the last couple of weeks or so. Confidence with the ball seems to improve during the 100 and would obviously add a lot more with the bat, preventing some of the collapses that have been seen so far. Thank you, Ed, very much indeed for taking the trouble. Sebastian emails. And Patterson White bowls. And Cook bats and prods forward, and it goes off a thick inside half of the bat down to fine leg. Or long leg rather. Short, long leg, if that's not a contradiction in terms. Well, it is a contradiction in terms. And, but you know where I mean, roughly. Most of you can see where I mean. As Patterson White moves in and bowls. Pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score, picked up by that short extra cover by Ben Slater. Patterson White in again of bowls, and that's played quietly, and the keeper has to come halfway down the track to pick it up and toss it back to the bowler, who works on the ball as he trudges back to the end of his run-up, which isn't a long way. He moves in now, left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, who pushes out, and again it goes out into the covers, and again it's Ben Slater in the action. Not that the action is that spectacular, but it is he who picks it up. And again, Wesley just lunges forward, goes out to mid-on. No addition to the score of 105 for 1, 39 in arrears. And that's played solidly defensively, and again it's Slater who picks it up. The end of the over. Sebastian emails, good afternoon. Actually says God afternoon, gentlemen. A Lancashire fan from Blackpool. Should be watching the Blast game against Derbyshire, but nothing beats first class cricket, so I'll stick with this contest. Thank you very much. Thank you for the wonderful work in the commentary box. Well, I'm coming up to Blackpool in July to report or commentate on all 4 days of the weather. I was thinking about the weather. All 4 days of the match between Lancashire and Essex. So I'm looking forward to that. Many years since I've been to Blackpool, and coming from Southend-on-Sea, which is sometimes referred to as the poor man's Blackpool, and there's a lot in common.
Broad out of the attack, Patterson replaces him. Round the wicket he bowls to Cook, who punches this up to Mulaney at mid-on, who briefly halts his applauding of the delivery to pick the ball up. So Broad, again, a second spell of 4 overs in this second innings. Makes way for Dane Patterson. He bowled 6 overs early and none for 18. He's got his face absolutely splattered with sun cream, as have 2 or 3 of the others. Warm afternoon out there. Patterson in again, bowls Cook. The very model of concentration, rocks forward, nudges it out as far as Liam Patterson-White. Perhaps from time to time we'll pick up some noises on the effects microphone. It's getting louder and louder behind us at the City Ground, as clearly more and more people congregate in the area, on the streets and in the car parks and over the road and in the ground as well. More and more roars kick off the City Ground an hour away. Here's Patterson, bowls to Cook. That was angled in towards the stumps, and Cook goes back deep in his crease and blocks, keeps it out. A shake of the head from Joe Clark behind the stumps. I think he thought it was through. Partnership worth 43 after an opening stand of 62 between Cook and Brown. Here comes Patterson. Ball's guided, if that's the right word, by Cook down towards the third man fence. Harrison in hot pursuit, but it's gone for 4. Still see dotted here, there and everywhere. Plenty still inside Trent Bridge here with Red Forest shirts on. They'll be vacating their seats before too long. There's 6 or 7 or maybe more in front of the pavilion. Some top and bottom of the Hound Road stand. Several in the Smith Cooper and the Smith Cooper stand. 109 for 1. 1 or 2 have had long journeys to come up to Nottingham for the game, and just this is a good delivery through Cook and into the gloves of Clark. Just an opportunity, I guess, after a long drive to this part of the world, just to sit and watch a bit of cricket for a couple of hours before going over the road.
Yeah, it's a bit of a culture change, isn't it, within a few hundred yards between watching a county championship game on a sunny Saturday afternoon and then going over the road and watching a full throttle Premiership match.
Essex trail by 35. 109 for 1. Patterson bowls, again a nice punch by Cook, but they elected not go for the run as it's been hit straight to Lyndon James. Wide-ish mid-off, end of the 41st over. Patterson's come back over, just yielding 1 run. 7 overs, none for 22 now to the South African. Still going to be LPW at this end. I would imagine at some stage Stephen Mulaney, if he doesn't give himself a bowl, will give Calvin Harrison a little go, the leggy, just to see if he can conjure up something. We saw 3 wickets for the Essex leg spinner, Matt Critchley. Might be worth just giving Calvin Harrison a go, but for the time being it's going to be the slow left armour.
To bowl his 16th over. Unbroken, I reckon. And which means it's probably not. Dave will commentate because he's about to do an update.
Patterson-White bowls, worked onto the leg side, no run. Yes, apart from the break for tea, Liam Patterson-White's been toiling away from this end of the ground since replacing Brett Hutton. 109 for 1. Yes, Essex now 110 for 1. Remember, they began their second innings after lunch with a deficit of 144. That's after Notts were bowled out for 442 on the stroke of lunch at 1 o'clock. Matthew Montgomery out today for 177. Lyndon James with the only wicket to fall, that of the left-handed opener Nick Brown for 27. It took Notts 27 overs to get that first wicket. I wonder how long before they can break this stand between Alistair Cook, who's on 46, and another former England man, Tom Westley, who's on 23. Cook's offered a couple of glimmers, and there's been 2 or 3 very close LBW shouts, all so far gone in favour of the former England skipper, as he adds another single to take Essex on to Nelson, 111 for 1. Brings Tom Westley back onto strike, Dickie.
And Patterson White continuing as ever to bowl, and the Essex skipper just plays it quietly back to the bowler. No addition to the score, 1-1-1 for 1. If the late great umpire David Shepherd were here, he'd be leaping from foot to foot. That's pulled away towards the but not over. I hasten to add, the boundary on mid-wicket. They just go through for a single. And brings Cook down to the business end.
50 partnership brought up between this pair from 92 balls. Battered well in tandem. They put 135 on the first day.
And that is just played out into the covers, just in forward of square by Cook off the front foot. And an email from, basically from an anonymous emailer, except that all we can infer, the email address is Col, C-O-L, so it's either short for Colin, or he lives in Colchester or something or other. Anyway, I mentioned that when Essex famously played the Australians and conceded 720 runs in a day, I said that they bowled 123 overs, which was remarkable, in 6 hours. Well, it's even more remarkable than that, because Cole points out, via the good auspices of Cricket Archive, that they actually bowled 129 overs. 129 overs in 6 hours. Leave you to do the arithmetic yourself, but it's a healthy rate.
Patterson to a backdrop of Sweet Caroline from over the road, and this is hit back to him by Westley. Worcestershire 212 for 5 in Division 2 at home against Leicestershire. They need 59 more to win. Worcestershire bowled out for 83 in their first innings. That'd be quite some turnaround if they could come back and win that particular contest. Still Kieran Carlson and Monas Labuschagne batting together for Glamorgan. Partnership over 200 here, as this one's an attempted pull by Westley. He misses it. In fact, 273 Labuschagne and Carlson have put on for that 4th wicket for Glamorgan, who leads Sussex by 38 with 7 wickets left. Might be noisy this afternoon. Still an hour to kick off, and probably here already. They're in full voice behind us. 112 for 1. Westley 24. That's ball worked away onto the leg side. That's not a radio. That's not the BBC Radio Nottingham studios you can sometimes hear in coming through our microphone and headphones. That is the noise from just a few hundred yards behind us from the football ground, at the back of where that those who are watching the live stream, behind us. 112 for 1. On course still for that 6 o'clock finish. 20 overs to be bowled in the day, as Patterson again with a full swinging delivery tries to deceive Westley, but Westley equal to the task, jabs his bat down, and he's played beautifully in both innings, Tom Westley, hasn't he?
Certainly has, yes. And from the Essex perspective, needs to continue doing so until tomorrow.
Maybe this time tomorrow.
Maybe this time tomorrow, yes.
I think they'll have shaken hands by this time tomorrow.
Yes, I'd have thought so if it has gone on that. Why?
112 for 1. Wesley has 24. Cook has 47. Wesley drives this or clips this on the leg side. To be strictly correct, he just pushed it onto the leg side, straight to a Mead, one of 2 short mid wickets. We've been carefully positioned there by the skipper, Stephen Mullaney. Patterson White, 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 32. Got a couple of LBW shouts. 1 or 2 that have been popped up in the air close to the wicket, but nowhere near the fielders. Next ball on its way now. Wesley will just guide this or chop this down to third man, where Ben Martindale does the fielding. And they take a single. I think Martindale's on for Broad. That would sort of fit, because Broad's just come out of the attack. So he's just gone to freshen up, take his bowling boots off. Martindale, number 12, is on the field as a sub. 113 for 1.
Yeah, Chris comes back about his proposal of a mixture of 3 and 4 day championship cricket matches, with which I totally agree. He says my suggestion of 111 overs per day, 37 overs per 2-hour 10-minute session is not impossible. Well, of course it's not. It's far from it. We've just found out that 21.5 overs per hour they bowled against the Australians, and that's a super shot. Patterson has bowled really, really well, and that was one of the very few poor deliveries that he's bowled, just short of a length. And Wesley took full advantage, cracking it through extra cover in the direction of the football crowds, but only in the direction thereof. And yeah, Chris says it's all a matter of player attitude. If they only have to bowl 15 overs now, that's all they will do. Well, yeah, they'll work to rule, the same as most people. And next delivery, Wesley plays that, and more runs. Good Lord, a positive feast of runs as Wesley plays that out deep extra cover, where it wasn't straight to the field. He had to move some yards, and that accommodated the taking of a single. So Ed I'll come back to that at the end of the over. As Patterson White moves in again, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Cook, plays it out to mid-off, and no run is added. There is no score, as Henry Blofeld used to say, and there is no score. And that's just played out in the offside. Backward of square. Slip moves a few yards to his left to field, no run is taken. Patterson White in again, bowls, and that's played elegantly through the covers. I wonder how many times different commentators have used the word elegantly over the years to describe throws to Cook, and that brings up his 50 in well, as with most of his innings, they are not, the statistics surrounding them aren't that spectacular. 5 fours, 130 deliveries, but it's the way he scores his runs that has taken the eye over the years. Nothing flashy, nothing flamboyant about his batting, and similarly nothing about the man. And just businesslike. The ultimate professional cricketer. Just worked down to fine leg for a single, and we'll keep the bowling. So Ed says, in wonderfully large font, good afternoon team, commenting on some of the topics discussed. I don't watch any TV, although I'm watching the live stream at Dave Bracegirdle's recommendation. The score, description of the ball, name of the relevant player, etc. is of the utmost importance. I grew up with our lot, Johners, that's Brian Johnson, for those who don't know, Christopher Martin Jenkins and Henry Blofeld, pigeons on the outfield, etc., all most important. They were masters of this game and its description, but it also had a chemistry which is often lacking in the younger present-day commentators. Well, I'll have to defend them. Secondly, on the subject of foreign view of cricket, come back to that.
Patterson from the pavilion end, bowls to Cook. Delivery that would have angled, I think, probably down the leg side, but Cook nicely positioned just to work it into the gap. And away for a single. Matthew Montgomery, who got that big innings for Nottinghamshire of 177, does the fielding. 1 run, 124 for 1.
He said, secondly, on the subject of the foreign view of cricket, I was surprised that the converted lady cricket fan from Texas, I think. Yes, so was I, astonished, and delightfully so. It reminded me of my ex-wife, who came from Colombia. She couldn't understand a game that stopped for lunch.
Opening partnership was worth 62. This partnership worth 62 as Dane Patterson gives him one. Smell the leather, I think the West Indian quicks used to say. The one banged in short just past the end of the nose on
Yes.
its way through to Joe Clark, who took it and then resumes his conversation with Brett Hutton, who looks to be getting loose. He might be coming on to replace Liam Patterson-White, who has toiled away through 17 overs, 17 wicketless overs. Patterson in again. Bowls, good delivery.
That was a good delivery.
Jagged away from Tom Wesley, again through into the gloves of Clark.
Yes, he said his ex-wife Colombia couldn't understand. Oh, from Colombia, it's not her name. Couldn't understand a game that stopped for lunch, stopped for tea. You did that for 4 or 5 days consecutively. What she or you failed to add, and it could still end in a draw with nobody winning. Lastly, during the tea interval, there was an advertisement on the live stream for the Nottingham Outlaws. It emphasised everything I dislike about T20. Enjoying the commentary, you're doing a great job. Keep it up. Ed in Frinton. Thank you.
Yeah, the Notts Outlaws. This is pushed into the offside. There's no runs. There's also been the adverts and little video running. 16th of July here. A chance to zip wire across the ground.
Wow.
They did it last year from the William Clark stand. I don't know, the erector, a bit of a gantry up high, and then zip wire all the way across to the Fox Road stand. It's an aid of dementia charities. All the information on the club website.
Oh, brilliant.
I don't think heavy old souls like me can have a go, but if you fancy it, check it all out as Wesley pulls this up to mid-on, and there's no run. 124 for 1. If you're only listening to the listening to us without the pictures, you might be imagining there's I don't know, 35,000 people in here singing and rocking and having a right good time to county championship cricket. A lot of the noise, most of the noise, if not all of the noise, is coming from outside the ground.
But no doubt those who are here are also having a right good time.
124 for 1. Patterson bowls, and this one through to the keeper.
Yes, there was a time when it was first introduced that no self-respecting T20 match would start without the almost obligatory gimmick like a parachute display, and parachutists would land on the pitch, which was usually with coloured flares attached to them, which was very spectacular. But I remember one going sadly awry at Hove when it turned out that they shouldn't have gone through with this because it was too windy, and we could see these red devils, I think they're called, coming down, and then the wind took them away, and not one of them landed on the cricket pitch. They landed in various parts of Brighton and Hove, and nobody sort of thought it was very funny at all. Well, it wasn't funny because they could have landed in the middle of a main road, and so there was it left a bit of a strange atmosphere in the game for a while, and so after a short time there was a public address announcement that you'll be glad to know that all the parachutists are landed safely, none of them is injured, and they'll be coming along during the tea interval to sort of do a little walk round to prove the point, and they did, and they got tremendous applause because I think people were all understandably genuinely worried. Hutton back in the attack from this end.
Ooh.
And I don't think that if that was instrumental in it, but I don't recall ever seeing well, I certainly didn't see one. That may have taken place, but a parachute performance before, after, as an overture to a T20 game after that event. But it could have been horrible, absolutely horrible. Yeah, well down the leg side, bowling from Hutton. Brett Hutton moves in now. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, who goes for a paddle. I don't mean there's no paddle round here. Oh, of course it's a big rowing centre as well, yes, but not that sort of paddle. He attempts to paddle the ball round the corner and fails to make contact. It's a wonderful city for sport, isn't it? There's just about everything.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I think we've lost our effect. Oh no, it's come back again. Another kick in the right place gets it going. The answer to everything. Under these circumstances, it's better than switching off and switching on again. As Hutton moves in again, and this is nudged down to fine leg or backward square leg by Cook for a single. Taking the score to 125 for 1, of which Cook has the major score. He has 54, Wesley on 30. Yeah, there's water sports, there's football, there's Nottingham Rugby Club, they're quite a good standard, there's cricket, there's ice hockey. Oh, it's
the race course.
Race course. Yeah. An absolute dream for a sports fan. As round the wicket is now employed for the right-handed Wesley. That goes through to the keeper. So a pleasant day here. The shadow of one of the floodlights is now just casting a shadow on the outfield. In fact, one of the umpires is Tom Lungley, standing right in the middle of it. And that's just pushed out on the onside. No addition to the score.
Amidst all the noise there, you could just make out the audible grunt from Brett Hutton as he bowled that effort ball. You often get him like the tennis players, giving a bit of a grunt as he released it.
Yes. And that's outside the off stump. I have a story which my colleague Don Topley tells. It's the end of the over, so it's a good time to tell it. That last ball went outside the off stump. His son, Rhys Topley, for a while had a relationship with one of the top female tennis players. I won't mention her name. And one weekend, she actually came down and stayed at the Topleys in Essex, on the sort of Essex-Suffolk border. And they've got a pretty big back garden. And there were two little girls, apparently as their next door neighbours, who were tennis fanatics. And and so Don, or maybe Rhys, said, "Oh well, so-and-so is here, perhaps she'd like to play tennis with you."
Patterson to Cook. It's on 54. This may be a leg by, angling down the leg side. Cook's appetite for runs still very much intact. He ran that first one quickly, even though I think it is a leg by. It is indeed. And one more extra, 15, 126 for 1. Essex trail by 18.
And these little girls were big tennis fans, so when he said who it was, their mouths dropped apparently, and said, "No, not the, yes, she'd ranked number 3 or 4 in the world or something." Anyway, so they played in the back garden, and they rigged up a temporary sort of net of sorts and hit the balls across. And Don says that even under that circumstances, playing in the back garden.
Patterson to bowl. Wesley's on 30. And he's clipped this fine. Is there anybody down here? Let's have a look. It's been well fielded by Calvin Harrison, who's done really well in the field. Made an impression with the bat earlier. 31 with 7 boundaries. I think 3 or 4 of them were amongst the picks. If you were to put together shot of the day, Calvin Harrison would certainly have contenders in there, but did slightly blot his copybook in spilling Cook, but it was such a difficult one. 128 for 1. Patterson, ball in hand. Here he comes down the runway to bowl to Wesley. That's hit him on the pad, and from behind the wicket it would have looked good for Joe Clark, who went up, but the game was given away by Patterson because he didn't appeal.
And apparently even when this star, ranked number 4 in the world tennis player, served the ball, even in the back garden of these two little girls, she grunted. I think that is absolutely hilarious.
The hospitality members over in the Derek Randall suite now coming out, 200 of them, filing out, making their way out of the ground and off to watch a bit of football as Wesley tickles this down to Harrison at long leg again. One more. Expect it from Cook, just how good he's been, but Wesley has really caught the eye for me in this innings. 129 for 1.
Victoria, the boss at the moment.
Patterson.
Oh,
Bowles. Cook will clip this down to long leg. Fielded by Martindale, 130 for 1, so Essex only trail by 14 now. My word, they'd have taken that when the innings began just after lunch. 144 behind. Terrific effort. Wesley does have a century on this ground back in 2018, 110 not out. It's only on 33, but it does have something on this ground that Alistair Cook doesn't have in first-class cricket. Patterson bowls, and he's gone to pull that away, and he's been struck round about the chest region. No run. End of the 47th over. 16 overs remain. We've got about an hour and 5 minutes until the scheduled close at 6 o'clock. Both should coincide nicely, I would imagine.
I would have thought so. Yes, it isn't actually from the stand-in boss at the moment. It was sent to a different email address, and she kindly forwarded it to me. It's from Gavin in Leigh-on-Sea. That's where I live, and have done since I was 4 years of age, either with my parents or my family. He says that my son Alexander, who's 9, has asked me to ask you how Trent Bridge ranks among other cricket grounds you visit. That's easy. It's up amongst the top 3, I should say. Easily my favourite test ground, bar none, and very highly amongst all the others. In fact, of the headquarters grounds, very few. Some of the out grounds are, just idyllic, really. But no, Trent Bridge is a wonderful place, and I'm not just saying that because I'm here and I want free food, but I'm saying it because it is. You can't fault it, really. That's just worked away down to backward square leg for a single by Cook. It's difficult to not that I'm one who looks for negative side of any aspect of life, it's too short, but I was going to say, not that I could go looking for anything wrong, but I couldn't really see anything that could be improved, really. It's just wonderful in every way, not least the people. Maybe we're, sometimes Southerners live down to their name. We're not exactly a rude crowd, but we're very, and it's ludicrous to generalise, I know that's played out to mid-wicket for a single, where I think we're reserved more, and it's still a bit of a culture shock, and a delightful culture shock when nearly everywhere you go people say hello, how are you, and start up a conversation, and I think that's wonderful, not just in the cricket ground, but wandering around the city and on the buses, and yes, really great. Hutton pulled out of his
it was Cook backed away just as Hutton was
we can't
ready to bowl.
We can't see why, because whatever was happening is happening just below us.
Yeah, but that's the second time he's done that. Once when Patterson was just about to bowl to him, and this time for Brett Hutton.
Yeah. So that's pulled away for 4 runs. There's a man at deep mid-wicket, there's a man at deep backward square, and it more or less bisected the two of them for 4. So that's my answer, Gavin, and it's fantastic ground, as I've said before, and I should be doing a piece on my midweek contribution they make to our round the wicket. The great thing about it, or one of the many great things about Trent Bridge, is that it's kept a pace of the times. They've redeveloped parts of it here and there, but it's always, as the next delivery is way down the leg side, and Cook will have nothing to do with it. It's none of these developments is in any way an eyesore. They blend in with each other, with the old and the new, the ancient and the modern. It's really very well achieved, and I think I said on Thursday, whoever the architect is who has the say or designs these things, I wish he or she would go around to other counties as well. I won't mention any names, but that's just played out quietly on the offside. You all have, those who travel around watching quite a bit of cricket, you all know the sort of grounds where they have real eyesores, and you think, how on earth could they build that? How did the local authority give you planning permission for that? It looks totally out of place. But nobody would say that about Trent Bridge. It's all, yeah, lovely. As the next delivery from Hutton moves in, bowls, and that's worked away on the onside, just forward of square, but straight to the fielder. No addition to the score of 136 for 1, and Essex edge ever closer to certainly not safety, by long way from safety, but at least making their hosts bat again. They trail by just 8 runs, but really that's only the, I said it was page 1, it's not even chapter 1. I mean, it's the preface before you get to chapter 1. Then they've got to establish a good enough lead, either, but in my book unlikely, to achieve a victory, or at least to get a draw tomorrow. So 8 runs short of the first target. That's all really. So I hope that answered your question. I think if I've waxed lyrical, I make no apologies, because it's our sort of ground. We're really enjoying listening to commentary in this fine weather. Hope you're well. Best regards, Gavin in Leigh-on-Sea. Yep, thank you. As I say, we moved there with my family when I was 4, and I got married when I was 31, and have moved all of about half a mile away from where I live with my family, so I know Leigh-on-Sea pretty well. And there's a hold-up, and I'm not quite sure why it is. Dave may well be better informed than I am.
I suspect the hold-up is because we've got an hour to go and we've only got 15 overs to go. I think Stephen Mullane, no, genuinely, I think Stephen Mullane a couple of times has asked for drinks to be brought out for everybody, and that hasn't happened. Dame Patterson was removing some grass or clumps of turf that had stuck to his spikes. Stuart Broad's come back on the field. I think they just pretty much know that the way they're rattling along, they would probably get 17 or 18 overs in, and they're just I think just content to get to 6 o'clock and walk off. It's going to be Patterson, 136 for 1. Essex trail by 8 as play restarts with a short pitch ball which goes through to the wicket keeper. Everybody will have their opinions. When this innings started at 20 to 2, I would possibly have said, had I been asked, thinking about it, that Essex maybe had 15-20% chance of winning the game at that point. Right now, as you were pointing out, they've got themselves into a position here where they could. Patterson doing cartwheels at the far end.
Most spectacular.
It's inching higher and higher and higher. Very nearly closed out this deficit as Wesley defends. Back to the bowler. In terms of Essex winning it, there's got to be a lot of wickets go down tomorrow in order for that to happen. Maybe Nottinghamshire would have to have the incentive to go chasing after something. I don't know, but I think possibly your draw is the favourite result at the moment, unless Notts can get on a roll and get 3 or 4 quick wickets here. This is pushed back to Patterson, And by that I mean before the close of play today. If Essex were only 30 in front with 5 wickets left, then a different complexion. But you can't really see how Nottinghamshire are going to create the opportunity to get those 3-4 chances in the hour that's to come, because there's been nothing really that's remotely looked like taking a wicket since tea. Next delivery from Patterson is pushed into the offside square of the wicket by Wesley, and he'll get a single. 137 for 1, and Essex trail by 7.
Yeah, the most recent 4 encounters here, oh well, they've all been here obviously, because we pointed out earlier in the week they haven't played anywhere but here since 1997, when they played in Worksop. Nottinghamshire won in 2021, Essex won in 2018 and 19. 10 was drawn, 2010. Prior to that, Notts won twice, Essex once, Notts once, another draw. So in total, come back to that,
Patterson bowls and dropped on the leg side. Yeah, I think in 2010. I think that was the year that Essex's attack was led by Maurice Chambers, and I think he got a 5 for here and in the return down at Chelmsford. Trevor agrees with me, Dave. It is looking increasingly difficult to force a positive result from here. Don't see how Essex have got time to be able to set a target either. Draw. Well, yeah, just obviously said almost as much, Trevor. Something needs to happen fairly dramatically one way or another. Next ball is dropped onto the leg side. Yeah, it'd be ever so nice, David, if you just ask them to turn the music down a little bit here. Awfully deafening at Trent Bridge just across the road. Players are just going to take what we think will be an extended drinks break, and that's because we are so ahead of the overs. There's been spinners bowling from both sides. Only 14 overs to go today, so it will be done and dusted at 6 o'clock. Essex 137 for 1. They've all but wiped out that first innings deficit of 144. Notts getting that big lead, principally due to a wonderful innings from young Matthew Montgomery. He made 177, was out on the stroke of lunch. Essex began afterwards. It took Notts 27 overs before Nick Brown was dismissed by Lyndon James, but Alistair Cook and Tom Wesley still at the crease. Essex trail by 7 at 137 for 1.
So yes, in the 9 games Essex have played here since the 2 Division Championship came in at the turn of the century, the hosts Nottinghamshire have won 4 times, Essex have won 3 times, and there have been 2 draws. So yeah, honours, well, more or less even, but as you'd expect, slightly favouring the home side. Just see if there's any other emails to...
Just seeing on the live screen there the pictures of the 2 umpires chatting. They always seem to get or be forgotten when the 12th men, the 13th men, the 14th men bring out the floats with all the drinks for everybody, the towels, the drinks, all the other bits and pieces, the change of gloves and everything. Always seems as if the poor old umpires get forgotten when they bring out drinks. They might have said, "Oh, thanks ever so much for offering, but no thanks." But generally, I would like to see somebody bring them out a bottle of water, or maybe they think, "Oh no, you can't go too close to the umpires in between. Gather round, boys, let's have a huddle."
Maybe, yeah. I think they should be offered. After all, nobody has a game without the umpires, as I've always saying about club cricket.
Yeah.
One of the sad things about club cricket at the moment, it's fewer and fewer people are because players stay at clubs. This is amateur clubs, club cricket, longer than they used to. They don't have the loyalty to clubs that they used to. And they used to, when they'd finish up playing, then they'd take on the admin jobs of running the club, which is just as important as playing it. You can't play well unless you've got a good administration behind you. And similarly, fewer and fewer people in club cricket take up umpiring as well. And without umpires, then they don't have a Saturday afternoons, a few hours of fun. So, yeah. On the other hand, occasionally, and I emphasise occasionally, you see outbursts from players in amateur club cricket which have no place at all there, and I don't know why I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't anyway, but even if I'm in a position to, I wouldn't umpire club cricket. I'm not prepared to. I want to enjoy my leisure time. I don't want to have a few people swearing at me and questioning my birth and my eyesight and everything else. So one way or another, umpires, or one reason or another, umpires are hard to come by, and I've always had the greatest respect for them, which I think is why I've never ever queried a decision. I don't mean when I've been playing. Well, I didn't know in those days. You never did anyway. You just often you didn't wait for one, because if you've got an edge, you walked automatically, went for caught behinds, and if you didn't, it was considered very, very bad form, not only by the opposition but by your own side. I can remember a young player coming into our club who got a palpable edge and didn't walk, and he was dropped from playing for the next week. The captain said, no, I don't want people like that if they're not going to play in the right spirit. So it's Hutton. Brett Hutton moves in, right arm over the wicket to Wesley, goes by outside the off stump. An indication as to, I hate to say how batting is sort of becoming more straightforward, because that could be the kiss of death, but there are no slips now keeping the wicket keeping company. In fact, there's nobody close behind the wicket at all. There's one man on the boundary at just backward of square, and all the others are in front of the bat, including those two short mid wickets, and that's just, it's not often you see no slips at all in this version of the game. There's usually one person there, at the very least. Nobody for the keeper to talk to, or mutter to, or share his concerns with, or talk to about where should we go for a meal tonight. As that's played out in the offside, and that is a good ball, a ball of very full length, and Wesley is probably grateful to keep it out in the end, but just jabbed down on it, kept the ball out of his wicket.
Shirts off weather, Dickie, in the Fox Road stand there, right in the glare of the sunshine, and the young lads in there, as we just saw on the live stream, got their tops off, getting a bit of an early summer tan.
Yes, they must be. That's just played quietly. They're staring right into the sun, and lots of them don't have hats on. I don't quite see how they can see what's going on, but still, I'm sure they can. Otherwise, they wouldn't sit there.
Well, no, it's difficult on that side. You've got the warm glow of the sunshine, but it is difficult to pick out what's going on. They're as far away from the action as possibly can be.
One way or another, it's almost the worst place to sit.
On the other hand, on the other side of the ground, much closer to the action, but in the shade.
Yeah. As Hutton moves in again and bowls, and that's a pleasant flick of the wrist, sends the ball out to mid-wicket area, and fielded. No run accrues, just 7 runs behind now. But as I keep emphasising, that's no reason to set off fireworks or start up the band in celebration. It's just a step in the right direction. And that's worked away on the onside, and again there's no score. So a quiet period of play. You can say that about all of the Essex innings, really. 137 at a rate of just under 2 3/4 per over. It's pedestrian rate, but it's effective. I mean, I keep saying there are so many different joys of cricket, and one of which is different circumstances call for different ways of playing the game. And these circumstances, as far as Essex were concerned, was initially just to survive, get the feel of the speed of the wicket, the bowlers, what they're doing with it, and just resolutely stay there. And one of the numerous old sayings about cricket is, the longer you stay at the wicket, the easier batting becomes.
That's very true. Going to be Dane Patterson, still going to go round the wicket. Cook on 60, faced 144 deliveries here. Another lengthy stay in the middle. for the former England captain. Made 72 on the first day from 124 balls. Patterson in to bowl to him, very nearly inside edges there. Mistimes that drive onto his boot. Picks the ball up obligingly, hands it to Lyndon James. Trevor makes the point that Essex could be bowled out for something, say leave Notts 150, and then Simon Harmer on the last day might do his stuff. Yes, you certainly can't rule that out,
well, no,
Trevor, as a possibility. Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, just turning his arm over, either to get loose or maybe he's had the nod from Mullane. Here's Patterson, bowls onto the pads of Cook and just dab it on the leg side out to Hamid. 138 for 1. This very same track not used since the Middlesex game last year, when on the last day only 1 wicket fell.
Oh, really?
That was taken by Ben Duckett. Got Sam Robson with the second new ball caught down the leg side. It was that sort of day, and I just fear it might be that sort of track again tomorrow. 138 for 1. Patterson to Westley. Bowls now to Tom Westley. Almost having a little net here. Pushes this out onto the offside to Montgomery. No run. Today we've had, what were Notts overnight? There were 5 wickets down, weren't we? So we've had 6 wickets today. We only had 5 yesterday. So just a flavour of how difficult it's been for the players on both sides to take wickets. Patterson giving it his all. On for 30 his figures. This is his 12th over. Comes in now to Westley. Short, pulled away. There's protection with Calvin Harrison. Throws it in. That's 4 balls into the over. Just have a little watch of Calvin Harrison just to see if he is getting himself ready. Might just have been just turning his arm over just to keep loose at the start of the over. Brett Hutton now coming out, I was going to say coming out of the slip cord, and he was the only behind the wicket catcher. Going to stay behind the wicket. He's gone at sort of a leg gully. Mullane is, in fact they're moving him around. He's almost gone to short square. He's sort of halfway between the batter and the square leg umpire. Square on. Patterson bowls. Cook pushes it back to Patterson, and Essex remain 5 behind at 139 for 1. This may just be a fairly soporific last 45 minutes here. 12 overs after this one, 73 balls left, and I'm sure they'll all troop off and contemplate a tough all day tomorrow. Patterson bowls. Cook mistimes his drive up to Broad at mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. 139 for 1 Essex. Patterson 12 overs, none for 31. Essex trail by 5.
Yes, so I suppose if anything, Essex batsmen have to be, they probably hardly need saying, they're professional cricketers, so they know how to play the game far better than I do. But if ever I was batting in this circumstance, which was very unusual, then I wasn't that good, and we didn't get wickets that good either. So it's your own concentration. You've got to keep going, and don't tell yourself, oh, this is easy, it's no trouble at all, I can easily bat out the day doing this. Every ball potentially has your name on it, and it needs just as much concentration as it always has done.
It's going to be the leggy. Things are rarely dull when a leg spinner's
bowling.
That's right. Even if it's just one poor ball and over that gets slapped away.
Yeah.
Often things happen with a leg spinner.
There's always something happening. Years ago, the slogan for the Metropolitan Police used to be "Dull it isn't," and I think the same applies to leg spinners. It's never dull. There's either wickets or runs or both.
Blaze, the Trent Bridge based women's team, have defeated the South East Stars in the Charlotte Edwards Cup by 5 wickets, so it'll be a happy Grace Ballinger who joins us tomorrow to tell us all about it. It's a long old trek back from Kent on the coach tonight.
Well,
as I was saying,
that was that was the first ball he's bowled in first-class cricket.
no, he bowled in the first innings, didn't he?
Oh yes, of course he did. Beg your pardon, beg his pardon as well. Yeah, but that one was dispatched straight back past him to the boundary.
Actually,
for a 4.
His first ball in the first innings was hit for 4.
Yes,
it was lifted over the top of Stuart Broad.
Yes, it was. That's right. So Harrison moves in again. Bowls. Oh, and well, that found the edge of Wesley's bat. It reached the slip, but I think it had bounced before him, and nobody seemed to get too animated. The fact that it wasn't held onto. So
it was played deliberately by Wesley as well. He just opened the face to try and run it down to third man. It was a good stop by Mullaney.
It was. Oh, it strengthens the slip cordon though. They brought the man from leg slip over to second slip. As Harrison moves in and bowls, and Wesley treats it with utmost respect, which he should do. As I say, you've got to keep concentration right up until you walk off. Harrison, right arm over the wicket, leg spin. And did he slip in the occasional googly?
Oh, we haven't seen enough of him. It's his debut. Yes, he does. He has it with the white ball. We have seen it in the blast. So yeah, I'm sure he will. Well, he's got it in his armoury.
Yes. Moves in now and bowls, and that's just played square on the offside, and there's acres of untenanted ground there, so it's an easy single to be available to be taken. Bringing Wesley on to 41, Cook on to 61, and Essex are level, scores are level, 144 for 1. Well, at this stage, I hasten to add only at this stage, Essex will be fairly pleased that they wiped off the arrears with only losing 1 wicket. So now every run is a plus. Every run they score, Nottinghamshire have to score as well. And the Cook just pushes that back to the bowler. So effectively they're 0 for 1. End of the over. And well, the risk of repeating myself, but it's better to repeat it than not give the score. Essex are 144 for 1 with Wesley 41 and Cook 61.
Lyndon James is going to return to the attack. 6 overs, 1 for 18. The only wicket to fall in this innings, that of Nick Brown, who he got LBW for 27. Bowling from the pavilion end as he was earlier. Again, a view on the live stream of Trent Bridge, looking a picture, lovely overhead conditions. Been a very nice day weather-wise, more of the same tomorrow. So Mullaney, the only one of the bowlers not to turn his arm over. He had a little bowl in the first innings, just 6 overs, none for 20. .144 for 1. So 11 overs remain in the day. Here comes Lyndon James. He has got a slip in. That's Brett Hutton. Bowls to Wesley. A meaty clump up to Mullaney at mid-off, no run. 44 for 1. That Division 2 match at New Road, getting more and more interesting. Worcestershire 240 for 6. Need 31 more to defeat Leicestershire. If they can come back, having been bowled out for 83 in their first innings, that's a pretty decent effort from them. James to Wesley. Bowles, this will test Stuart Broad, but that's a fabulous stop from the England quick. Anybody who doubts his commitment in county colours need only look at that. Dived full length to prevent that going for 4. The first blast game of this season's competition is nearing its end. Lancashire need 9 runs from 2 overs to defeat Derbyshire. They're 171 for 6. Derbyshire posted 179 for 5, so it looks like the Lankies will get over the line there. 9 runs required from a couple of overs. 144 for 1. Hutton now being brought out of the slip cordon. Looks to well, where's he going? I'll go here, I'll go there. When the music stops, I don't think the music is going to stop, but when the music stops he'll stand still, and he's gone in at sort of a silly mid-off position. Bowler might also almost run into him as he veers away, having delivered the ball. But James bowls, and Wesley clips it up to Broad at mid-on. There's no run. Glamorgan have had a great day with the bat down at Hove. Kieran Carlson's still there. He's on a Montgomery. He's 177 not out. He's lost Marnus Labuschagne out for 138. Glamorgan 461 for 4, lead Sussex by 103. So that 4th wicket partnership was worth 12 shy of 300 as this is whipped out onto the leg side by Wesley. What's that? 288, 12 shy of 300 you fool. 145 for 1 with that single. That means Essex are in front by 1 run. 1 for 1.
1 for 1, yep.
James, by the look of it, is going to go round the wicket to Alistair Cook. Poor old Brett Hutton. It's in the slips, out the slips, in the slips, out the slips, go here, go there. Tracking him back in. He's in a curious sort of close in 3rd slip position. This goes through to the keeper. Yeah, it's a strange position that Brett Hutton's in, because if there was a first slip in a standard position, he'd be behind Joe Clark with obviously 2nd slip alongside him, and then 3rd. But Hutton's in it where 3rd slip would be, but about 8 yards further forward than you normally expect.
Yes.
Next delivery on its way, and kept out by Alistair Cook. 25 past 5, so 5 minutes away from kick-off. I would imagine the big roar we've all just heard inside Trent Bridge would be the teams coming out behind us. 145 for 1. That'll be nothing to the roar if there's a goal by the side in red. 10 overs to go. If they're not careful, we might just drift into a bit of overtime. 10 overs to go and 35 minutes before 6 o'clock. But it is going to be Calvin Harrison to continue. I guess spinner at this end. He'll fizz through his overs in reasonable time, you'd imagine.
So Harrison about to bowl to the Essex skipper, Tom Wesley. Moves in now, bowls, and that's just worked away into the deep mid-wicket area. One run accrues, taking it to a lead of 2, 146 for 1. Around the wicket, played back to the bowler by Cook.
Wouldn't be a bad maiden first wicket for Calvin Harrison were he to get the former England skipper. Be a nice one to have on the CV.
Yeah, certainly. Moves in now, bowls, and that goes for 4 over extra cover down towards, well, in the direction of the Trent Bridge Tavern, is it? And the
Trent Bridge Inn.
Trent Bridge Inn. What's the function of the building that's sort of down that way, up on stilts? Didn't that used to be a press box years ago?
Used to be the old press box, yeah.
Is it used for anything now?
it's like a study centre, I think.
Oh,
they,
right.
they often take some of the youngsters in there if there's some classroom work to be done. I think it's got Rushcliffe Borough Council on it, but
Oh, right.
not entirely sure.
Harrison moves in again, bowls to Cook. And Cook looks to hit it out into covers and doesn't make contact. He goes through to the keeper. And that's just played solidly defensively. Trickles out in the offside. But no addition to the score as Harrison moves in again from the Radcliffe Road end. Bowls, gives it a little, seems to give it a little bit more air possibly. Picked up that short mid wicket by courtesy of a good old-fashioned big number 10 boot, flicking it up. And the end of another over is reached. There's now just 9 to go before proceedings for the day are drawn to a close.
Stuart Broad, much as he enjoys his cricket, much as he enjoys playing for Nottinghamshire, wishes he was over the road right now. You could hear him almost singing along there with the Forest supporters behind us, as I got a close-up of him on the live stream.
Well, he might be able to get in at half-time, at half price.
Lyndon James, 9 overs remain. With Harrison bowling. Should be on course once again for 6 o'clock. Top stuff today from all the crew, bringing you the pictures.
Yes, indeed.
As Lyndon James is in, bowls, Wesley drives up to mid-on.
Yeah, I think the camera operators are very much the unsung heroes of these.
Some fireworks going off
these
now
live stream because okay, so the weather's been good during this game. But earlier on in the season it was anything but. And fireworks go off now. Now surely the batsmen will stop. I mean, they stop for far lesser interruption than a firework display. But no, Wesley continues, which surprises me, I must admit.
James bowls into the pads of Wesley. It's run down the leg side and it's going to be four runs. He's got something on that. Noisy. Everybody looking. Well, I can only presume it's a firework display. I don't know if we're able to get any shots from the far end of the ground. If that's what it is. 154 for 1, Essex lead by 10. I did warn you folks that it's likely to be noisy, the last bit of the play today. Bouncer over the head of Wesley, who did extremely well there, just to stand there and say, yeah, I'm happy for them to bowl. Essex lead by 10 at 154 for 1.
With all due respect to Nottingham Forest Football Club, and maybe other clubs do it as well, what's the point of having a firework display in broad daylight? You can hardly see them.
Yes, I was about to say before I was rudely interrupted by the fireworks. Stan, Spence and Jono have been out there all day. Kirsty's out there now. Camera in hand. This one's clipped away on the leg side and there's no run. 154 for 1. Aaron's here as well, bringing you the replays and looking after all the graphics and everything. Absolute bedlam over the road.
Yes.
154 for 1. And I'm sure I'll try and remember, but those of you watching the live stream, if you continue watching it at the end of the day's play, that's where you'll get the interviews banged in short by James as it goes through to the keeper. Just as soon as the media team can get somebody as they leave the field at the end of the day, we'll bring you whatever interviews we can first and fastest on the live stream. 154 for 1. Essex lead of 10. They've lost Nick Brown, LBW, to Lyndon James for 27 That was in the 27th over with a score on 62. As James in again to Wesley, works this off his hip. Out as far as Slater. And 55 for 1. It's the end of another over, Dickie. We've got 8 to go on this
Yes.
the third day, the third act of 4. Back tomorrow. I wouldn't like to think it will be a day where we are just sort of unfair to say they're going through the motions, because they're not. The batters will be trying to score runs and to keep their wickets. The bowlers will be trying to, get them out. But sometimes you can watch cricket and know full well that we can stand here for 6 hours or 60 hours, but we've got a pretty good idea of how things are going to pan out. That was noise from inside the ground. Richard Marshall just pumping some air in the hover cover.
Oh, right. Right. Calm has restored one way or another as Harrison moves in and bowls. And that's played with almost, but only almost, exaggerated defence by Tom Wesley, pushing forward. Trickles back to the bowler. Callum Harrison again. In from the Radcliffe Road end. Well, that was in the air a little bit, but nowhere near a fielder, so a slight miscue, but that was the nearest player to the ball was Alistair Cook backing up, and it's not his job to take return catches off the bowler. As Harrison moves in again and bowls. That's played pleasantly out into the covers for a single. It was never more than a single. And indeed they didn't really look that interested in anything more. The last thing they want under these circumstances is a run out. When so far these two are going so well. Two very experienced players. Wesley been on the scene quite a while, and well, it's all been said about Sir Alistair Cook, far better than I could. Well, that's just played well. Defended by Cook.
Is this where I need to say he's looking nailed on for his first century at Trent Bridge?
If you want to get him out, then say it, yes. I certainly wouldn't say it. But that's nudged down. He's looking for 2 here, definitely. And but no, discretion being the better part of valour. Just looking up Callum Harrison. Calvin. Oh yes, Calvin Grant Harrison. Born in Durham. Oh no, Durban. Sorry, Durban, South Africa. Not much difference, only about 6,000 miles. And Harrison moves in. Bowled a bit short of a length and nudged down. If this doesn't go to the boundary, they'll pick up at least 2 or 3. And it won't go to the boundary, and so they do pick up 3 comfortable runs. Well fielded down there in one of the few bits of shadow. Fielder limping a little bit, but only a little bit.
It's Wesley's 50, 102 balls and 8 fours for Tom Wesley. I'm very impressed with him in this innings. In fact, both innings in this match.
Yeah, born April 1998, so he was 25 last month, the end of last month. Yeah. Went to Oxford Brookes University and King's College Taunton. Oh well, pedigree there.
Yes, I thought Cook had an ODI century here. No, he knew he hadn't had a Test match one or another first-class one for Essex, but no, his best in ODI cricket is 95 not out. Pretty sure I was here for that one a few years ago against, I think it's Sri Lanka. But no, I thought he'd had 100, but he hasn't. 160 for 1. 7 overs remain. Wesley 52, Cook 66. That's going to be Lyndon James trying to end this partnership, which is 2 shy of 100 now. James to Wesley. Bowls now and left alone by the Essex captain. Goes through to Joe Clark. Can't say neither side have been short of support or encouragement today. As we mentioned earlier, lots of Essex fans down here, and they've got behind their team, applauded all the good things. And the same with the Nottinghamshire contingent that are inside Trent Bridge, enjoying the county championship. James Bowles will field off his own bowling. This one is bounced back to him by Tom Westley.
Thank you, Bradders, for your email. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thoroughly enjoying the commentary. With the amendment to batting points this season, have you noticed that counties are bringing the boundary ropes in? To be honest, no, but that doesn't mean they haven't. It just means I haven't noticed. I've noticed that there appears to be a fair bit of space between the ropes and the picket fences at Trent Bridge. Now then,
next ball's on its way now. Sorry. And Wesley defends now. They're absolutely where they would have been at this stage last year and the year before and the year before and the year before and the year before. If you're playing on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, the rope goes out almost to the seat, so they bring it in on the other side. Otherwise it would really look lopsided. A 55-60 yard boundary on one side and a 90 or 100 yard boundary on the other, but they do try and make it as round as they can. There's Lyndon James in once more, and Bowles. Wesley clips it onto the leg side, no run.
What I have noticed over the years is that in T20, especially televised matches, there they do bring in the boundary, presumably because the broadcaster insists, because the perception is that crowds never get bored of seeing sixes hit when they go and watch T20. And even at Chelmsford, which is a small ground, they bring the boundaries in, which even each end, and they're notoriously short there.
160 for one. Wesley's on 52. Next ball on its way is a bouncer. Goes over the top of the keeper. I think there is a requirement actually for a specific distance between the rope and the fence. They like to put speakers there, and also, as we've already heard with the fireworks next door, some grounds, and I know they do here at Trent Bridge, they'll have they're not quite fireworks, are they? They're a jet of fire that will go up into the air. So there has to be a requisite distance between the rope and the spectators. There's Lyndon James in to Wesley. Again, he keeps it out, but not only does that, just drops it on the offside, takes a single. Talking of the blast, the first blast points of the season have gone the way of the Red Rose. Lancashire defeating Derbyshire by 4 wickets, and not only what does that do in terms of Lancashire winning that one, it means they are now 1 win ahead of Nottinghamshire. They're the 2 most successful sides in terms of victories in the blast over the years. I think that's 137 Lancashire wins to 136 for Nottinghamshire, or something of that ilk. They've gone 1 ahead of Notts. It always to's and fro's between the two of them. 161 for 1.
Yep. Yeah, so the boundaries are shorter in T20, but even if it is to accommodate all these other gimmicks, I personally, I think that's sort of smacks a bit of tail wagging the dog.
You can't have fireworks going off too close to the people.
No, so why have the fireworks then? That would be my answer. As for these flares, I'm amazed they meet health and safety anyway, but still, as that's played out. Back to the bowler, and so after this over, there's 5 more to be bowled this evening, and 5 more that Essex will hope to survive. And probably, I think it's safe to say that of all the Essex batsmen, these are the 2 that you'd want at the wicket to play out those 5 overs. I can't think of. No, don't even need to go down the order, really. No, there's nobody there that would be better in this situation than these 2. As next delivery.
If a wicket goes, is Dan Lawrence coming out to try and fill his boots, just see out the overs tonight and then plunder some runs tomorrow, or is the night watchman coming?
Well, the actual answer to what will happen is I don't know. What the actual answer to what would I prefer to see would be a night watchman, because...
What would they normally do? What do Essex do inside the last 6 overs? Because I know what Notts do.
In this situation, I I think they'd send in a night watchman, because Dan Lawrence really only has one way of playing, and that's not conducive to the setup at the moment. Well, he has a way. No, it's unfair to say he only has one way of playing. He has a preferred way of playing. To be more specific.
That's the 100 partnership brought up with that single.
So yes, I would, if a wicket does fall the next today, I would like to see a night watchman go there. Now, who that would be? It used to be Porter, but Porter isn't quite the night watchman he was. Paraffin's gone out of the lamp. That's just pushed out on the onside mid wicket. Not Snater, Cook possibly. Cook's a useful man lower down. I don't know enough about Bracewell's batting to pass an opinion. And that's played out elegantly for 4 runs. Oh, is it? No. There's a fielder chasing there, but he was only chasing realistically to retrieve it rather than to reduce the number of runs. So 166 for 1, effectively 22 for 1. With 5 overs of the day remaining. Tom Wesley on 54 not out, Alistair Cook on 70. These two have put on 104, and seeming to be going along quite comfortably.
Yeah, Calvin Harrison sadly hasn't been able just to tie an end down or find that elusive breakthrough. 4 overs, none for 20 for him. The leg spinner always likely just to float a nice full toss in or drag one down and get punished, and that's what's happened. Maybe Patterson White's going to come back for a last hurrah. Not in any hurry to start the next over. It'll be bowled by Lyndon James, but lots of chats going on. The Nottinghamshire think tank getting together of Mullaney and Houghton, and Broad comes across. Little word with the skipper. Better to have a plan than not to have a plan.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Mullaney, and with the help of Broad and Hamid and 1 or 2 of his other senior advisors, always offering a solution, a thought, a suggestion. Got some funky fields in again. 2 short mid wickets, a short mid off as James bowls and drags it down the leg side. It's pulled away by Wesley down to long leg for a single. 167 for 1.
Yeah, this is the time of day when most local radio reporters, including you, yours truly, think about whom shall I interview this evening, or whom shall I try to interview this evening, and I don't really know. I never liked to interview players when they're in the middle of an innings, because, I don't know, it just seems to be the kiss of death, and no. Under normal circumstances, Wesley and Cook would be ideal, but
167 for 1. Next delivery pushed by Sir Alistair into the offside. Patterson White dives, can't get there, and they take another single. 168 for 1. Essex lead by 24. It's a tight finish at New Road. Worcestershire now 247 for 7 against Leicestershire. Worcestershire need 24 runs. Leicestershire need 3 wickets. So that one's been just bubbling up nicely all day. Christ the Choir says, Dave, I'm full of praise for you and Dickie for your marathon service today. An Essex supporter, I'm always nervous listening to Essex batting. Thank you. Well, thank you, Christ the Choir.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah,
Next ball forced through the offside by Wesley. He'll get a single. 169 for 1.
I've made a point of emphasising, obviously this job is fun, but on a day like this when there's only 2 of you, it is genuinely hard work, and by the time it gets to sort of after tea, you're beginning. Well, I hope it doesn't come across that I'm not going to speak for Dave, but sometimes begin to struggle a bit without some assistance.
169 for 1. Here's Lyndon James round the wicket in, and bowls, and Cook works it onto the leg side. and they take a single, 170 for one. Dickie, I've got like what they call a heart monitor, and that's producer Kirsty, because she will quickly be on to me and say, your energy's flagging, Dave, keep it up, keep going. Pep talk from producer Kirsty. That will that hopefully gets me through somewhere near to the close without any signs or a sound across the airwaves of fatigue. I think Patterson White is going to come on and replace Harrison. Those 4 overs didn't do anything at all for Nottinghamshire, and it was well worth a gamble. I was absolutely applauding it and can't wait to see him bowl again. But I think Liam Patterson White is probably going to get the nod. We're in limbo here, just waiting for LJ to set off. Here he comes, Lyndon James in to bowl to Wesley, clips it. I say that too much as well. Clips. He works it off his hips away onto the leg side for a single. You know when you get a beep beep and you know who it's from, and it's one of those menacing sounds. Come on, brace, final push, says producer Kirsty. Thank you, and thanks to you, and to must give a shout out, Dickie, to Stan and Spence and Jono, who've been out there all day. A warm one today for the camera crew. I hope you've managed to get through it, folks, and get a nice cool drink as soon as you can, as this one's dropped on the leg side and fielded by Hamid. End of the 59th over, 4 to go, 171 for one. Essex lead by 27 runs, and well, I ain't no mind reader, I'm no Mystic Meg, but I just wonder if Stuart Broad is punching the air on the field of play, and it's not because Notts have got a wicket here. Stuart Broad knows what's just happened, 200 yards behind us, without any obvious wire or link or anything. That noise can only mean one thing, Dickie.
What, that there are a lot of Arsenal fans?
Well, now that's now the tweets come in. Normally I don't give the scores when they're away, because I know people like to do follow the cricket and tape the football or catch up with one or the other later on, but a 1 year's put Forest ahead. They lead Arsenal 1-0.
So Patterson White back into the attack at this end. Bowled already 17 overs for 42 runs. Left arm round the wicket. He'll have 2 potential overs, as that's just played out in the offside. No addition to the score. Yeah, as regards it's a long day. It could have been an awful lot worse, and it would have seemed a lot worse if the same situation had taken place at Chelmsford, because at no time has the sun been bursting through the open window of our commentary box. And at Chelmsford, on a long, hot, warm day, the sun, it's right in line with the sunshine when we have it, and at sort of 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it is. We're trying to seek shelter as far back as possible in the commentary box, but still able to see the pitch. That's just played defensively. And the next delivery is guided down towards third man. They'll go through for 1, and second will be ill-advised, so they don't take it. Well, I don't mean they don't take it because I advised against it. They weren't going to take it anyway, irrespective of what I say. And brings Cook on to it was Cook that played the shot. It brings Wesley on to a bit down to the business end, facing the music, and he goes forward, and he's picked up a single here as well. Plays it out to just backward of square leg for a single.
Look at Stuart Broad.
174 for 1, a lead of 30, effectively 30 for 1, and that's pushed out in the covers for, well, I didn't give it due credit there, because the shot was so well timed. I just said pushed out into the covers as if it was sort of for a gentle single, but it sped across the green sward all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, nobody out there. Notts for much of the day have had sweepers, protectors out on the fence, but nobody there for that one. Beat the ring, get full reward.
Yeah, Cook moves on to 77. And he now moves on to 78 as he picks up a single. No, he picks up on 79.
So that equals his highest score on this ground.
In any form of cricket?
In first-class cricket.
Well, yes, first-class
cricket. He's had 95 in a one-day international.
Yeah, but it includes test matches, yeah. So, 3 overs to go now. And 180 for 1.
You can do better than that, kid. Come on. What's the score? Give it your best darts commentator.
Oh, the great Waddell, wasn't he? What was his first name? Sid Waddell. And of course, yes, 180. And of course, another great darts commentator and former local radio commentator and for BBC Lancashire. Come back to that after this delivery.
There's Lyndon James in, bowls and pulled away by Wesley. There were cries of catch, but it landed well in front of Slater. Fires it in.
Yeah, the great John Gwynn died during the winter, and a sad loss. Well, everybody's loss is sad, but I used to get on very, very well with dear old John, and we struck up a great relationship. I've got many a tale to tell about John Gwynn. Maybe that can wait for another day, like tomorrow. But they would all be in great respect of the man.
James to bowl. To Cook, edged 4 runs. Nobody at slip. It was scuttling along the ground, went for 4, and had there been a slip there, well, you'd have backed them to stop it, but it certainly wasn't a catch. But nobody down at third, and
no.
It's 4 more, and Essex build their lead
41
to 41.
Yeah, 41 for 1.
41 for 1.
Effectively.
Just wonder where this game can go now. You really do. You know, if they had the best morning session possible, it'd probably be only, wouldn't be 200 in front, would they?
No.
Next delivery on its way, hit him on the pad. They're asking, Lyndon James imploring umpire Lungley to send Cook back to the pavilion, but not out is the word, is the decision from the umpire. Whether he actually said anything or shook his head or just stood there glaring, I'm not sure, but not out is the verdict. 185 for 1.
I believe they're not obliged to explain their decision. No,
generally they'll have a little bit of
yes, but it's not part of the...
Just slipping down, Lyndon, or
they can...
Just nicked it, Lyndon, or going over the top, Lyndon.
Yeah. They can just say, I'll get on with my job, you get on with yours.
Yeah, might have been outside the line. Yeah, some will say that, and some will have a rifle laugh with you. Next ball on its way. It'll push square of the wicket on the offside by Cook. Moves on to 84. The likes of Nick Cook, sadly retired from the game at the end of last season. And often have a bit of a laugh and a joke, and very much in charge, very much running the show out there, but that wouldn't stop them having a little word and at an appropriate time a bit of fun with the players.
No, so much of this game is based on mutual respect among all the players and the umpires as well.
Next ball, just with an open face, run away for 4. Nicely done by Tom Wesley. Essex up to 190. The lead is 46.
Yeah, with 2 overs and 1 delivery, 13 deliveries to go. And if Essex survive those, they will consider that they've had a very good last 2 sessions.
Yeah.
The first session wasn't much to write home about from the visitor's point of view.
No, I think it was 118 for 5 the morning session. This one's hit him. Again, it looked as if it hit him on the pad, but nothing doing, and that's the end of the over. 190 for 1. The board says it's 3 minutes to 6 o'clock. We've got 2 overs left, so we are just going to drift into overtime, but nobody's going to get the slightest bit uppity if we walk off here at 6:05. And that will be good stuff from both Essex and from Nottinghamshire, getting through their overs in a timely manner, thanks to the efforts of all concern, but principally, I suppose, the spinners Harmer and Critchley and Patterson White and Harrison,
Yes.
the overs they bowled, will have helped speed things up. We've got some able help tomorrow, Dickie. Grace Ballinger will be joining us, the
Right.
fast bowler who plays for the Blaze.
Patterson White bowls, and Cook plays forward, and it just trickles out on the offside.
Sure.
No addition to the score.
She likes it when I call left arm quick, but she got a wicket today, and the Blaze have won down at Beckenham in Kent, so a long old day.
It is, as next delivery again. Cook just goes forward and keeps it out.
Plays for the Blaze, for you Essex supporters perhaps not familiar with the name. Grace Ballinger, it used to be Loughborough Lightning, then the Lightning, and now they've moved to Trent Bridge and changed their name as well, the Blaze. Unbeaten, and Grace having a good season.
Cook pushes it out into the covers just backward of square, and they go through for a very easy single, bringing skipper Wesley on to strike. Wesley 64 to his name. Cook 85.
Nailed on for 100.
As next to slightly short of the legs, and I think Wesley tried to nudge it down the leg side but failed to make contact.
Is he season by season, Cook, or has he said he'll definitely go on, or has he said he'll definitely finish? Do we know?
He's been non-committal.
Yeah. So this may be his last appearance at Trent Bridge.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, statistics don't lie. This is his, first innings of real substance of the season. So, up until he made the trip up to Trent Bridge, he may have been thinking, can't leave my workers to do all the work on the farm. Perhaps I ought to retire at the end of this season. Depending on how the rest of it goes, he may change his mind. He's in the wonderful position that he'll go when he wants to. And his contract is only to the end of this season, but I'm sure Essex would be only too willing to renew it or extend it. That's played out backward of square on the offside. One runner cruise. Cook will keep the bowling, and we have 1 over remaining. The clock says it's 1800 hours now,
Yep.
so that will be it for the day, and a thoroughly absorbing day as well. In sharp contrast, I mean, the morning was a lot of big hitting. Nottinghamshire laid their cards on the table and made it obvious what they wanted to do, which was the way to play it. They established a lead of 144, and Essex have been far less spectacular, but nibbled away at that to such a position that they're now 49 ahead for the loss of only 1 wicket. So it's been an absorbing day of contrasts.
It has. It's going to be Lyndon James to bowl the final over of the day, bowling to Sir Alistair Cook, 193 for 1. Bowls and Cook eases it into the offside. The day began then with Nottinghamshire 326 for 5. Matthew Montgomery 130 not out overnight, joined by a new partner this morning in Liam Patterson White. He was the first to go. He made 12. Caught Harmer bowled Porter. That was 355 for 6. That was in the 112th over, so Notts did get that third batting bonus point. Essex only 1 bowling point, which will be a disappointment, as James in again, and this is pushed up to mid-off. Calvin Harrison on debut played some lovely strokes, but was dismissed for 31, bowled by Biswell. 1 for 7. Brett Hutton, who was dropped on naught by Simon Harmer. No, it was off Simon Harmer. I've written something here, can't remember who dropped him. But Brett Hutton was dropped on naught. I've got hit at 6, and eventually was out 2. Harmer for 8, caught by Snater. One's dropped on the leg side. It's 4:22 for 8, 4:28 for 9 when Montgomery's innings, marathon innings of 470 minutes, came to an end. Faced 318 balls, 26 fours. LBW to Critchley, 4:28 for 9, and then last man out was Dane Patterson. Caught Wesley, bowled Critchley for 1, leaving Stuart Broad a little bit of a waste really, because Broad was timing it nicely. It hit a big 6 into the Smith Cooper stand. He was not out 14. 4-4-2 all out, a lead of 144. As Cook again, a little push, and he'll take the single this time. 194 for 1, a lead of exactly 50 then for Essex, with 2 deliveries left, and Essex beginning 144 behind. The openers put on 62 before Nick Brown, LBW James for 27. That was in the 27th over, and since then both Wesley and Cook completing their second half century of the game. Wesley is 65 not out, Cook 87 not out, and we've got 2 balls left.
Yeah, Wesley wouldn't have minded if they hadn't taken that single. Probably he was looking forward to leaning on his back for the final over at the far end, but and of course Essex got a wicket with the last ball of the day yesterday. If Nottinghamshire do the same, they'll be cock-a-hoop, and who can blame them?
Lawrence, I've got Hutton's drop.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Next ball whipped away nicely for 4, and through the leg side. Decent effort from Ben Slater.
Was a
good shot from Wesley. 198 for 1. The lead is 54, and there's 1 ball left.
1 ball left. So,
unless he's run out, Cook will return in the morning. 87 not out.
Now there's a thought, yes. Or they take an odd number of runs off a no ball. He could still be out then.
Richard Whitehead says, Dave, I hope you see a Alistair Cook 100 tomorrow. May well do. I think having waited all these years to get one, he's not going to let this opportunity go to waste. Here's James in, final ball of the day, and another run to Wesley, so he'll be on strike in the morning, and he'll be on 70 when we come back tomorrow, and that is exactly 199 for 1, a lead of 55 for Essex. I thought I was waiting for it to crank over to 200, but it hadn't. It had already moved from 198 to 199. So we've been through the card for you. Those of you that have followed the cricket closely all day will have been aware of the developments. We had 5 wickets during the morning session, 1 in the afternoon, and none between tea and the close, as Wesley and Cook have put Essex not only into a lead but into a fairly healthy position as we go into the last day. Alistair Cook 87 not out, already batted for 4 hours, 178 balls. Excuse me, just first sneeze of the day. Just managed to turn the mic off as I did it. 10 fours for Wesley in his innings. He's faced 124 balls. Cook, he's faced 178. There we are. So 199 for 1. Essex lead by 55. I've run out of words except to say keep following the stream if you want to get some reaction from the players. We'll get that on the live stream for you just as quickly as we can. That's the Nottinghamshire reaction. Dickie will be sourcing some sort of update and news and in-depth interview from the Essex camp. But your thoughts on the day, Dick? We've got there, mate. We've got there.
Yeah, we have. Yes, no, a thoroughly absorbing day, as I said, with a contrasting day, and Essex have got themselves realistically probably into a better position than they anticipated when they started their innings. To get to virtually 200 for the loss of only 1 wicket is a considerable achievement, given that their batting is their weaker suit and they're a bit fragile. Admittedly, it's a very, very good batting track, but you've still got to stay there. So it's going well. I don't know. I'm with you. I think the most likely is a draw, because obviously they're in the black, and Nottinghamshire have got to go out to the wicket again. So that will take up another hour at least just to get the 55. So yeah, the clever money is on the draw, but who knows? We've all watched enough cricket over the years to know not to take it for granted. Thanks ever so much to Dave for his company, and to the emailers who've kept us supplied with things to talk about. Not that either of us ever runs out really, but no, it's nice to have something else to talk about that we know you want to talk about. So thanks very much.
Cheers, Dickie. As I said, we'll have Grace Ballinger with us for tomorrow. Keep your comments, your questions, anything you want to say coming in. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com on the email, at Brace Cricket on the Twitter. But again, many thanks for your company. Those of you watching the live stream will already see the big words up there from Kirsty. Post-match reaction starting shortly. Don't know who they'll get, but they'll grab somebody to just run you through the day, so you'll be able to hear some reaction. Thanks very much. We'll do it again in the morning. From us all at Trent Bridge, a very good night.
Matt, well played, 177 over the last couple of days. Where do you think the game's at now?
I think it's obviously they had quite a good finish to the day, so I think it's quite evenly poised at the moment. We're going to have to come tomorrow morning and try make a few breakthroughs early, and hopefully if we could get them out with something around under 200 lead, we can then go chase in the afternoon.
How did you approach this morning? Because was it a case of having to start again a bit, even though you were 130 not out overnight?
Definitely, I think as this the nature of this pitch has been with the new ball, and it's always been quite tough to start, but once you get in it gets a bit easier. So it was the same plan this morning, just to get myself back in and then hopefully go from there.
And over the course of the last couple of days, you've had plenty of different batting partners out there, from Joe Clark scoring pretty briskly to marshalling some of the lower order batters as well. Did that change any of the tempo you batted at, or your approach?
No, I don't think it changed massively. I tried to just have a very constant tempo and just go about my own business. Obviously we had all the different partners, and I think that's just how it goes, but I just try to keep within my bubble and continue, yeah.
Looking ahead to the second innings and I guess to the games to come in the future as well, how much confidence can you take from this game, and I suppose the likes of Ben Slater and Joe Clark, who've made big contributions in that innings as well?
Yeah, definitely. It's always nice to have runs on your belt, and you could never take that for granted. But then again, you've got to take it game by game. So, yeah, we'll have to put this one behind us once we still got another innings to go. So I don't think we can get ahead of ourselves at all. We hopefully, whatever they set us, we can go and chase it.
And there's been quite a few low-scoring games across the country so far this year. But as a side, as a batting unit, what can you take from racking up 440 over the last couple of days?
It's definitely nice. I mean, the sun's been out a bit over the last couple of days, but we have the same chat. So batters, we go about our basics the same. Whether the wicket's tough or a bit lessened for the bowlers, you got to do what you can and hopefully try to put a winning score on the board.
And in terms of in the field as well, a couple of pretty decent slip catches yesterday for yourself and for Calvin Harrison. As all-rounders with bat and ball, how much pride do you take in that side of the game as well?
Yes, we do a lot of catching there. Calvin's been excellent this season. Those were my first two, so it's nice to get on the board. But yeah, Calvin's been amazing, and we do practice quite hard every morning, so it's nice to see that paying off.
And I think that's 7 of the last 9 first-class games that you've now played in for Notts over the course of the last couple of seasons. So in terms of feeling like you belong in this side at this level, I guess, how much can you take from that consistent run?
Yeah, it's nice to be playing, and I think that's my goal, is whenever I get a chance to constantly put my best foot forward and hopefully make it tough to be left out. Yeah, and that's just all I can do from our side. Yeah.
We'll see what tomorrow brings. Cheers, Matt.
Perfect. Thank you.